The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 701. Arriving guests. The small town of Babylon was in a remote, nearly forgotten corner of the Crystal Realm. For so long, it saw no more excitement than a reputable trader passing through because their normal route was blocked by monsters. Once, the children of the noble family which owned the territory passed through the town, and it was considered the greatest news. Children gathered in the streets and parents took off from work just to see their carriage pass them by. There was a vast class difference between them, sure, but there was also a difference of cultivation. In the world where strength was the most important thing, there was no greater celebrity than those that wielded great strength, and at that time it was surely the children of nobles. But since then, as if cursed by the bad luck of a protagonist who happened to be passing by, the town saw one major event after another. A maniacal serial killer terrorized the city. The Saul birds flew away, and left them in darkness. Monsters spawned all around them, trapping them within, still with the serial killer. Then the formations protecting them failed, inviting death and destruction. Not many managed to survive, but of them the few that did were then further flabbergasted when an immortal monster attacked the town, nearly decimating all life. Yes, the citizens of Babylon had suffered through more than most adventurers who ventured out into the world seeking fortune and fame. Then, finally, there was a period of peace. The few who survived had never been more thankful for a mundane Monday than after those horrid few weeks. Yet now, as if to balance all the pain they suffered, the citizens of Babylon were witnessing the most spectacular event anyone from their ancestry had witnessed for the past 100 generations. A marriage between two immortal lineages was taking place within their town. Normally that would have nothing to do with them besides give them a few stories to share with their kids. But for whatever reason, the families had decided to make this wedding extremely grand. As if that alone was not enough, the mysterious and powerful, yet remarkably friendly owner of the Midnight Tavern decided their scale was not enough and added a few touches of their own. There were rumors that the groom, Pivarti Noel, was good friends with the tavern owner, and he wanted to make his friend's day special. As a result, the citizens did not know whose generosity they were exactly benefiting from, but they did not care much. Mario Ricci, also known as the Goatfather, walked the streets of Babylon followed by his gang members, throwing out cultivation pills as if they were flower petals. His son, Elio Ricci, had opened a free dojo where martial combat lessons were being given to any and all who were interested, once again, free of charge. Thousands of cultivation chambers had been opened up and made available to the public, with nary a mention of price or payment. The only condition on the chambers was that no one could hog the room for too long, as it was meant to be shared by everyone. Standard cultivation techniques were being sent to every home in the town, alongside a book of notes of things to look out for while cultivating, some medicine to help getting started, and one pure spirit stone. Compared to the techniques that normal citizens had access to generally, these techniques were more complete and had fewer drawbacks. Hundreds of traditional as well as orthodox doctors and medical practitioners showed up and began giving out free treatments. Each public building and facility in the town got a free and extensive upgrade. Famous and renowned chefs from around the region were hired and they cooked feasts for the whole town in the public parks, for all to share. The week of the wedding was like one continuous party, and where there was a party, there had to be drinks. For the week, Midnight Tavern sent out drinks across the town for anyone and everyone. Each drink not only delivered an experience of euphoria down to the very soul, it never had any adverse consequences such as hangovers or sickness. In fact, many people had sudden breakthroughs while drinking. Of course, everyone had varying temperaments, and not everyone wanted to party. Some were more dedicated, and were pursuing some ambitions or goals and could not tolerate wasting time eating or drinking. Those people were offered jobs for before and after the wedding at extremely lucrative rates alongside unbelievable benefits. Each and every person who worked for the wedding did so with unmatched enthusiasm and vigor. With so many workers, the entertainment would, of course, not be limited to just that. Across the city, seemingly random people burst into spontaneous dance and song with extensive backdrops and backup performers. The suddenness and unexpectedness of the songs, as well as their catchy tunes, hooked the hearts of everyone who heard them. The extremely well choreographed dances started an all-new trend of dancing, and Babylon was quickly developing a culture of dance and song that would last long after the wedding was actually over. Of course, Lex, for some reason, did not find the dances so extraordinary. But then again, he had seen the original Indian films they were inspired by, so maybe that's why he could not share in the feeling of the citizens. But while such entertainment was sufficient for the masses, the wedding guests from abroad could not exactly appreciate them the same way. For them, of course, there were other forms of entertainment arranged. Fighting was, as usual, one of the most popular activities, and strong warriors from far and wide had been summoned to hold their duels in an arena that was constructed right in front of the tavern. The best seats were on the tavern rooftop. The fights were definitely not choreographed, and the fighters held nothing back, so they were often brutal and bloody, much to the appreciation of the viewers. Besides fighting, there were multiple sophisticated performances arranged to match the taste of the powerful elite. Attracted by all the hubbub, some of the most illustrious traders and merchants had come to the town and set up stalls and began holding auctions of unusual yet powerful artifacts. In fact, even Lex set up a stall and sold items he got from others at the Midnight Inn. He was investing heavily in this wedding, so recouping some of his costs was perfectly normal. Amidst all this hustle and bustle, the actual two families involved in the wedding were actually the most nervous. This still could not believe Lex's claims, although they had seen the invitation for themselves. That is, until Cornelius II arrived at Babylon 3 days before the wedding. His arrival was very discreet and none of his usual entourage followed him. Only a couple of his advisors followed him, and they too remained in disguise. The king made contact with both the Philip and Noel families, to let them know of his arrival, before disappearing himself without giving them any information on his plans. They were only informed to follow along and give blind support to any and all of his actions the next few days. Somehow, learning of the king's presence as well as his arrival made the two families even more nervous. While everyone else in the town partied, whether to take advantage of all the free stuff or to forget their roles in the ongoing dreadful war, the Noels and Philips found themselves unable to do so. While everyone felt time was going too fast, for them time seemed to drag on forever. In this excited yet lethargic manner, another day passed. Like the king before him, this time the incumbent ruler of the Varns arrived, but disappeared soon after announcing his arrival to the two families. No one had any idea where they were hiding, or if they had already met. Even Lex, who was kept up to date by the families, could only guess at their plans. Fortunately, Lex was able to control his nerves, and so did not become nervous. Such a thing would easily be detected now that he did not have the protection of the host attire in the Crystal Realm. The same day, a seemingly ordinary butterfly arrived at Babylon. Although she looked very different from most trollops, who had large bodies taking on the shapes of animals using some feature of their territory, the butterfly was the serving ruler of the trollops. Amongst their race, such a title did not really hold too much value, except to say that she was the strongest of their race. The next day, one day before the wedding, the Poloids and Sentinels also arrived, all of them being discreet and hiding their identities. Everything was almost ready. Tomorrow would be the day. He only hoped this would be enough to get a SSS plus quest ranking. After tapping on his desk for a few minutes, Lex decided that it was not enough. He could take no chance. He had to get the highest ranking he could, so he would find a way to improve the score even more. From the Midnight Inn, Lex teleported away and appeared in front of the Infinity Emporium. Chapter 702. Gifts. What Lex had in mind was a little expensive, but that was all right. He could earn money again in the future, but if there was an issue with his cultivation, then that was not really something he could easily overcome. Moreover, once he was done with the wedding, he was intending on focusing on retrieving that special treasure on the rogue planet that the mysterious person had told him about in the Sweara Galaxy. Treasure hunting was bound to be a profitable endeavor, right? With his many advantages, he did not expect so much trouble. He walked into the Emporium and was welcomed by the familiar presence of Powell. He seriously hoped that his guests found the inn as helpful as he found the Emporium, because it had helped him out of quite a few troubles. "Ah, Lex, it's good to see you," Powell said enthusiastically. Oddly enough, he was not completely in his traditional uniform for the Emporium. Instead, he was wearing a cardigan and had a pipe sticking out of his mouth, the smell of tobacco strong on him. "It's good to see you too," Lex responded fondly. "I see life has been good for you recently. You've picked up a new hobby." "Oh, this?" he asked, pulling out the pipe and raising it proudly. I recently got my hands on grade 4 cookies and cream-flavored tobacco from Dunya. It's absolutely phenomenal, I highly recommend it. As for me, life is naturally very good. It has been that way for a while now, all thanks to you of course. Haha, I'm glad my spendthrift ways have benefited you. In that case, today should be a good day for you as well. I need a recommendation from you. I'm about to attend a wedding, but I don't have a gift yet. A lot of Earth immortals will be there, but I want my gift to completely outclass anything they give, and make them envious to boot. But I'm not so good at gift giving. Any suggestions? Suggestions? I have more than just a few, Powell said, suddenly. Sitting up straight, how convenient it was that his passion was to help his customers. It made him a good employee. Before I give you suggestions though, let me ask you a few questions. What is the race of the guest? And cultivation? If it's a race with genders, then what's the gender? Does the recipient have a profession? Is this their first wedding? Do they have the ability to procreate, and if so, do they already have any kids? What kind of life expectancy are we looking at? Are there any food allergies that I should know about? What are the recipient's top 3 hobbies? During the wedding, is the recipient expected to complete any feats of great courage or honor? Does the recipient have an aversion to edible underwear? Does the questions Powell had were plentiful and quite thorough. Lex was not able to answer many questions, for example any that were pertaining to undergarments, but he at least knew that he did not intend on giving any kind gift of that nature. It was at the end that he asked possibly the most important question of all, the budget. Placing a hand on his heart, Lex decided to go all out, as far as willing to trade even the teacup containing the law of femininity. Upon hearing this, even Powell was startled. This was no ordinary wedding present. The high cost Lex was willing to pay suddenly disqualified all the options Powell was considering. At this price range, there were actually very few items they had at all worthy of exchange. But just because they were expensive did not mean they would make great wedding gifts, as a gift had to be suitable. Wearing a serious expression, Powell said, "Please allow me a moment to compile a list for you of suitable presents. Do you have a time restriction on delivery?" "Yes, unfortunately I do not have long before the wedding begins. It will begin in approximately 20 hours. Another tough condition, Powell lamented before he diverted his attention to his tablet. Using his special access he had been given to be able to cater to Lex, he began looking through all their most precious items to see what was suitable. Just as he started, his eyes fell onto a specific item the description of which startled him. Unable to restrain himself, he immediately showed the item to Lex, whose eyes began to gleam. "Yes, this will do quite nicely." There was no dawn or dusk in the crystal realm, and the hues of the sky all depended on the mood of the Sol birds. Yet as the day of the wedding dawned, the sky was painted with a brilliant orange and gold in the far horizon, as if a magnificent sun were rising. Such an auspicious sight mesmerized even Lex, who was previously wishing his domain extended to the skies as well so that he may create a wonderful display. Yet, through some fortunate encounter, it happened on its own. Lex quickly learned of the reasons. This was a rare occasion where a new flock of Sol birds was entering the territory of the ones who currently inhabited these lands. Moreover, the incoming flock was clearly more mature, which could be seen by the brilliant display. Lex, the Noel family, the Philip family and all the others who had gathered for any reason at all considered this a sign of tremendously good luck, for anything associated with light in the crystal realm was given great significance. After all, where there was light, there was life, and where there was darkness, there were monsters. Taking one last glance at the sky, Lex crossed his fingers before returning to the matters at hand. While he himself had to focus on the impending meeting, he also had to ensure the wedding procedures would go along smoothly. To ensure everything would be perfect, he had one last meeting with Ash, the wedding expert he had sent here from the Midnight Inn. As this was a union of two immortal families, especially two families subordinated to the royal family, there was a long sequence of traditional ceremonies that needed to be fulfilled. The two families, and the bride and groom especially, would be heavily involved at each step, though each family would have separate ceremonies. Then a procession would begin where both families departed from separate locations, but met together at the final destination at the same time, which in this case would be the tavern. Then, a few more ceremonies would follow, after which the two would officially be considered wed. On this day, there would be no dancing or fighting or plays or fabulous displays until the wedding was concluded, and the town would adorn a solemn feel. Only after the two were wed would the celebrations begin. During all this time, however, Lex would be busy with the meeting, which would start very soon. "Rick, has Edward arrived?" he asked, referring to the representative of the monsters. "Yes," Rick responded seriously. "To avoid any unnecessary troubles, he is staying deep within the sea for now. I will have to send the catfish to get him." "Well, send the fish. It's almost time." According to what he had informed the two families, the meeting will begin the same time as the ceremonies, which will be taking place in their respective residences. Every time one of the royal family members appeared, the same information was shared with them. Edward was the first to arrive, since he was the only one who had directly contacted the inn. He appeared in the same human form he took so long ago when he immersed himself in human civilization to increase his exposure and learn more about the realm. He was extremely fair, to the point that he almost appeared pale, though that did not detract from his handsome appearance. He had crystal clear, bright blue eyes that mesmerized Nami and Nani when they saw him, and a gentle smile on his lips that made him seem mischievous. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Edward said politely when he finally met Lex, giving a soft bow instead of shaking hands. "The pleasure is mine," Lex reciprocated. "I'm glad that you could make it. I'm sure your presence will add greatly to the meeting that we are about to have." "I hope so, though I admit my being here might invite some trouble for you. The other races don't take fondly to monsters, though I do not blame them. The matter we are here to discuss is greater than individual interests. When they learn of the magnitude of what we face, they will be forced to set aside their personal grudges and work together." "I sincerely hope that you are right," said a third voice, as a newcomer entered the room. Lex had, of course, already sensed his arrival inside the tavern. "Cornelius," Lex acknowledged with a simple nod. Lex, the king of the Hum nation, similarly simply nodded. "I have been looking forward to meeting you." Chapter 703, Alive. Lex knew all about the reason the king was looking for him, as he had had a conversation at length with Aegis about it. The king wanted his cultivation technique since it was one for the true path. Unfortunately, it was not one that could be shared even if Lex really wanted to share it, which he did not. "I've also been looking forward to meeting with you. I've heard much about you, and I am good friends with your daughter Siwenhild. And to think, once there were rumors in the academy that you're one of my children too. I found the events leading up to that quite amusing." Lex smiled wryly. Now that those events were long past, he could really look back and find them amusing. At the time, though, it was more nerve-wracking. "I found it quite an honor that anyone would think to link me to you. But at the same time, one cannot put too much stock in rumors. Maybe one day, when I grow stronger, the story peddlers will claim I am secretly your brother." This one statement, while complimenting Cornelius, also displayed the deeply rooted confidence that Lex held in himself and his future. Though not directly, he was already claiming that rising to the same height as the king was a foregone conclusion. Cornelius smiled, as if he did not pay attention to the claim, and said, "The boldness of youth always enables one to achieve outstanding results. Even I achieved most of my most famous achievements when I was young and loud. You are already not less than I, for when last has history seen the representatives of so many of the races gathered together for a meeting?" Cornelius' words seemed to be comparing Lex's claims to the brashness of youth, reminding him that until something is already achieved it is not but loud boasting. At the same time, he was pretending to give Lex a compliment, but was laying the credit of his achievement to the mysterious author of the book. No, he was laying the credit of his achievement to the mysterious author of the letter that invited them all here. Lex smiled, for little did Cornelius know that he was indeed the one who authored the invitation letters, so his confidence was not assaulted as Cornelius had been hoping. "Come, let us move towards the meeting room while we wait for the others to arrive," Lex said, completely uninterested in entering a duel of words with Cornelius. Seeing that he had failed to entrap Lex with his words, Cornelius turned his attention to Edward, the monster. His own confidence, too, was unaffected and he had many other ploys waiting to be revealed. It was not easily that he had brought humans, the race that was born the weakest, and made them strong. Besides the crystal race which stood out firmly as the strongest, there was no clear ranking of which race was stronger or weaker than the other. As a result, while the humans did not gain a clear advantage over others, at least none could hold influence over them either. Even the seemingly mighty Trollops made deals with humans instead of forcefully taking territory. Other than his own clear genius in handling difficult situations appropriately, it was also because of Cornelius' strength, which was widely recognized. He was far stronger than an Earth immortal was supposed to be, and following the true path was not enough to make up for the difference. If it were, Aegis would not be so outclassed by his own father. At the same time, Edward would not be so well behaved in front of Cornelius. The monster had been alive for millions of years, but clearly he still suffered a trauma from when he and Cornelius last fought. Lex led the two to one of the many hidden rooms of the tavern, as they had to remain out of sight while the ceremonies took place within the tavern. Sipping on one of the incredible beverages Lex had prepared for Earth Immortals from the Emporium before the meeting began, Cornelius looked at Lex and said, "While we wait for the rest, why don't you share a little about the reason we were invited?" "I think it's best if we wait for full attendance," Lex said politely, yet uninfluenced by Cornelius. "After all, otherwise I'd have to endlessly repeat myself if I had to tell each guest separately. Also, by having everyone in the same room, he could study their actions and reactions and thereby guess how many secrets each of them was hiding." As if on cue, a small butterfly entered the tavern, sitting gently above the head of a large turtle. The ruler of the Trollops had a unique aura, as if despite the small size she retained her full strength that she wielded within her territory. It was as if wherever she went automatically became her territory. In comparison, the ruler of the Varns was less impressive. Maybe it was because he was used to seeing the galactic sovereign turtle, but seeing that the Varn leader had the form of a turtle, much of his aura was subdued. Not to mention, he was being ridden atop his head by the butterfly, yet he dared not complain. "Welcome to the tavern, honored guests. I am glad that you could make it," Lex said, as he met them at the entrance, and brought them towards the meeting room. It is not often when one receives an invitation radiating so much power. "It is a habit of mine to make powerful friends," spoke the butterfly, though his voice did not travel through the air. Instead, it appeared in Lex's mind, powerful and loud. Lex sensed something the moment fluctuate in the soul plane when Elena spoke. It seemed she was using that as a medium to speak, rather than the physical plane. The turtle, instead, only grunted. It seemed like he was not too ecstatic about being used as a mount by the butterfly. "Saber, it is good to see you again," Cornelius said, looking at the turtle with great familiarity. "Cornelius," Saber only replied with a base acknowledgement, his voice deep and reverberating. "Your Majesty Elena, it is an honor to finally meet you," Cornelius said, his voice a lot more humble, towards the butterfly. "My daughters speak fondly of you, Cornelius. You are a friend of nature, and of the Trollops," the butterfly replied. "It is a pleasure to meet you all," Edward sighed, trying to be polite. Yet it seemed none of the rulers were not in the mood to socialize with a monster, and only responded with barely noticeable nods, or even simply glared. "While we wait for the others," said Cornelius, his voice casual, as if he were speaking randomly, "would anyone mind if we discuss the Craven? How strongly have they been attacking your borders? What's the situation there? For the humans, I can say that in the past week we have already lost as much land as the past dozen years. There are no formations or weapons that can be used to deter such a massive force of immortals." The mood in the room instantly turned foul, as everyone seemed to have been suffering at the Craven's hands. "What I want to know is where so many immortals came from." Saber growled, his angry aura pressing down on everyone, though it seemed a subconscious display. As the only non-immortal in the room, Lex was the most susceptible to it, but he had already planned for such a thing. He was forming a room around himself at all times, effectively putting himself inside a different space from the rest, only leaving a small gap which would allow communication. That small gap still resulted in the immortal's aura leaking through, but equipped with his defensive suit, not to mention his own resilient body, Lex was able to tolerate it without showing any external discomfort. Even an immortal cannot fight against the might of nature. Yet when thousands of them are gathered on one battlefield, they surely can. The only way to fight them is to allow them to gain more land, and have them spread thinly so their force is diluted, remarked Elena, though her voice remained regal and devoid of stress. "Why not use this opportunity to request intervention from the crystal race? With such a massive threat on their borders, surely now they have to intervene," said Saber impatiently. Immediately though, Lex noticed something strange. Neither Cornelius nor Elena reacted too strongly to the suggestion, as if they already knew it was bound to fail. "Unfortunately I have some bad news," Lex said at that point, lest the silence pervade too long. "I visited the Crystal Nation personally, and even shared some of the details of what we will discuss today with them. Yet instead of worrying about the issue, they attempted to assassinate me. I am afraid they might be complicit in the scheme afoot." Suddenly, all heads turned towards Lex in shock. The crystals tried to assassinate him, and he's still alive. Chapter 704. Secret conversations. Extending their spirit sense to examine a peer could be considered rude, and some might even take great offense to it. But in the Earth Immortal realm, why would they need to purposefully extend their senses? At this range, just their eyesight could gather more information than just sight. When they focused on Lex, mostly out of instinct due to the shocking news they heard, they immediately noticed that he was merely a projection. His real body was not around. This once again startled them. How was it possible to have such a perfect projection without any trace of the link to the real body? If they had not focused, they would not have noticed at all. Before they could resolve their confusion, though, a tingle in the back of their necks, a sensation soft and barely perceptible, grabbed their attention. It was a sign of a warning. Their bodies were reacting defensively to something extremely, extremely dangerous. While Lex was still smiling as ever, the warmth on his person changed to frigid coldness for barely a second. Still, the second passed and Lex returned to his usual self, while the sensation of impending danger passed. But now everyone was acting warily. Clearly, that had been a soft warning from Lex. None here had any intention of acting rudely, since none of them could compete with the power radiating from the letter. Yet all of them were extremely confident, and had something to rely on should they get into trouble. Their deep heritage and secret weapons were the source of their confidence, but they were quickly reminded that they weren't the only ones with secrets. Lex was quite pleased with the reaction the immortals showed. It was very important he retained control of the situation, which was harder to do in a room full of not only immortal beings, but leaders among their respective races. To stimulate the sense of danger, he had momentarily powered on his dragon's wake formation. The powerful and threatening aura it radiated was far above the limits of this world, so it was usually a strong deterrent. This time, Lex did not turn it on all the way, as he did not know how they would react if they realized the power was above their world's limit, for if anyone had the potential to notice this detail, it was one of those here. But just stimulating the formation was enough to pass a subtle warning. Yes, like I said, they attempted to assassinate me the moment I shared the news with them. As a result, I did not even get to share the invitation with them. It's hard to keep secrets when the invitations were sent to so many, but unless someone specifically shared the news with them, it is likely they do not even know about this meeting. Silence pervaded the room as everyone contemplated what this meant, not only for this meeting but the general situation of their realm. It was while they were contemplating that the final two expected guests arrived at the inn. The sentinel was humanoid and was wearing something that looked like a knight's armor, but instead of metal it was made of a bone-like material. Beside him was a short yet fat insect-like creature that looked like a large, chubby grasshopper. That would be the Poliad. Lex teleported to them, and after extending his greeting, led them to the meeting room. As he had done before, Cornelius was the first to welcome the newcomers. "Abras, I see you haven't croaked yet," Cornelius said, looking at the sentinel wearing a look of schadenfreude. "Your fist is not as strong as you assume. You'll have to try harder if you wish to kill me," the sentinel replied, once again speaking directly in the mind. The sentinels were a unique spirit-based species, meaning that while they were mostly spirit creatures, they also possessed physical bodies, which is what made them unique in that category. Unfortunately, their bodies happened to be their greatest weakness. But despite such a glaring weakness, they could not be considered a weak race, for they were far superior in terms of spirit control and manipulation than humans could ever be. "Critter, I have long looked forward to meeting you," Cornelius said, looking at the Poloid, not bothering to reply to Abras. Critter waved its antennae and its thoughts were transmitted to those around it. "Cornelius, you bastard, I know full well that you grilled one of our dukes to try as a delicacy." Everyone in the room looked at Cornelius with a strange expression, while only Edward looked at him with some admiration. As completely unperturbed by the accusation, he responded, "Come now, Critter, it's not like Poloids haven't attacked humans before. Not to mention everyone knows what happens when Poloids take back their victims' bodies to the hive. Don't be the kettle that calls the pot black." Critter's body trembled with rage, but he did not escalate the situation. It did, however, have to vent its anger somewhere, and the Craven became his victims. Who the hell can tell me what's going on with the new Craven invasion? They've yet to reach our new borders, but if we don't stop them now, the whole realm will be their playground. This game has gone on long enough. We need to join hands together lest one of you soon repeat the history of the Poloids. There was aggressiveness and anger in Critter's message, but Lex also suddenly realized something. His words, seemed to be referring to certain shared secrets. He instantly entered a state of flow and noticed peculiarities in the speech of the various leaders. At face value they meant one thing, but a deeper analysis would reveal hidden meanings. For when last has history seen the representatives of so many of the races gathered together for a meeting? Cornelius had said while praising him, but the statement also left room for another interpretation. A meeting such as this, where the leaders of the various races were brought together, might have occurred before as well. Who had the power to summon all the races save the crystal race, but they seemed too uninterested in foreign affairs to do so. It is not often when one receives an invitation radiating so much power. It is a habit of mine to make powerful friends, was said by Elena when she arrived, but her words also insinuated that this was not the first time she had witnessed such a powerful aura. But the aura of the Innkeeper was deep and powerful, and only Dao Lords dared claim its equal, yet no Dao Lords could exist in this realm. Where had she felt such an aura before? But wait, what I want to know is where so many immortals came from. Saber had asked when talking of the Craven, yet Lex recalled that no one explicitly answered his question, or even referred to it again. Instead, Elena had directly led the conversation into the Trollops' ongoing fight with them. Later, when Saber asked about requesting the crystal's intervention, Cornelius and Elena did not take it seriously, nor did they bother explaining why such an action was destined to fail. So many hints, yet Lex had overlooked them all. It was only when Critter finally arrived and blatantly called the war with the Craven a game that Lex finally noticed the strange environment. It was as if there were two different conversations going on in this room. One was on the surface, and the words were taken literally as they were said. The second conversation seemed to be hidden behind clever phrases and specific wording, and between those who were already in the know about certain matters. No, wait, perhaps there were even more than two secret conversations going on, but Lex had not picked up on them yet. As far as he could tell, Saber was left out and did not know the secret. There was also a possibility that Abras did not know either, though he had not said much yet, so it was hard to judge his position. Lex quickly recalled all his political and history-related lessons back at the academy and to see what he knew about Saber. Since the Varn were allies of the humans and shared a large border, knowledge about them was pretty prevalent and they had learned about them in great detail. Right, he recalled in one of his lessons that the latest Varn monarch, Saber, had only come into power around 100 years ago, and inherited the position from his uncle who was badly wounded in a battle with the Craven. The old king had since then been in retreat to heal from his injuries. Lex's eyes gleamed as stood in silence and allowed the conversation to continue moving forward. The more these realm leaders spoke, the more secrets Lex would be able to uncover. Even if we ally together, which battlefield would we tackle first? Whose lands would first receive reinforcements while whose lands would be left unprotected? Joining hands together is unrealistic. Or at least it would have been, but we have a new player on the table now. Abras, who had just spoken, turned and looked at Edward. Before this, monsters had only ever been viewed as the enemy of all life. Could that possibly change? Chapter 705. True deity. Under the influence of his vigorous cultivation, as well as many techniques that he learned specifically for this day to keep him in top shape, Pivarti looked fresh and seemed energetic as he went through one ceremony after another. For some ceremonies he was required to act, for example pledging his allegiance to the royal family, while for others he had to sit in the middle of a crowd while they used him as a prop. The situation was less than ideal, but fortunately he would only have to go through this awkward procedure only once, hopefully, since if he had to go through it again it meant he was once again getting married. Despite his appearance, however, the man was actually feeling quite nervous and uneasy. Although he was making the best decision for his future, and if all went well with the war, the resources at his disposal would be tremendous. His ascent to greatness would become but a matter of time, yet he could not really claim to be completely enamored by his intended. Her personality was slightly extreme, and even now he could not forget how she had used him so blatantly, all in the efforts to test out his loyalty. But there wasn't much he could do about that anymore. He would have to learn how to get along with her. Hopefully things would work out for the best. For a moment he became weak in the knees, but there were too many techniques and medicine keeping him in top shape, so he recovered instantly. For some unknown and completely unrelated reason, Pivarti made a resolution to surpass the Earth Immortal Realm and ascend from the Crystal Realm as quickly as possible. He wasn't losing out if he didn't make it, but he had to at least try. "Don't worry bro, just another hour of this before you get to see your lovely bride, teased his sister. How could she not know his thoughts? Would she really be his sister if she didn't tease him about exactly what scared him? As a special surprise gift for you, I've already made arrangements for you two to attend a special honeymoon vacation with a group of 5 other newly married couples. Love Island is highly recommended by all my friends. Despite all eyes being on him, Pivarti couldn't help but groan. The day had started so beautifully with an amazing sight of a new flock on the horizon. But just as the flock disappeared and took the beautiful hues painted in the sky with them, so too was Pivarti's confidence disappearing. Edward, who was sipping on a warm malt, paused and smiled as all eyes turned on him. As uncomfortable as he felt under Cornelius' scrutinizing gaze, it wasn't as if he was afraid. Much like Zagan, who had the title of Ocean King, he too had a title that had been passed down the ages. His current gentle and mellow demeanor was a result of him gaining sentience and thus being able to suppress his urges, but that was not how history had described him. Back in his youth, when he was a little wild, due to his inborn hatred for light, he hunted down and fought with many Saul birds. In fact, he had hunted them and managed to kill so many young ones that the divine energy flowing through their bodies had altered his own body, making him immune to heat, and giving him an aspect of divinity. Thus, he was called Edward, the divine retribution. All of that was a way of saying that essentially, he was not a weakling. He just had new hobbies these days, and avoided fighting when possible. I don't know why you say we monsters are new players, he said between sips, the foam hanging on his upper lip like a mustache. Monsters have been fighting Craven from the very beginning. Their territories are laden with darkness since all the blasted birds left, and are like a safe haven for monsters. So many of the territories you have forsaken, we monsters have already reclaimed. This news came as a surprise to everyone except Lex, who had been receiving detailed briefs from Rick about his conversations with Edward. Free from the interference of your races, and with only the Craven who are more focused on expansion than maintaining their lands, we have founded our own country. We thought it would be hard, but since the Craven always focus on invading your lands, they can barely spare the power to fight us. In fact, the horde of immortal Craven also bypassed our lands entirely, still only focusing on you. It was quite convenient. It won't be long before the realm is held by not only 7 major races, but 8. A shocking silence filled the room as everyone tried to wrap their heads around what the monster was saying. They had never, not once, taken the monsters seriously. They had existed for millions, or even hundreds of millions of years, but there had never been a precedent as such. Why were these unusual things happening now? Oh wait, if you count the Craven, that makes 9 races. Lex was all too content to fade into the background and continue to listen to the conversation between rulers, but something unusual grabbed his attention. 2 especially powerful immortals entered the inn. Though they looked like normal humans, for some reason Lex could not focus on their appearance at all. He teleported away to address the situation. The Craven will never be counted as a dominant race of this realm. They are not rulers, they are nothing but vile vermin. They are a plague, nothing but a virus that has infected this realm, spreading disease and absorbing its life force. A pest dedicated to being the biggest nuisance it can be. But in the end, that's all they'll ever be. It's only a matter of time before they're wiped out, said Critter, his voice absolutely dripping with hate and disgust. There was no race that hated the Craven quite as much as the Poloids, and even among them Critter was especially hateful. Even now, he was restraining himself because of the company he was in. It is not up to a loser to define the place of a winner, said a soft yet firm voice, startling not only Critter, but everyone in the room. Until they heard the voice, no one even noticed the arrival of the 2 new guests who had joined them. A handsome man stood next to a beautiful woman, both radiating an aura of power and peace. They stood casually, yet it was as if they demanded absolute worship and obedience. Moreover, none of them could recall the appearance of these 2. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Firing, Cornelius said, looking at the man, his voice both humble and solemn. Likewise, Lady Isel, I am extremely honored. I have always wanted to meet you both. The rest of the leaders also all extended their greeting, all except Edward, who only looked at the 2 with a mix of aggression and fear. Lex, who had already met the 2, did not say much, but he completely understood the feeling these leaders were experiencing. After all, to ensure there were no problems, Lex had scanned these 2 guests as soon as he went to them. The results had surprised him. Name, firing age, 1,430,000,001 sex, male cultivation details, Earthen Deity Earth Immortal Equivalent Species. Sol Bird Midnight in Prestige Level. 1 remarks, a true worshipped deity. No mortal may gaze upon the face of a deity, in case they are ugly and not worthy of worship. Name, Isel Age, 1,430,000,001 Sex, Female Cultivation Details, Earthen Deity Earth Immortal Equivalent Species, Frio Bird Midnight in Prestige Level, 1 remarks, a true worshipped deity. No mortal may gaze upon the face of a deity, in case she is too beautiful and you fall in love with a grandma that predates your entire ancestry. He had no idea how they knew about this meeting, considering he never sent them an invite, but the primogenitors of the Sol and Frio Bird had arrived to attend the meeting. Moreover, their arrival had confirmed a suspicion Lex had, which was that the Sol and Frio Birds were deities. But based on that logic, weren't there too many deities in the crystal realm? He was under the impression that deities were rare and powerful, but it seemed not. To be fair, he had drawn conclusions without doing much research on the matter, something he would remedy soon. But now, looking at them, another suspicion formed in Lex's mind. Once, long ago, he found a seemingly ordinary rock which produced the divine essence, something he had used on himself and even sold at the inn. Now he had confirmed that the realm was teeming deities in the form of Sol and Frio Birds, though he suspected the original two were the only ones that counted as true deities. Considering the very limited time he had spent here, there was a very real possibility that there were many more deities here as well. Maybe the crystal realm was especially suited to giving birth to deities. Depending on how easy or hard that was in other realms, that may be a significant feature someone from a stronger realm might covet. Chapter 706. Glow, there is no reason to focus so much on unnecessary etiquette, Firing said in response to everyone greeting him and expressing how honored they were to meet him. For too long neither he nor Isel left their abode within the Crystal Nation, so only the most privileged of the Crystal race had the opportunity to meet them. Instead, our time would be better served focusing on the purpose of this meeting. No one took offense to the bluntness displayed by Isel. All the races in the entire realm depended on the Sol and Frio birds, so no one was about to pick a fight with the first ever Sol bird. Besides, there was one simple truth in life that no one could deny, which was that might was right. Firing was the oldest living, and one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful being in their realm. With both the power to forcefully suppress them, and the influence to damn their entire race to the darkness, not to mention the fact that he was literally a deity, he could walk into any room and take complete command, and no one would object. Well, almost no one, since Lex was more intrigued than intimidated by him. Indeed, now that all the relevant parties are here, we should officially begin, said Cornelius. Lex twitched his lips. He was enjoying their previous discussions as he was learning so much without putting in any effort. Nevertheless, there was no point in delaying the matter. Very well, since you're all here, we should delve right into it and stop wasting time, said Lex as he took control of the conversation. From within his pocket he took out the invitation that had been sent out, attracting everyone's attention to the latent aura contained within. I'm sure everyone is quite concerned about the darkness that ripples through the lands, he said, quoting the invite, while simultaneously opening the invitation so that Firing and Isel could read the content, while you're also no doubt wondering about why the invite claims that the Crystal race is complicit in the conspiracy. No doubt, based on the timing of the invitation, alongside the Crystal race's long history of non-interference in the Craven War, it is easy to assume that this meeting is regarding the Craven. Lex paused and looked at all the various leaders who were simply and silently looking at him, waiting for him to reveal the key information. Firing and Isel, on the other hand, were silently reading the letter without any outward display of shock or concern over the strength contained within. In a manner of speaking, Lex's purpose in calling them here was already complete, for the importance and relevance of this wedding had already surpassed any other simple wedding. But, if an important alliance or decision could be made today, the quest rating was no doubt going to shoot up, so Lex was still going to try his best and manipulate the situation to his advantage. And, if in the meantime, he somehow learned about the anomaly, then it would be like getting two birds with one stone. The truth is, the most pressing matter for us to face is not the Craven, but something else. He suddenly summoned in Toro, thus diverting everyone's attention to the Trolop. Some time ago, I felt an unusual aura. Slowly and in great detail, Lex began to explain how he ended up discovering the cosmic erosion elixir. Before he explained what it was, he described the behavior of the liquid in great detail, and then had Toro corroborate everything he said. He even allowed Toro to be questioned by the leaders. The only thing they could not do was produce the elixir for them to see for themselves, as it had by now evaporated. Intrigued by the strange liquid, I sought the advice of my senior, the one who wrote the invitations, and learned what the liquid was. It's called Cosmic Erosion Elixir. Lex continued on to explain in detail what the elixir was, and what its presence meant. While he was speaking, he paid extra attention to the actions and reactions of each of the leaders. Despite their stoic expressions initially, he was able to pick out growing solemnity on their faces while he spoke. Well, for all except the birds, whose faces he could not see, and Critter, since he did not know how to determine the expressions of an insect. There was a reason why he expressly revealed that he himself did not write the invitations, and instead gave the credit to his mysterious senior. First of all, Cornelius would know his history in the crystal realm quite well, so it was impossible to pretend as such in front of him. Secondly, he wanted to reveal the backing of the Midnight Inn, which could transport him across realms. Sure, the drawback was that they were likely to treat him with great suspicion, but since he was telling the truth, mostly, everything he said was verifiable. Once he was finished, silence pervaded the room. Everyone was having a tough time wrapping their heads around the news that their realm itself was facing destruction. As if the Craven invasion was not enough. To say that the crystal race is complicit or even aware of this is a grave accusation, Cornelius said finally, his voice low and solemn. How can you be sure that they are involved in this matter? Of course, I cannot say for certain, said Lex while shrugging. All I can say is that my luck must be horrible if they aren't. When I entered the crystal realm, at the border I met Lord Belmont. Considering my limited connection in the crystal race, I revealed this information to him. He immediately tried to assassinate me. All I can say is that if they aren't involved in this collectively, then I must have some kind of luck to run into the one crystal who is. Cornelius pursed his lips for a moment before speaking once again. Still, that's not enough information to condemn the whole race. Further investigation is needed. Lex shrugged and said, the realm itself is on the path to destruction because of some anomaly. I've already explained that the elixir doesn't form under normal circumstances. For the entire realm to be suffering from some issue would require a very powerful force, or perhaps a very powerful race, to be pulling the strings from behind the scene. Think about it. I've already told you of the great benefits that the elixir can give, and that's just an accidental product formed from the situation. Imagine the kind of benefits one can possibly get if they're willing to compromise the entire realm. I'm not saying it necessarily as the crystal race. After all, how so many immortal cravens suddenly came to be is also a mystery not yet resolved. Saber looked absolutely horrified, as Lex's possible explanation for the immortal craven was the most plausible theory he had heard yet. The others, though, did not seem to give it too much thought. If you do not mind, I would like to verify this myself, said Firing, his voice still calm and level though he had suddenly become polite. If you could remove the spatial formation around your tavern for a short while, I can communicate with the realm to investigate its health. Now that I know there might be some issue, it'll be easier to detect. Lex raised an eyebrow, but then acquiesced, and temporarily disabled the formation around the tavern. A moment later, the building began to glow. Unable to take the pressure from the ceremonies, Pivarti sped through them and began the journey portion of the day's activities. Yet the moment he stepped out of his home, hundreds of people following behind, a warm glow engulfed the town, originating from the tavern itself. An omen, someone cried. It's a good omen. The union of the Lord and Lady will bring light to the land. Their child will be the savior of the realm. As if taken by the yell, the crowd of guests turned to look at Pivarti with heated eyes. Pivarti himself, however, was cursing his stupid sister. He could always easily identify her antics. Just you wait, he murmured under his breath, and began thinking of potential suitors for his sister. In the distance, a crystal was flying towards Babylon leisurely. Since Lex had already revealed the location of his tavern, it was only a matter of time before Ezio arrived with his clone. After all, he still owed the young lad a secret. Suddenly, the horizon began to glow, and an overwhelming aura spread out from the distance. Ezio frowned, and sped up. A small craven, the size of an average lion, walked calmly through the streets of Babylon. No one had detected him so far, not to the citizens he was passing by. Nor the hordes of immortals gathered for the wedding or even the many leaders from different countries. The two deity birds might have possibly noticed him, but they could not be bothered to care about a random craven. As a result, it was taking its time and enjoying itself while it waited for its reinforcements. Since he had already arrived here, might as well make a mess of things. Then, incidentally, the building he was passing by began to glow. Chapter 707. Try to be vague. Lex disabled the spatial formation which allowed the two deities to reconnect to the space of the entire realm. As they felt their connections re-established, the two held hands and began channeling their powers. At this proximity, Lex had to bear the full brunt of their power, which was far from easy. The only reason he didn't have to use Harden and other abilities to resist the pressure was because he was a projection. If his clothes were normal, they would have been shredded under the weight of the two birds' oppressive aura, yet since he was merely a projection, his clothes rippled softly as if they really were being buffed by the aura. This close, other than the overwhelming oppressiveness of their aura, Lex could also distinctly feel how the divine power they channeled differed from spiritual energy. It was remarkably uniform, unlike spiritual energy, which was actually a generic name for a broad range of energies that could be used for cultivation. He also felt like it would be difficult because it was about as pure as it could be, and it was also unlikely that the concentration could be increased either. In fact, likely the only metric that changed in divine energy as one went from a certain level to a higher one was quantity. Of course, that was just Lex's guess. He could not confirm anything, as his experience with divinity was still too limited. He vaguely remembered that in the Origin realm there was a religion dedicated to the butter knife deity, aka Lex himself, and that the inn was collecting accumulated divine energy on his behalf. Maybe he should try taking control of it back and see if he was able to use it. The two birds began to emit a glow which combined together to form a white, holy light that seemed to encompass the world. The light suddenly grew in brightness, and passed through the walls of the tavern as if they were glass. Soon the entire building began to glow as the birds communicated with the realm, whatever that meant. He turned to look at the others and found that each one was observing the birds with great intrigue, except for Edward, whose skin seemed to be sparkling for some reason. He had a grimace on his face like he was constipated or something. Well, you couldn't ask a monster to be comfortable in so much light. The light kept glowing for a few minutes, but just as it began to dim, another considerably powerful person entered the tavern. This should not have been a concern since many immortals would be attending the wedding, save for the fact that Lex recognized the person. It was Ezio, the Crystal Race member who Lex visited in prison. Or, more likely his clone. Lex frowned, then he sighed and teleported to him. Since he was here, he might as well be brought to the meeting as well. By the time Lex returned, the birds had stopped glowing. But before getting into the matter, everyone looked at Lex, who was now bringing a Crystal Race member into the room. Everyone, this is Ezio. He happened to be there when Belmont tried to assassinate me. He also heard my revelation at the time. Since everyone wants to investigate thoroughly, we can ask Ezio what the Crystal Race has done about this issue in the time since they've learned about it. From his tone, Ezio could tell that Lex's regard for him, as well as the Crystal Race, had dropped drastically, but all he could do was smile wryly. He was a little surprised by the dignitaries in the room, and did not need an introduction to recognize them all. After all, since his real body was stuck in prison, it had nothing better to do than keep up with current events. Although your argument was evidence-based, the Crystal Race cannot simply act on unverified information. Since then, they have begun investigating the phenomenon that you have claimed. It is only a matter of time before its veracity is verified. No need to bother, Firing said, his voice just barely more solemn than before. I have already checked. The stability of the realm is greatly compromised. Due to the young nature of the realm, before the state of affairs reaches a level where the instability is obvious to the general public, the barrier on the edges of the realm will collapse and unfiltered chaos energy will destroy everything. I have never witnessed such a thing, so my calculations may be wrong, or may have overlooked certain important factors. Nonetheless, I estimate, within 70 years, the barriers will break and all life will end. The collapse of the realm itself should follow soon after. Overwhelming shock gripped almost everyone in the room, followed quickly by extreme horror. Yet they did not exhibit their feelings in silence, as Saber stumbled back until he hit the wall, mostly because Elena had lost control of herself and her size increased massively. The glass slipped out of Edward's hands and fell onto the floor, but no one other than Lex paid any attention to that. 70 years before the realm is destroyed. That's nothing, Lex. Since your senior was able to identify the elixir, and explain the problem, he may have some knowledge on the matter. Is it possible to have him identify what is causing this problem? My senior is busy opening up a new realm of his own, Lex said while shaking his head. He won't be able to spare the time. Everyone, Ezio especially, were startled upon hearing Lex's claim. Opening up his own realm. Did he mean a minor realm and forget to say minor? If not, they could not even imagine what level this senior was on. Silence pervaded in the room once again. Based on what Lex could determine, many of them already seemed to have some idea of what caused the issue, but for whatever reason seemed hesitant to mention it. Even the almighty and noble dive birds were silent. It was Ezio, instead, who recovered the quickest from the news. Lex, I once told you that for every secret you share with me, I'll share one with you as well. Since the secret you shared was a big one, I'll likewise enlighten you with something significant. Many years ago, I decided that I wanted to erase from history all traces of a relationship the Crystal Realm had with a certain entity. Many in the room shivered, Cornelius included, as Ezio said those words. There are certain things, even I cannot say. But, to make a long story short, all my efforts were to erase reminders of a very shameful truth. The Crystal Realm is nothing but a big farm. How are farms taken care of? The soil is prepared with fertilizers and is tilled, and once the season is right, the crops are planted and the produce is allowed to grow. For a moment he paused, as if he was having a tough time speaking, yet no one interrupted or corrected him. I've heard that a massive war has broken out. It seems the produce of the realm was lacking, and so special measures were taken for an especially ripe harvest this time around. Since the Craven have arrived with countless immortals, and none of the nations seem fit to fight them off, it should soon be time for our heroes to show up and save the day. Surely we will be extremely grateful for their efforts and build monuments to their achievements. His last sentence was ripe with sarcasm, but his eyes only depicted pain and despondence. You know, if you tried really hard, you could manage to be even more vague than that, said Lex in a rare display of irritation. If he had crossed the entire realm to reach the Crystal Nation, and all Ezio was going to reveal to him was the badly written blurb of a random fiction novel, then his irritation was justified. Before Ezio could answer, Saber burst out in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Don't spout nonsense about farming and harvesting. This is the fate of the realm we're talking about, so focus. Or are you Crystal Race too noble to concern yourselves with this matter too? All anyone in the Crystal Realm has done for the past few hundred years is fight with the Craven. It's only the mortals who have time for things like farming. Many in the room exchanged looks, but no one answered Saber. I think we should focus on the matter at hand instead of getting sidetracked, said Firing, suppressing the agitated Saber with his aura. Lex, you managed to bring everyone here, and spread this important news. Your merits are unquestionable. Still, since you were aware of such a problem already, you must have already spent some time looking for a solution, right? The time for exchanging and discussing secrets will come later. Naturally, I have already looked into how this problem can be fixed, said Lex. After all, he had to ensure he remained relevant to the meeting, or once he revealed the information, the various leaders might decide to continue the meeting elsewhere. Chapter 708. Murderous Eyes. All eyes were once again on Lex. As an outsider, besides the backing of someone powerful, Lex needed something concrete to remain relevant as things progressed. One way or another, he planned on figuring out the reason for the anomaly from the group gathered here. Also, yes, it would be nice if they can save the realm, thereby ensuring the continued existence of trillions of living beings or perhaps even more. But life would not end once he completed those tasks. He would continue with his other endeavors, and his connection with the Crystal Realm would also continue to persist. In that case, the best-case scenario would be if he used this current opportunity to build a strong relationship with these people. But building a relationship wasn't enough. He had to make it so that they would be the ones to consider him an important contact to have. Having the solution to a destabilizing realm was one of the ways he planned on achieving such an image. Before we can fix anything, we have to identify how the problem was caused. Unless we know what exactly is causing the realm's decline, there is no solution that will work. Or at least, I don't know any way to go about it. Instead of elaborating on the issue further, Lex became silent and stared at the group. Now it was up to them. If they knew what the issue was, they would have to tell him. If they had suspicions, they had to confirm it. If they had neither, then he would direct them. Either way, he would come out as the winner since he could complete this long-pending quest. As if to insinuate that the issue might have something to do with what they were speaking of before, Lex turned to look at Ezio. He only had an awkward expression on his face, as if he was struggling to say something. "All right, I've seen enough of this," said Isel, her voice cold and frigid. One could not say her voice was emotionless, for one could clearly discern annoyance and irritation in her voice. A long life at the top of the food chain has made you falsely arrogant and prideful. There is no shame in bowing one's head when one is weaker. The matter at hand is quite simple. Since you know of many matters, have you heard of Ventura? I have heard of it, said Lex, refusing to elaborate on the extent of his knowledge. He remembered Luther once brought the matter of workers possibly going to Ventura to progress their study, but Lex had refused. It posed too many risks. It only makes sense that you have. Ventura is the foremost academy for cultivation in the entire universe. They accept students from any race so long as they are skilled or talented enough, and of course as long as you can afford their tuition. Or, if you are specially recruited or go through some scholarship program, in which case you can avail all that they have to offer for free. We even have some of their top-performing students among us. She paused, momentarily, to look at Cornelius, followed by Elena. Neither of them shied away from the stare, and continued to listen in silence as if they were not the ones being talked about. Such an organization, due to its massive size, naturally requires many resources. It also needs to continuously gather extremely talented students. One of the ways to do both is to assume control over a realm still in its early development, and artificially manufacture a conflict. There is no greater motivation to improve oneself than the threat of death. Lex noticed that both Saber and Edward reacted the strongest to the news, betraying their ignorance. Yet as Saber was about to speak, or no doubt scream and yell, Critter put one of its bony legs on his shoulder, as if to dissuade him. Ultimately, the Varn remained silent and kept on listening. You're saying that Ventura purposefully sent the Craven here to wage war in the hopes of spurring the growth of multiple talented cultivators who could be students, Lex said calmly, as if he was making sure what he heard was correct. Yet oddly, as he spoke, his voice was devoid of all emotions. You probably use the academy to nurture talents, and pick out potential students for Ventura no doubt, Lex continued, looking at Cornelius. But, based on what I'm hearing, Ventura has no reason to want to harm the Crystal Realm. For all intents and purposes, the realm is a resource they can continue to use indefinitely as it grows. They can control its history for perpetuity, and benefit for an untold number of years. Why would they give up such a cash cow? Things are not so straightforward, Cornelius explained this time. Ventura is an extremely large organization, the likes of which is beyond our understanding. As such, there are many subsidiary branches as well, such as Ventura Gold or Prima, as well as others. The branch that has control over the Crystal Realm is Ventura Chaotic Gold. As such, the management of Ventura falls completely under the control of that branch head for Chaotic Gold, and he can do as he wishes. Who knows what he's thinking? You said yourself that the Cosmic Erosion Elixir was an extremely precious resource, but its production was mere happenstance. Who knows what other resources he can take out if he meticulously designs the destruction of the realm? Lex pursed his lips and frowned as he considered what to do. He received no notification, which meant that the quest was not complete. Knowing that Ventura was somehow controlling the realm to farm out students did not seem to be enough to count as figuring out what the anomaly was. He needed specific answers. Moreover, since the anomaly was what resulted in him accidentally entering the realm from the origin realm, he suspected it had something to do with that. This seems fine, but won't the students who join Ventura be resentful when they learn that Ventura was the one causing war in their realm? Just because Chaotic Gold Ventura controls this realm, it does not mean that is where students will have to go. Which academy a student is put into is the result of an extensive and rigorous test. If a student is talented enough, and contributes sufficiently to the academy, they can apply to have the realm left alone. I myself have also transitioned from a student to an aide. If I make enough contributions, or if I get promoted enough to rival the branch manager for Chaotic Gold, I can also apply to have control of the realm transferred. Alright, so we have concluded that Ventura is likely the reason for the anomaly. How do we progress from here? Unless the anomaly itself is identified, there's nothing we can do to remedy the situation. Isel was about to continue speaking when Lex's eyes widened in horror. A massively powerful attack had landed on the formation surrounding the tavern, and instantly destroyed it. Before he could react, another attack landed on the building. The entire tavern trembled, and even seemed to wobble as an extremely savage aura swept through it. Although the building had survived the attack, for some reason Lex did not know yet, all the windows had shattered. Much of the furniture seemed to survive inexplicably, but an immense amount of destruction was also wrought. The spatial formation Lex used to control the space around the tavern, as well as all its protective formations and the Dragon's Wake formation had all been destroyed. But that was far from all. As Lex entered his overdrive state, which allowed his brain to work faster and more efficiently than normal, he swept the tavern with his senses and discovered that all of his workers were injured. Betty, Big Ben's wife, seemed to be in the worst possible condition. He immediately teleported away, not bothering to give any one of the leaders in the room any instructions. Although the power of the attack was far beyond anything Lex could manage or even hope to handle, he was able to identify the kind of signature it carried. It bore the unique aura of a craven in the immortal realm. He was sure they would take care of things without his prompting. Lex teleported over to the kitchen, where Betty and Nani lay unconscious. Looking at the scene, Lex felt extremely aggrieved as well as furious. Due to the fact that he was here as a projection, his instincts were dulled and he was not able to anticipate the attack. As a result, the worst-case scenario was happening. He teleported again, this time to the only person he could give orders to at the moment. Rick, take the golden keys and crush them in each person's hand. Send them to the inn immediately. Rick, who had a loyal follower in the form of a monster catfish, had managed to survive the attack with the least amount of damage. Though that was not saying much, as even with the protection of the monster fish, he looked like he was on death's door. Lex had already given all of his workers golden keys to use in case of an emergency. It was unfortunate that the attack had come so unexpectedly that no one had a chance to use them at all. With orders given, Lex teleported to the roof with murder in his eyes. He wanted to see who the hell was attacking his tavern. Chapter 709. The Innkeeper descends. A few seconds was all it took, if even that, for Lex to teleport, give Rick his orders and then teleport to the roof. But the sight that greeted him was not at all the peaceful and vibrant town of Babylon that was in the midst of a wedding celebration. Fortunately, it was not carnage either. The town, and the entire world in fact, seemed to have lost a lot of substance. Everything had become a mirage, or projection through which they could walk. The only thing of substance that remained was the tavern, and a number of entities locked in furious battle. A dozen craven were gathered outside, and were all at the immortal realm. It was their joint attacks which had completely destroyed the formations around the tavern. Lex had no idea how exactly the tavern itself had survived the attack when even the formations failed, and could only interpret it to the dribble oak wood which all the wood in the tavern had been upgraded to. But it was uncertain how long that wood would have continued to survive the onslaught if so many immortals kept attacking. But it just so happened that within the seemingly mundane building were gathered the strongest beings in the realm, one and all. Before the craven could let out their third attack, the two deities used their divine powers to isolate them from the rest of the realm, lest their fight kill all the nearby civilians. The rest of them did not hold back, and attacked with full fury. Saber was especially lethal, as his attacks betrayed common sense, his anger and frustrations at recent revelations warping his state of mind. Now that he had found a completely acceptable and reasonable outlet, why should he hold himself back? It had to be noted that there were more than a few immortals in Babylon, so just a dozen craven should not have been able to so effortlessly infiltrate. But then again, even among the craven these few were far from ordinary. Moreover, they had already made preparations beforehand. All the immortals who did not happen to be inside the tavern were suffering from severely weakened powers at the moment. The craven had deployed a very special kind of poison in the air that only targeted immortals. Incidentally, dribble oak wood also cleaned and filtered the air, so no one in the tavern was affected. By the time Lex arrived on the rooftop, all the fighters had spread out and it was as if their savagery knew no bounds. The level of this fight was way beyond Lex, and if he were in Babylon any single one of the attacks being thrown around would very seriously injure him, if not kill him outright. Even though Lex could not be blamed for being vulnerable in front of a dozen immortals, he could not help but feel anger and frustration. Aware of the fact that such feelings won't be of any help, Lex simultaneously studied the craven. There was something unusual about this small group, though he was not familiar enough with the craven to pick out what it was. The one thing he did pick up on was that the leader of the group was a very small craven that barely came up to Lex's chest. Yet dwarfism had not prevented the craven from being strong, as it projected the fiercest aura of the group. Clearly, he was the leader. Yet while the others fought, the leader stood unperturbed as he looked towards the two deities. Lex clenched his fist tighter as he looked at the craven, for some reason reminded of his experience with Belmont. He had been slighted by him as well, though not nearly as much. Even then, Lex could not do much but play a few tricks on him. Yes, theoretically Lex could use an array that could reach the immortal level in strength. In fact, he even had the blueprint for such an array, one of the final lessons inside the book hidden within the ring he studied arrays from. Yet he had never been able to complete it, even with all his current strengths. What he wouldn't give to have another butter knife at maximum strength again, but since the knife can only be used inside the tavern, it would be useless in his current situation. The craven and the birds continued to stare at each other, and Lex suspected that they were conversing in spirit sense. "It's done," said Rick weakly, as he entered the roof. He looked pale and was out of breath, but his weakness had not stopped him from acting as quickly as possible. Lex, whose original body was still inside the inn, scanned it and quickly checked up on all his workers. It wasn't that he could ignore his guests who had been hurt at the tavern, but that he only had a limited number of keys at the tavern as he had not expected such a disaster. All of them were in the recovery room, being healed. But just that alone did not guarantee that they would survive. Even tolerating the aura of an immortal could damage the spirit of a mortal, as everyone had suspected of Lex when he first arrived in the Crystal Realm. Suddenly, he stopped and he felt his heart plunge. While their survival was still in question, there was at least one thing that could be confirmed. Betty, Big Ben's wife, who had been expecting, suffered a miscarriage. An ominous cloud began covering the skies at the inn. Anyone who was familiar with the inn's history began wondering who had crossed the innkeeper this time. Maybe there would be something interesting to gossip about soon. But no, the enemy of the innkeeper was not inside the inn this time, and Lex had almost no way of harming him. Almost. He used targeted scan on the lone craven, just to see if he could learn anything about him. Name: Belial Sakrin. Age: 17. Sex: male. Cultivation details. Species: Craven. Remarks: special material detected on target. Acquired to trigger a special quest. Rick, use the card I gave you earlier, said Lex, his voice deep and filled with suppressed emotions. Without asking any questions, Rick reached into his pocket and pulled out an ordinary-looking business card. Yet when he began channeling his spirit energy into the card, things quickly changed. Sensing the same aura they had seen in the invitation Lex showed them, the deities who were negotiating with the craven suddenly turned to look back. On the roof stood two figures, Lex and Rick. Yet a moment later, another projection joined them. The unique, isolated realm they had created around the battlefield trembled for a moment, as a being much more powerful appeared within. It was, of course, the Innkeeper. Like he had done when Luther and the rest were heading off to war, Lex had given Rick one of the Innkeeper's business cards when he went out to deliver invitations just in case he ran into trouble. He had not needed it then, but it came in handy now. Although Lex knew that he had no real power, as the Innkeeper or even as his projection, the system held up to its promise of maintaining a powerful facade. The aura emitted by the projection was quite real, to the point where it began affecting the Crystal Realm. For a realm that could not support even a heaven immortal, the Innkeeper and his associated strength were too much. The clouds in the sky started quivering, as if the clouds themselves were boiling, and a red hue colored the sky, far past the horizon. In that moment, across the Crystal Realm, all monsters suppressed their raving hunger and hid. In that moment, even the most gloriously shining Sol or Frio bird withdrew its feathers, and dove into a hole to hide. In that moment, the Congress in the Crystal Realm came to a halt as their protective formations sent out warnings of impending danger. In that one moment, when the Innkeeper's incarnation descended onto the Crystal Realm, all life seemed to cower. Belial, the craven who stood so confidently in front of the two divine birds, looked up and saw not a person, but a vision of his own death. In the Origin Realm, a Bravenharbinger stood in its study, meticulously polishing its weapon. Bravenharbingers were a race of tall, centaur-like creatures with 6 legs instead of 4, 4 arms instead of 2, and 6 eyes. The males were often 12 feet, 3.6 meters, tall while their females were around 8 feet, 2.4. They had rough gray skin, and usually had long black hair. Like most in his race, this one was fond of close combat, and his weapon was a double-sided blade, meaning a blade extended from both sides of its handle. The blade was 8 inches wide, 20 centimeters, and 5 feet, 1.5 meters, long on each side. Within the polished blade, a smiling reflection of its master was visible. But suddenly, that smile turned into shock. Chapter 710. Games. The isolated realm in which the battle was being fought ultimately did not collapse, but even if it had, it would not matter too much as the fighting had come to a halt. The Craven retreated, and surrounded Belial as they looked up in fear. The various leaders too were stunned still and looked up at the tavern roof. None of them ever doubted Lex's mysterious elder for even a moment, if not for any other reason than because Lex alone would not be able to source the wood for his own tavern. Wood from a tree that specifically required immortals to cut it down was far from simple, and the wood received from it was the least of its boons. Cornelius specially believed Lex had a mysterious background, for he himself had many unique life experiences, and knew the benefits a solid backing afforded one. Although such a background did not take away from the many feats Lex accomplished while at the academy, they did certainly explain why he had the capacity to perform them. But having a mysterious elder, or a strong background, was one thing. Having the entire realm strain under the pressure of a single entity's descent was quite another. Currently, they and the entire realm were at the mercy of this elder. The elder looked down at everyone, his anger threatening to boil out. He wanted nothing more than to smash the Craven into pudding with an earth-shaking punch. But his anger did not make him a fool, nor did the reaction of the realm blind him to the truth that he was not actually as strong as he appeared. He only had the aura of the Innkeeper. While the aura could be used for intimidation, and perhaps a few other minor things, it certainly could never be used to attack. As the Innkeeper, Lex looked to his left and saw his own projection there as well. It was a strange sensation looking at a projection of yourself, through yet another projection of yourself, while your mind was connected to both projections. The Innkeeper then turned and looked at the two deities, before turning his gaze to Belial. "I usually ignore the games of children," said the Innkeeper, the usual warmth in his voice turning to bone-chilling indifference. "But what I cannot ignore is that your games hurt my people." He spoke no more, as if his purpose was to clarify that this matter was too far beneath him, and that he would have stayed uninvolved if the matter had not escalated to this degree. Lex had made preparations in case there was trouble, but summoning the incarnation of the Innkeeper was not in his plans. Instead, he had used the scale given by Zagan, and sent Rick out to gather a large number of monsters who would be obedient to whoever held the scale. As weaker monsters, they would naturally defer to the wishes of stronger ones. As a result, some distance from Babylon a small horde of incredibly strong monsters were waiting to be summoned. According to his original plan, if anything were to happen, he would use his formations to stall them while he summoned his monsters to provide aid. Now though, such a plan would no longer suffice. The new plan, however, still started with Zagan's scale. He held out his hand, and without prompting Rick handed the incarnation the scale. Without even looking at it, Lex focused all the Innkeeper's aura and surrounded it with the aura, and spoke. "This scale belongs to Zagan, once a monster of the Crystal Realm, now my employee. In exchange for working for me, I allowed him to safely cross the tribulations and enter the Heaven Immortal Realm. In the future, there will be more benefits waiting for him." Although the Innkeeper spoke softly, it seemed to transmit from the scale into each and every monster in the realm. The Innkeeper's aura was causing a strain on the entire realm, which meant there was nowhere in the realm free from his range. By adding the aura of the scale and his voice to the mix, he was able to transmit both across the realm. Of course, only the strongest of the strong could actually detect the aura. Whosoever claims the head of the Craven Belial can avail such an opportunity as well. Just as the Innkeeper finished his message, the scale crumbled as if it could no longer bear the burden it was under. The Innkeeper, too, was ready to depart. The trick about maintaining a mysterious and powerful image was to give others as little information as possible to study. The more time he spent here, the more clues he would leave. Yet just as he was about to depart, his senses picked up something, and he looked up. Above him, in the sky outside the isolated realm, there was a small patch that seemed unaffected by the red hue coloring the sky. The fact that such a tiny patch remained unaffected by the Innkeeper's aura was highly suspicious, but other than looking at it, Lex did nothing. There was no point in pursuing such a matter. The incarnation disappeared. Inside Lex's heart, his anger still remained. Instead of Belial, he wanted all the perpetrators to suffer. But he knew that his means were limited, and using the Innkeeper's identity came with the restrictions of acting as someone of such a station. He said himself that he disdained to act against children, and so he was giving out a slight punishment, which suited his image as someone far above the current situation. If, instead, he targeted everyone, he would seem petty. In that case, it would not make sense that he did not just kill them all himself. Unable to do much more, the incarnation of the Innkeeper vanished, and the realm finally returned to normal. As if he had been freed from some massive restraint, Belial took out a skull from a spatial tool and crushed it, teleporting himself and his retinue far away from the place. The fight ended just as abruptly as it began. Somewhere far away, well within the territory of the Craven, they reappeared. Find out what was the reason for sending to that damned place. Belial roared at his follower, as he felt like he had fallen victim to some grand conspiracy. And have the fort employ its maximum security measures. I'm going to the panic room. Sire, isn't that a little too much? We're back in our own territory now. Surely you have nothing to fear, said one of the other Craven. Underestimating the enemy is the quickest way to die. We have not yet touched upon the deeper secrets of the Crystal Realm. Do not fool yourself into thinking the realm is already ours, Belial replied, his voice filled with anxiety and irritation. Without waiting for more questions, he began to run. If only he could have escaped from this realm entirely, but that was not possible anymore. Inside his heart, Belial cursed out Ventura as he kept running. The deepest, darkest corner of the Crystal Realm was a place that had never seen light, from the moment of the realm's inception. It was a place so deeply guarded, so cleverly hidden, that there was no one, immortal or deity, who could find it if they did not already know of its location. In such a place, there was a temple. The size of the temple was not too large, and was approximately the same as the Earth's moon. Surrounding the temple for millions of miles was one continuous horde of monsters, all kneeling and looking down. For hundreds of millions of years these monsters had existed, and in their entire existence, they had never the courage to look up. Even as the ages passed, and they reached the immortal realm, the monsters remained as docile as possible. The entire existence was merely centered around worship. The target of their never-ending worship was a black bird, oddly similar in its physique to the Sol and Frio birds, though the element this bird had an affinity for was darkness. Vini, the deity of darkness, opened its eyes and all the monsters worshipping it outside trembled. It had felt an aura so overwhelmingly powerful, he was convinced it could free him from the chains of this realm. For a deity, transcending realms was nigh impossible, but with such a powerful ally, it just might be possible. Assemble, it whispered, and the largest army to ever appear in the Crystal Realm stood up from their kneeling position for the first time in their lives. Above Babylon, in the sky, two figures seemed to be looking down at everything. One of them was the Bravenheart from the Origin Realm, while the other was a figure shrouded in mist. Headmaster, did that person actually detect us? The Bravenheart asked, shock riling in his heart. No need to pay him any attention, the headmaster said, perfectly calm. Since he only sent an incarnation here, and did not act out personally, he has shown enough respect to the rules of Ventura. We will not pursue this matter, and he will not interfere in our matters either. After all, between beings of our level, we must show a certain level of understanding for one another. The projection of the headmaster disappeared. He had too many realms to overlook, and could not spend much time dealing with minor problems. Only when matters reached the level of Tao were they barely able to attract his attention. Chapter 711, Quest complete. An awkward peace returned to the isolated realm. The leaders were still spread out where they had been fighting the Craven while the two deities stood in front of the tavern. While the leaders were mostly fine, feeling only embarrassed that the Craven had come and gone and they could do not but watch. They had not even been able to kill a single one, though admittedly it was unfair to ask anyone to kill an immortal in only a few moves. But besides their ego, they suffered no hurt. The ones feeling the most awkward were the two deities. Although they had contributed by bringing the fight to the isolated realm, that was the end of their contribution. Normally that would be more than enough for them, as beings who lorded over the realm and had ultimate power. But Lex was not hiding his dissatisfaction at their lack of participation. To be clear, he had not said anything, but his expression while looking at them was enough. Moreover, although there was no proof, anyone who even glanced at the situation could tell that the two of them were conversing with Belial in secret. Their purposes were hidden for now, but even if they truly were noble or for the greater good, what did that have to do with Lex? By making them aware of the situation he was already contributing massively, yet this was how he was being repaid. Strictly speaking, they did not owe him any help. But when one had such a ridiculously powerful elder, who cared about such trivialities? I, for one, did not share an invitation with the craven. I wonder how they learned about this meeting, Lex mused out loud. He did not accuse anyone outright, but his glare was still pointed at the birds. Even if a secret is kept close, when such significant figures are involved in matters, unless special preparation has been taken to hide or masquerade the tides of fate, it is easy to divine something. They may not necessarily have known about the meeting, only that something significant is happening in this place. Lex looked around and discovered that everything had happened very quickly. Barely a couple of minutes had passed by. Although the tavern had been attacked, the town itself remained wholly unhurt. The wedding could, theoretically, still continue. He had to wrap this up and ensure that the ceremonies were not interrupted, for he really needed a good result for this quest. I am no longer in the mood for a long conversation. How are you planning on discovering the anomaly? Without learning what it is, there can be no remedy. Previously I estimated that the realm had a few decades of time, but due to the strain the realm suffered while your elder arrived, that time has surely reduced, though I cannot say by how much. Taking our time with the matter is no longer advisable. I suggest that since we are already gathered, we take this opportunity to approach the branch head for Ventura Chaotic Gold and ask him directly. Although Ventura is an overwhelmingly strong organization, they are not considered an evil one, or that would affect the number of students they receive. They will surely leave a way out for us. Just as Lex was about to ask how the manager can be contacted, a new figure appeared within the isolated realm. Although Lex had never seen him before, he recognized the race's Bravenharbinger. He had seen one before, Dillian Jormunder, someone who worked for the Henley and had accepted Ragnar's Trillion MP quest. Although, admittedly, this one did look bigger and more intimidating. What could you possibly have to ask me? The massive, gray creature asked, his double-bladed weapon in his hand. The creature's deterrence was incredibly strong, and would have cowed everyone had they not just felt the even stronger aura of Lex's elder. There is something wrong with the realm, said Cornelius, his tone accusatory. Unlike the others, he was an actual member of Ventura, so he was not concerned that he would be attacked. After all, if members of Ventura wanted to fight one another, there was a lot of paperwork that had to be submitted beforehand. The entire realm is deteriorating, and could be destroyed in a number of decades. Oh, so you finally noticed, he said in a completely dismissive tone. He did not seem to think that such a matter deserved such concern. Well, all I can say about that is that you have been quite lax about the craven. You are completely ignoring them and letting them do as they want. Who can you blame but yourselves for not noticing how they are using treasures to feed on the laws of the realm? I told you long ago, when we first met, that the craven were one of the foremost races employed in inter-realm wars. Why did you think that was? Just because they are a little tough to kill? The creature scoffed. They have even used the laws of the realm as raw materials to build an inter-realm portal, connecting this realm to a much, much larger one. While they feed on the foundation of this realm, and artificially create Earth immortals, they have already built themselves an escape route to leave for when they ultimately leave this realm barren and unable to support life. Lex heard the sound of a notification, and had a sneaking suspicion his long-awaited quest was finally complete. Unable to hold back his anticipation, he peeked at the notification. New notification. Quest complete. Source of anomaly detected. System is making adjustments to avoid such anomalies in the future. There was more, but Lex stopped reading for now. The quest was finally over. He could soon move to his own realm. The excitement of it nearly swept away his negative feelings. But he controlled himself and kept his focus on what was happening before him. He would have time to review the notification later. You knew of all this, and yet you did nothing? Elena asked, anger radiating from her voice. You can only blame yourselves for misinterpreting my intentions. I told you all that the pressure of an extinction-level threat will produce many excellent students. You thought I told you to keep the war going so that many students would be born from the pressure. But the truth was, you never needed to hold back. For facing the craven, you really are facing an extinction-level threat. The creature paused, but then shook its head and continued speaking. But you do not need to fret too much. Ventura will not allow the realm to be actually destroyed. An exam is being prepared for some of our elite students who will be sent to the Crystal Realm to destroy the treasures the craven are using to feed on the laws of the realm. At most, the foundation of the realm will be damaged but not destroyed. Of course, if you feel like that is unacceptable, you can fight against the craven yourself. To be honest, you all think that Ventura needs your cooperation to maintain its interests, but that could not be farther from the truth. Whether the war is kept on going, or ended prematurely, it does not affect Ventura at all. After all, we have more than one objective in this realm. Just ask the crystal race if you are interested in knowing more. The creature suddenly paused and looked to the side, where a new figure had emerged from the shadows. Even Lex had failed to detect the new figure, though that was because without the incarnation of the Innkeeper, his senses had all been reduced in potency once again. He was, after all, just a projection. So while I slept, my home has become the playground of giants, said the figure, his voice calm and smooth, and most pleasing to listen to. The new figure showed no animosity towards the Bravenheart who was so callously taking advantage of their realm. After all, it understood the truth of power better than anyone else here. You are finally awake, said Firing in a hushed tone. I could have woken up a long time ago, but what is the point? The deity of crystal has long suppressed us, and betrayed us to these outsiders. Shaking its head, as if it did not want to discuss things, the figure turned and looked towards Lex. The voice I heard earlier said that any who give the head of Belial can be brought out of this realm and provided an opportunity to grow. Does that hold true for deities as well? Yes, said Lex, though he had a suspicion the request was not so easy. But he had faith in the system. Surely it could achieve it. Just to be safe, he should really look into deities, and any restrictions they had. I look forward to being your colleague in the future, the figure said amicably before vanishing. His confidence was through the roof, and he could even easily ignore the oppressive aura of the Bravenheart. Whoever the figure was, he was far from simple. The Bravenheart, instead of being offended, only smiled, and departed, leaving behind a group of unresigned immortals. He is mostly lying, Cornelius told Lex, using his spirit sense. I suspect he was too afraid of your senior, and so made things sound better. There is definitely more to this than it seems. Chapter 712. Wedding. Lex did not turn to look at Cornelius, lest it become obvious that the two were conversing via spirit sense. Still, his curiosity piqued. What makes you think he is lying? He asked. His entire personality has changed all of a sudden. That is the manager of Chaotic Gold Ventura, so his identity is far from common. He sees everyone as beneath him, especially if their cultivation level is low. The last time he was here, he was extremely overbearing. Moreover, he made it abundantly clear that he did not want anyone interfering with the craven. The Poliads, who were the ones being affected the most, were unsatisfied with such a demand, and so he destroyed their entire country in one blow. How else could the craven have taken over an entire country so quickly, but not be able to replicate the feat hundreds of years later with the rest? I cannot say what his true objective is, but I strongly believe that it has something to do with the treasures the craven are using, and maybe this upcoming exam that he mentioned. If his objective is to hold the exam he mentioned, do you think he will interfere in your efforts to stop the destabilization of the realm? No, I don't think so, and I think that has something to do with your elder who came. He must have a special identity, or something we don't know about must have happened, or he would not be behaving so well. There's even a good chance some of us might have died today. Lex reflected on all that had happened. Besides the conversation he had with Cornelius, there were a few more interesting things, for example the shadowy figure that appeared out of nowhere, but could ignore the Ventura branch manager, and seemed to be familiar with the two deities. There was also the conversation they had, about how the crystal deity betrayed them. Did that have something to do with the unusual behavior of the crystal race? Not to mention, although the figure was clearly using divine power, he also strongly radiated the power of monsters. What was his relationship with the monsters? Lex could just assume that he was the reason that the monsters existed in this realm, or were born from the darkness, but then that would make the figure much too powerful, even more than the other two deities. Something was definitely amiss. Although Lex had gotten the answer to his question, which was what the anomaly was, it seemed the mysteries of the crystal realm were far from over. But that did not matter, right now at least. He had a wedding to finish, hopefully. After all, he was not aware of the damage the craven had caused besides attacking his tavern. What's the state of the town? Lex asked out loud. Besides the few who were near the tavern, no one else was hurt. No one even knows about the craven attack, though they most definitely felt the aura. The isolation realm is perfect for such situations, explained Firing. In that case, I have a wedding to finish. Since you've all already arrived, stay till it's over, said Lex, though he could not make demands of them. He was not yet sure if their participation in the events that took place here would count as a part of the wedding yet. Turning back to his tavern, which was in a poor condition, Lex immediately began working. He summoned workers from the inn, much like he had summoned Ash, and got them working on cleaning up the place immediately. Moreover, he had them collect all those who were hurt or harmed and sent them to the inn to be healed. He looked at the formations he had available. Originally, for the tavern, Lex was using formations that were beyond his current authority level. Now, though, he could only stick to what he had. Still, he had grown a lot since he founded the tavern, and so even without the cheats he had decent protection available. Although there were no spatial formations, setting up a protective formation that could block a few attacks from an immortal was still possible, albeit expensive. In half an hour, the place looked brand new, with the only indicator that anything had happened at all was the strange lack of guests and the new workers as compared to the ones everyone was familiar with. The leaders had, for one reason or another, decided to stay till the wedding ended. Although Lex did not join them, they seemed to be discussing alliances and what to do moving forward. Until they stopped the Craven from actively destabilizing the realm, there could be no remedy, so no one bothered Lex for now. Only once they finished their own objective would they come back to Lex and seek his help. It was at this time that the two processions finally arrived at the tavern. They had slowed down due to the attack, and had more or less come to a halt while their own immortals investigated the situation. The Craven had cleverly laid down a few formations around town meant to slow down reinforcements, which the divine birds removed once the battle was over. Seeing that there seemed to be no issue, the processions had continued, although now they were slightly more cautious. Yet when they arrived at the tavern all their worries vanished, as Cornelius II, the king of the Hum nation was standing there, awaiting their arrival. The rest of the leaders decided it would be best if they remained hidden from sight. Lex watched from the sides, not able to enjoy the event nearly as much as everyone else for he had a lot riding on this. Even when the two processions, and Pivarti and Jasmine clasped hands to continue the remainder of their journey together, Lex felt naught but concern over the quest level. He was not, for even a moment, bitter about his status as a single man besides becoming a mighty cultivator and having such a successful business under his name. On a completely unrelated note, he considered starting a dating service at the inn. The various ceremonies began. Members of the two families, and past admirers for both Jasmine and Pivarti blocked their way. The two had to either fight, negotiate or maneuver past all obstacles without letting go of each other's hands, signifying that through all the difficulties and hurdles in life they will work together, whether the hurdles be from their past or future. It took longer than anticipated, for Pivarti's sister had brought a large group of rather mature women to act as Pivarti's past admirers and, to be honest, Jasmine was enjoying Pivarti's attempts to remain cool through the ordeal all too much. But even without that, Pivarti was quite a sociable person, so his list of admirers was actually much larger than Jasmine's, despite her status from such a noble family. Once they finally entered the tavern, and took their seats at the place of honor, more ceremonies, this time of a solemn and serious nature, took place. A majority of the guests remained outside, where music and dancing was used to entertain them. The free and perpetually flowing drinks from the tavern also served to keep the guests occupied. After a few hours, Pivarti and Jasmine took their oaths of companionship, and each performed the matrimonial spiritual technique used by nobles in the crystal realm. The technique could only be used once, and would forever alter the signature of both their spiritual energies. Not only would both of them be stronger, taking on a small fraction of the other's affinities, but the effects their spiritual energy had on one another would change. The specific effects depended mostly on the nature of each person's cultivation technique and affinities, but it was usually positive. In their case, Pivarti's spiritual energy would give Jasmine an energizing effect, boosting her energy and recovery rate, while Jasmine's would allow Pivarti to heal from injuries quicker. They cultivated while holding hands, the results of their cultivation would also be quicker. The two were now bound, not only by the contract of marriage, but by the very energy through their very own cultivation. Outside the tavern, fireworks went soaring through the sky, signifying that the union was complete. Compared to a normal wedding among nobles, which would last anywhere between 1 to 3 months, this was a very quick wedding. But considering the ongoing war, this was already the height of extravagance they could afford. Since the tavern was too small to accommodate all the guests, the couple moved to the roof and one by one the guests would fly over to hand their gifts. Gift-giving was a very significant part of weddings among nobles, for often enough, if the children involved were not inheriting the family title, they would take on a supporting role in the family, or begin a family of their own. In either case, such gifts would help them go a long way. Lex clenched his fists. The wedding was finally about to end, and he was about to give his gift soon. He wondered how everyone would react to it. Chapter 713. Gifts. The gift-giving ceremony was just one of many. Some might consider the process to be unnecessarily complicated and tedious, but such an assumption was lacking in perspective. Excluding special situations, such as the ongoing war during this wedding, most of the time the nobility tried to make everything as long and detailed as possible. Even if most members of nobility never reached the immortal realm, it was completely normal for them to reach the nascent realm. The average nascent realm cultivator could live up to 500 years, give or take a few. With such long lives to look forward to, most of their activities were slow-paced and would take a long time. This phenomenon became more obvious the greater the cultivation level a person had. Society would, similarly, adapt and hold events according to the lifespans and expectations of the longest or most important being. Even in the origin realm this was the case, with the upcoming tourney being organized by the Henley. It would be another decade before the tournament even began, and Lex did not even want to consider how long the actual tournament was likely to be. Regardless, it was completely normal for there to be many ceremonies during a wedding, but among all of those, the gift-giving ceremony was a favorite not only for the bride and groom, but all the spectators as well. The gift did not have to be publicly revealed, although many did so in a display of their own wealth or the close relationship to the newlyweds. In a high-profile wedding such as this one, the gifts would surely be great, so everyone watched with great expectations. The first to give a gift would be close friends of the bride and groom. Moreover, their gifts could not be too spectacular, and should be equivalent to their status as a person from the younger generation. The reason for this was that the following guests to give gifts would be the ordinary guests or distant acquaintances. Naturally, one could not forcefully expect them to give extremely expensive gifts, so by starting off at a low or moderate level, they would not be embarrassed to give ordinary gifts. Of course, ordinary here was also relative, as the number of spirit stones of valuables treasures being given at this level, even as ordinary gifts, were beyond what truly normal people could afford. As impatient as Lex felt, he had to ensure the wedding went well, so he patiently watched each moment to ensure everything progressed as planned. Several hours later, it was finally time for the parents to give gifts. Pivarti's parents handed over the deed to a very profitable spirit mine, effectively removing it from the Noel family name, and handing it to Pivarti. For now nothing would change, but in the future, if Pivarti ever wanted to start his own family, he would no longer start from scratch, as he would have an astounding level of wealth to support him. Jasmine's parents did not hand over a mine, but gave each of them something extremely personal yet useful. They gave both of them custom-made swords, refined using Ethereum ore. Ethereum was used in the manufacturing of treasures appropriate for immortals, so the weapons they received were exorbitantly expensive, not to mention powerful. They could also accompany them for many years to come, if not the rest of their lives. With such magnificent gifts given, everyone turned to look at King Cornelius. As the person of highest authority here, he should give the last gift. But what surprised everyone was that he did not make a move. Instead, one of the workers from the inn stepped forward. Upon hearing of this auspicious event, Lord Saber, ruler of the Varn, took the liberty of sending a gift for the newlywed couple. The worker opened a small chest that he lay on the ground in front of him. It was filled to the brim with some fruit that looked like grapes, yet the gasps and reaction it received was too great for mere grapes. These were a unique fruit that could be cultivated only by the Varn, and was one of the items they traded with the Hum nation most often. There was no market price for it, for no one who had ever received one thought to sell it. It was called purple poison berry, because it was extremely poisonous to the Varn, yet to humans it was the most exquisite tonic. If taken in normal health, a single berry could cure the body of any and all accumulated hidden injuries and diseases through their cultivation journey. That included injuries to the meridians, and to a very small degree, even the golden core. This was a mighty gift indeed, and all the guests who did not know about what was happening behind the scenes began to speculate on what this meant. Did the two families have a secret relationship with the Varn? Just as everyone was lost in thought, another worker stepped forward. Lord Critter, founder of the new Poliad nation, sends his regards. He too took out a gift that blew away all spectators, the newlywed couple included. Before they could recover, more workers stepped forward. Lady Elena of the Trollops, Edward of the new monster nation, Abras the Sentinel King, the divine bird of flame, firing, the divine bird of ice, Isel. From mere shock to astonishment, ultimately to extreme horror, the emotions of all the observers were going through a roller coaster. Who didn't know the current situation in the realm right now? What were all these leaders doing sending gifts instead of worrying about the war? There was definitely something going on behind the scenes that they didn't know about. Cornelius finally stepped forward to give his gift, berating no truth of what was really going on. He wore a soft smile, as if looking down fondly at some kids he knew personally. The younger generation is our future, and only if they succeed will our future be secure. Once, when I was young, someone gave me a chance that changed my life. Now, for you, I will do the same. Take these cards and use them when you are ready. If you pass the test, you can receive the guidance of a heavenly immortal. The cards Cornelius was giving were actually invitation cards to Ventura. But Ventura was a secret he could not openly disclose, so instead he titled it an opportunity to receive guidance from a heavenly immortal. This time, guests were too shocked to even gasp, and just froze. What did they just hear? What did they just hear? Just as everyone was reeling from what they heard, another figure came forward, this time from within the tavern. By now, everyone was too fatigued to continue to feel surprised. They just looked at the person and wondered who was worthy of presenting a gift after the king. It turns out it was the tavern owner. Shouldn't he have gone before? Why was no one bothered that he went last, which was usually reserved for the most honored guest? Pivarti, when you first entered my tavern, so long ago, with the intention of partying with the locals, I never would have imagined you were actually hiding the depression of an engagement broken. Yet now, here we are, at your wedding to the same girl. As your friend, I could not be happier for you. And Jasmine, you have the great fortune of ending up with my good friend Pivarti. From afar one might assume that he is too casual about life, but I know no one else who would face the pressure of a great noble family such as yours based solely on their principles and morals. You have with you a man who would rather give up on his life of comfort than compromise on his beliefs, and that takes great courage and dedication. To build your new life together, especially in these times, will also require great courage and dedication. As such, I hope my small gift can help you in your journey of life. As much as it hurt him, Lex used up his teacup containing the law of femininity in exchange for this item. He considered it an investment in his own future, as he really needed the quest to get a good evaluation. From within his spatial bangle, he produced a single apple. Though it looked exceedingly ordinary, every single immortal in the vicinity suddenly honed their gaze onto it, for they could feel their very soul aching for that fruit. This is called an apple of creation. It fell prematurely from the tree of creation, but that is enough to meet your needs. If you divide it amongst yourselves and eat it, it will aid you greatly in your comprehension of laws. It does not matter if you've reached the immortal realm or are in the nascent, the benefits of it will not be wasted. My recommendation is to have it as soon as possible. Chapter 714. Plank Protos. It was thus that the Warbringer finished his final task, his purposes known only to himself, from the realm of crystal. His last appearance in these lands, for a long time at least, was filled with the sounds of celebrations, and the walls around him were adorned in marigold and roses and flowers unknown. In the streets the crowds of people rejoiced for all the free boons that had befallen them, a timely reprieve during tough times. In the homes of nobles and dignitaries and other important personages, he was discussed in hushed tones and whispers. The mysteries surrounding him were just too great to be ignored. For all intents and purposes, his actions showed no indication of malice or an ulterior motive. Yet all the same, as he departed those lands, he stayed true to his name, and the ongoing war entered a new level the likes of which those lands had never witnessed. From every shadow, every dark corner or deep alley, emerged monsters that could evoke fear even in the hearts of nightmares themselves. From long-forgotten pits emerged legions, and from all the abyss that remained unknown marched out armies. The evil born from the dead of night pit itself against the invading forces of carnage, and the ultimate result was carnage. There was no step back, nor any bastion to retreat to. With the departure of the Warbringer, the realm of crystal had launched a war for the survival of the realm itself. The few who knew of his involvement behind the scenes remained grateful. If not for the Warbringer's help, they would not even know the war they had been ignoring was for the fate of their realm. But at the same time, they remained ignorant that every piece of land that had been cursed by the Warbringer's footsteps had fallen prey to conflict. The Warbringer's very own home planet was embroiled in a clash between man and machine, the use of weapons of mass destruction slowly coming to foreview. The first planet he visited when he began his journey across space was embroiled in a war between men and demons, from which the Warbringer made money selling tickets to view the chaos. The planet of beasts that he lay his feet upon was undergoing an upheaval, bringing about drastic change in the social order and thus giving way to endless conflicts for territories or resources. The farming planets he toured were victim to endless assassination, to the point where the ruling family no longer even had the courage to pursue suspects, and had requested help from the ruling empire. Yet who would help the ruling empire themselves, for any planet he lay his feet upon was embodied in conflict unending. His friend, the dutiful soldier, had invited him for aid, unaware that he had set himself up for events that would shock the entire realm, let alone a meager planet or empire. Through none of this was the Warbringer ever to blame. He never caused evil, nor did he have a conviction to bring harm. No fight was ever his fault, yet always he remained involved in some capacity, whether it was known to him. After all, he was called Warbringer, not Warmonger. Slam. The acolyte who was writing in his visions, recording all that he saw in his crystal orb, shut the heavy journal when he heard his master call out his name. "Yes, master, what is it?" he asked politely. "That's enough practice for today," answered his master who entered the room. The master was bald from the top, though he had some hair still right above his ears. He was dressed in long, formal robes that looked like it was a uniform. "Quickly get changed and prepare yourself. We will be traveling to the Origin Realm shortly, from where we will attend the Fortune Teller's convention." "Yes, master," the acolyte answered, already forgetting everything he wrote about in his journal. After all, who knew who this Warbringer was? The acolyte would probably never get a chance to cross him. The convention, on the other hand, was an opportunity for him to finally meet others like him. It was clear which one was more important. The gift-giving ceremony ended after Lex gave his gift, for not only was he the last person to give a gift, but no one else would be able to follow up after such a gift even if he weren't the last. There were only a few more ceremonies to go through afterwards, but they were mostly rushed. Not only did everyone have to get to their various responsibilities, the bride and groom themselves were impatient to try out the effects of the apple. As such, in the seeming blink of an eye, the wedding was finally over. Lex bade his farewell to the leaders, and dismissed his projection so that he could finally look at his quest completion notification. New notification. Quest complete. Source of anomaly detected. System is making adjustments to avoid such anomalies in the future. Quest. Investigate the source of the anomaly in the Crystal Realm. Quest complete. Anomaly source. Perpetual inter-realm wormhole. Reward. Realm seed. Remarks. Host has the foresight to prepare aids for the sprouting of the realm seed. How unusual. New notification. Taro, fertilizer detected. Should the realm seed be fertilized? YN. Lex did not hesitate to give his permission. Of course he could not wait to get his own realm. He had already waited long enough. New notification. Realm seed has been planted within the system. Realm seed has been fertilized. New notification. Warning. Due to system maintenance, Midnight Inn will temporarily stop accepting new guests in 6 months while new changes are implemented. Existing guests will be allowed to stay and can leave at their discretion. New notification. Approximate time to sprouting of realm seed is 2 years. Please make thorough preparations. The notifications immediately dampened Lex's mood, for a part of him was expecting immediate results. Logically he should not expect such massive results to appear immediately, but he could only blame the system for spoiling him by getting him used to immediate benefits. He was also a little disappointed because he did not want his workers to continuously fight for 2 years. They themselves were not 2 years old, he could not even imagine what 2 years of war would do to their psyche. Moreover, despite his preparations, what if they were unable to survive? But he could not do anything about that for now. Even this was already more than any normal person could reasonably ask for. To lift his spirits, he turned his attention to the notifications about his other, recently completed quest. Quest. Host a wedding worthy of the union about to take place. Quest complete. The hosts rewarded is being calculated. Reward upgraded for holding the wedding within a year. Reward upgraded for achieving an unprecedented guest list. reward upgraded for Monster Nation revealing themselves during the wedding, reward upgraded for wedding hosting an epic-defining meeting, reward upgraded for wedding gifts altering the destiny of the realm, reward upgraded for attendance of multi-realm organization Ventura, reward upgraded for attendance of projection of being above Dao realm. Reward rank, authority insufficient, error, interference from. Reward rank, death reward, 1 pp plank protos, 1x 10-32 protos jewel, chamber of rebirth, single use, midnight castle blueprint remarks, the host finally got a pp. New notification, 1 plank protos detected, used to repair system, YN. Reading the notifications, Lex was genuinely confused by the ranks the system was giving. He had been researching on Destiny rank, especially since he got locked in a Destiny ranked formation, but had yet to discover something. Now he was facing the death rank. Why did these not really sound like ranking? Moreover, when had he been visited by a projection above the Dao realm? My goodness, was there even a level above the Dao realm? He had never heard any mention of it anywhere. It was beyond scary. He had nearly died just from entering a hall meant for Dao lords. What in the world could be above them? Moreover, what was up with his rewards? Why did nothing look like it could solve his cultivation problem? Was it this chamber of rebirth? Did he have to be born again, and then cultivate from the beginning to overcome the situation? That didn't sound right. A very familiar voice, at that point, whispered in his ear. Do not use the plank protos on the system. Absorb it yourself, and your cultivation technique should fix itself. It should not take too long, just a day. Oh, but if you prefer to fix the system, you can do that too. Your system will be repaired to 100%, though the repair time will be a few months. The choice is yours. The voice belonged to the mysterious elder who had one day visited his room at the Midnight Inn. Now he was left with a choice. Fix the system, or repair his cultivation technique. Chapter 715. Making a decision. To be perfectly honest, Lex already knew what he preferred to do, but that did not stop him from his introspection. After all, important decisions should not be made in a rush. To start with, his intention from the get-go for doing his best in the quest was to get a reward that would let him fix his cultivation. So it should be an easy choice to directly fix his cultivation technique. But it simultaneously needed to be considered that his greatest reliance was the system. The whole reason this quest paid off was his system, and the more powerful his system was the greater use he could get out of it. For example, the various formations he had available to protect the tavern were no longer as excellent as before. Sure, much of that had to do with authority as well, but if one claimed that the system's damaged status was not contributing, then he would find it hard to believe. He could help his staff better, and a more powerful system would no doubt play an even greater role now that he was on his way to getting a new realm. Then again, the system could also be repaired bit by absorbing other systems. His cultivation technique could also theoretically be fixed by absorbing items containing laws, as he had done with the cosmic erosion elixir, but who knew how long that would take. Moreover, and the point that Lex paid the most attention to, was that if the cultivation technique really could be fixed in such a manner, why didn't the mysterious man say so? Instead, he only told Lex to fix it using the reward from the quest. There had to be a reason for this. Of course, Lex could assume that this was simply a blind spot for the mystery man, and he didn't know about it or forgot to mention it. But when taking into consideration the identity and power of such an enigmatic figure, it was best to assume he knew exactly what he was doing. Of course, if he had any hidden agendas or ulterior motives, Lex would have absolutely no way of knowing. Not to mention, with the difference in their power levels, he did not need to be careful when dealing with Lex and could directly force him, or maybe even hypnotize him if he had any such motives. In summary, Lex could not guess the man's intentions or what he knew or didn't, so it was best not to think about it. Instead, his focus should be on his own concerns. As much as Lex used the system for his benefit, he ultimately didn't trust it at all. It was ultimately too mysterious, and he absolutely refused to believe that he could get such a good deal without having to pay anything back at all. Not to mention, the system was already much more powerful than Lex, and could easily threaten his life, as it had done in its early days. Who knew if it might restart doing the same if it resumed to full power, and found Lex as a host lacking. So, regardless of how much Lex used the system, he could not trust it at all. Instead, it was his own powers that he could rely on the most. Not to mention, Even if fixing the system was the better choice, the resignation filling Lex's heart could not wane. He could not help but feel pride when he acted as the innkeeper. Who could possibly avoid it when one could assume such a powerful role? But what was the point of that pride if he could do nothing to save his own people? Although Lex was not necessarily close to them on a personal level, he still felt responsible. Yet even now, his workers from the tavern lay comatose in their recovery pods, healing. He could not even imagine the suffering that Big Ben and his wife would go through if they survived and learned of their unborn child's fate. Lex, naturally, did not believe that he could control the whole universe, and prevent all bad things from happening to those close to him. But he was not even capable of taking revenge himself, and that is where his frustration came from. He took a deep breath, and quickly suppressed his agitated feelings. His decision was made. For better or worse, he was prioritizing his personal growth first. Sure, a fully healed system could possibly bring him the opportunity to fix his cultivation once again, but he did not want to wait or depend on luck. First, however, he continued to check up on his rewards. The Planck Protos, which was the smallest possible measurement of the energy known as Protos energy, which was normally measured in Protos joule. Of course, he didn't know if that's how the rest of the universe measured it, but just that his universal translator automatically translated everything as such to him. There was no official description for this energy, and the only reason he knew it could heal the system was because of the notification, and the only reason he knew it could fix his cultivation was because the mysterious senior told him. This energy was truly mystifying, and he would look into it when he had the chance. The next reward was called the Chamber of Rebirth, and could only be used once. Lex focused on it to read its description. Chamber of Rebirth, single use, the ultimate healing device. So long as a living being is alive, with even a fragment of its soul intact, it will be completely reborn regardless of any injury it sustained. No curses, karma, bloodlines, cultivation, or anything else affiliated to the previous identity will be passed on, with memories being the sole exception. Whoever uses it will be completely reborn anew. Lex whistled. This was an incredible item, for more than one reason. It could completely heal someone regardless of the injury they sustained, and could even remove bloodlines. Although he himself did not know the full details of what removing things such as karma entailed, he could at least guess for the bloodline. Besides losing the bloodline ability, it seemed as if the person would no longer even be related by blood to his original family. To be honest, this was not such a shocking thing to Lex anymore. As a normal human back on Earth, the idea of altering DNA so as to remove any connection to your family seemed not only just absurd but impossible. But the very act of cultivation altered a person's DNA. If it did not, upon healing after sustaining an injury, the healed body part would return to being mortal as was encoded in his original DNA. It was only because his very being changed, down to the very last fiber, that cultivation was so mysterious and yet amazing. It was also why achieving every new realm raised one to a life form of a higher order. Anyway, for now Lex did not have any need for any such thing. But he still intended on saving this for his own use. If ever he got so wounded that he was on the verge of death, this chamber could save him. Sacrificing his cultivation was a steep price to pay, but as long as he was alive, he could cultivate again. But if he wasn't, what was the point of retaining his cultivation? He focused on the next reward, which was quite interesting. It was called the Midnight Castle Blueprint. Midnight Castle Blueprint, a blueprint that allows for the construction of the Midnight Castle. This castle can be built within the territory of the inn or outside, but only one can be built. The resources to build this castle are extremely rare, and the requisite skill to build the castle itself are impossibly high. Lex frowned. Besides this simple introduction, there was no more detail on what the features of the castle would be, and if it had any specific role or purpose. The blueprint immediately dove into the materials needed, and the list was massive. Moreover, the few names that Lex recognized from the list were all materials that were used for immortals. He sighed. He had received yet another drain on his resources. Putting all such thoughts out of his mind, he scanned the inn once to ensure that nothing was amiss, before entering his personal meditation room. Although he was warned that the upgrade to his cultivation would be quick, he did not want to take a chance. After clearing his mind and meditating until he was in his best state, Lex chose to absorb the Planck Protos. The reward entered his body directly, and he never saw it or the container in which it was kept. The only reason he even knew that it had entered his body was because his cultivation technique began to circulate on its own. Soon, Lex got lost in the sensation of cultivation. Moments after Lex's scan of the inn, a guest blared her pressure down on one of the inn's workers. Even if you are a worker of the Midnight Inn, you cannot escape the consequences of being disrespectful to a deity. Chapter 716. Accepting a challenge. Alyssa Harmony had a long and deep history with the Midnight Inn. Once, long ago, she was not more than a simple YouTuber who used to upload songs on her video channel. She had a great voice and a natural talent for singing, which made the process easier and fruitful. She had a decent number of followers, and hoped to become a real celebrity one day. Then, in the Midnight Games, she won somehow. That not only got her the attention of the many cultivators on Earth, but the cooperation of many governments. Even a few powerful individuals and organizations who thought to use her connection with the inn began to sponsor her, and soon her popularity blew through the roof. Suffice to say, her singing career took off, and she was even introduced to the cultivation world. Moreover, she got herself a cultivation technique expressly suited to enhance her charisma and appeal, further boosting her popularity. Then the war happened, she became displaced, and all her popularity was for naught. Feeling completely distraught, she escaped to the inn, and eventually became a refugee in their new minor realm. Yet the minor realm was a newly developing escape for humans of Earth, and her singing talents had no use, as no one had the time to enjoy songs. But when the deities came to Earth, she once again found her calling. She returned to Earth, giving up her refugee status, and willfully became an acolyte for Adamas, the deity of diamonds. Her singing talents were once again put to good use, singing gospels and raising morale. She quickly gained the attention of the deities, strongest messengers, and then she was promoted time and time again. Before she knew it, she even gained the right to use a small amount of divine energy, sent directly from the deity himself. She took on her new role as the highest priestess of Adamas on Earth, and became a true, devout follower. But lately the situation on Earth had come to a standstill. The miscreant Marlowe had deceived a way to create spiritual nuclear bombs, or the equivalent using only talismans. Why was this a big deal when actual nuclear bombs existed? For lower-level cultivators, they would be a deterrent, sure. Even if a few nascent cultivators were targeted, the threat could not be eliminated. But there was a fundamental rule of the universe that there were different tiers of energy, and even a small amount of energy from a higher tier could suppress a larger amount of energy from a lower tier. A nuclear explosion caused by a bomb created through normal technology harnessed the most basic and fundamental energy that operated in the universe, and had no trace of spiritual energy. Enough cultivators could easily suppress the explosion, or perhaps even harness the energy from the explosion for their own use. Just because Earth lacked the means or cultivation techniques to do so did not mean others were the same. A speck of divine energy was enough to contain an ordinary nuclear explosion, for example. But Marlowe had created a similar result using spiritual energy. This was no ordinary feat, as the science behind it was completely different from ordinary bombs. Moreover, packaging such a payload into something as nominal as a talisman, it was the result of sheer genius. The war had to be paused, as the AI suddenly became restricted by certain Henley conventions. But this was only a short delay. The war would resume. The matter had long surpassed the original cause of the conflict, and now became a contest between deities and the AI. A few interested parties had already started developing the solar system to become the site for many modern conflicts. The natives of the Earth could no longer ever hope to return for a peaceful resolution. They either had to leave, or join one of the camps. King Marlowe and his new empire were the only remnants of the old world, and the last remaining hope of those with the hopeless dream of reclaiming their lands. During this pause, Alyssa did not have much to do, so her heart suddenly yearned to return to the inn, and spread the glory of the diamond deity there as well. So long had she spent surrounded by the worship of the deity's followers, that the lack of it at the inn suddenly made her uncomfortable. Still, she knew much about the inn, and so did not start any conflicts. She humbled herself and spent some time among the ignorant non-believers. Soon the feeling of discomfort faded, as she was reminded of her own simple roots. Comparing her life now to what it had been before truly increased her devotion for Adamas. As such, she decided to preach a little while she was enjoying her vacation. Casually she struck up a conversation with one of the workers who was nearby, and asked them what they thought of Adamas. To her surprise, this worker had never heard of Adamas. She immediately began to preach, but to her increasing irritation, the worker only responded politely but did not seem to be interested at all. This was a stark contrast to what she had experienced on Earth, where the pathetic mortals had been easily impressed by the divine might of adamas. In the end, the worker could not help but say, the members of the inn don't really follow any deities. Besides, even if we had to worship anyone, why wouldn't we worship the innkeeper? Who is adamas when compared to the innkeeper anyway? Technically, the worker should not have said that, as it was impolite towards the guest's belief. But no one was perfect, and it just came out. Alyssa was immediately infuriated, and her aura burst out. Even if you're the worker of the Midnight Inn, you cannot escape the consequences of being disrespectful to a deity. She roared, her anger clouding her judgment. But the worker did not even flinch. Where was this? The Midnight Inn. The security team was no longer inexperienced and ignorant, and they were perfectly capable of handling things. Even without the many powerful workers, who had gone off to war, there were still the entire security team, young MacDonald, Kawain, Lady Anita and many others. Lately, Captain Cirque had even learned how to use the massive spaceship's security features and so could immediately target anyone within range. Last but not least, Lex continuously had events going on at the inn so that he could hire the extra security. How could anyone threaten someone inside the inn and get away with it? Yet, as it happened, it was none of those who interfered. A large, strong suddenly gripped Alyssa's arm, suppressing not only her aura, but restricting her movements as well. Actually, they can, said a warm, yet firm voice. A man garbed in full metal armor had mysteriously and spontaneously appeared beside them, and prevented the situation from escalating. The Midnight Inn has provided a safe haven for all, irrespective of race. It is a noble and respectable act, and one which takes immense courage and power. I do not know which deity you serve, but there is no reason to create animosity between the innkeeper and your deity. It would only be a loss to you and your fellow followers. The man who spoke was Lovis, a paladin knight. Although he had not yet had the opportunity to meet the innkeeper, he had begun to admire the inn from the bottom of his heart. He could not tolerate anyone disrespecting such a wondrous holy land. It is the innkeeper who should be careful. Trespassing onto the territory of deities and accepting the worship of others is not a burden so easily borne. She replied in an agitated state. But even if she was putting on the front of anger, her heart was quickly filled with fear. She knew the strength of the inn well. It was not that she doubted Adamas, but there was no reason to put her life on the line. Instantly, she teleported out without letting the situation develop further. Thank you for your help, the worker said, but you really should have let one of the security team members handle it. I would not have the courage to show my face if a guest got hurt on my behalf. Nonsense, Lovis said while laughing. To be a paladin is to have the heart of a protector. I cannot shy away when I see such actions. Lovis, you have been watching too much anime, said an elf who walked up to the man. The elf was one of those guests who perpetually lived inside the inn, and so had developed many friendships with other guests who similarly spent a lot of time here. Such an art form that captures the essence of heroism can never be overconsumed. He said, once again roaring into laughter. Besides, I have not much else to do these days. The murder grounds are busy, so I can do nothing but wait. The paladins and the Diplo can no longer tolerate each other's existence, even if it is as neighbors in the inn. There must be a resolution to this conflict, but until that happens, I can polish my mind by reviewing the recorded tales of the numerous heroes in anime. As it happened, just as Lovis said this, there was an announcement inside the inn. General Ragnar of the Jotun Empire had once challenged Warhale Heilfendel to a fight in the murder grounds, but the devil has responded, and selected the inn's Colosseum as the venue of the fight. If he dares to come, Warhale will be waiting there in 24 hours. The inn was suddenly filled with energy and excitement as everyone began discussing the upcoming fight. The challenge was well known and frequently discussed. For so long, the humans had been calling the devils cowards for not accepting yet. But now they had finally accepted, and accepted it with style. Elsewhere in the inn, a devil was smirking as he saw the excitement spread, as if he was satisfied with the results of his announcement. Suddenly, a member of the security team teleported in front of him. For noise pollution and causing a disturbance without permission, you are fined 1000 MP as a first warning. Please submit the fine as soon as possible to avoid being expelled from the inn. Chapter 717. Don't aim too high. Primary realm. Gaia's graveyard. Outside a cottage made of the most sublime wood, an old man was watering the ground from a common watering can. The can was completely and totally normal, and not made from the bones of the Juggernaut King, whose body was identified as the hardest existing material in the universe. The water, too, was ordinary well water, and not the dew condensed on the surface of the Tablet of Life, a divine item some believed was the source of all life in the universe. It was this old man's habit to spend his time doing such mundane things, as they filled him with a sense of simplicity. There was no ulterior motive in his actions at all whatsoever. But, today, something extraordinary happened in this otherwise, completely ordinary and not at all fantastical place. A closed scroll began to materialize in his hand, at first just as a vague image, as if it was not more than a mirage. But slowly, it began to solidify. The man smiled and kept the scroll in his vault, which was filled with other miraculous things. In front of the scroll was a small plaque that read, "Regal Embrace." This was a cultivation technique of an extremely spectacular status, and could only be practiced by one person in the universe. After all, the strongest was not a title that could be replicated, or else it would no longer be the strongest. Similarly, there could only be one person who had the best defense. But even the Regal Embrace, a cultivation technique which could allow its cultivator to survive the destruction of the universe itself at its peak, did not require a resource as rare and powerful as Proto's energy. At the point at which Lex absorbed this, his cultivation technique used the spectacular features of this wondrous energy, and evolved beyond the Regal Embrace. No one could say for certain what it would evolve into in the future, not even the humble old man in the cottage. But, since it surpassed the limits of what Regal Embrace could achieve, the Regal Embrace was naturally once again available for cultivation. Their parting had been so short, much shorter than the last time someone tried to cultivate the Regal Embrace. The only difference was that this time, the cultivator did not die prematurely. Midnight in as of late, Lex had started to feel the effects of his busy schedule on his cultivation. He barely had any time to cultivate, but in his earlier realms the effects of such an act was always mitigated. Either through absorbing the abundant energy of a claimed minor realm, or discovering a magical plant that boosted his cultivation, he would always speed up his cultivation. But in the Golden Core, it was a lot harder to suddenly boost his cultivation. He had also been a lot busier, and so could not randomly go on an adventure and gain spectacular results. When he did cultivate on and off in his free time, he could only lament his slow growth. Of course, only Lex could say he was cultivating at a slow pace, and anyone else in the universe would beg to differ. But despite his many complaints, only now that he was forced to cultivate dedicatedly, and without distraction for a long time, that he realized that done a true disservice to his cultivation. Though he cultivated with peace of mind, as he had become used to meditating, he had never reveled in it. He had never thought about the mysterious flow of energy in his body, nor had he enjoyed the process it was a part of. His care was only for the results. Though one could not really blame him for only caring about the results, he realized that he needed to give more attention and respect to the process as well. It was the process by which he was undergoing an evolution. It was laying the foundation for his future. It was extremely mysterious. It was also extremely boring. Sitting still and unable to do anything else as his cultivation technique ran on its own, Lex had countless thoughts. Although he did realize the drawback of not giving enough time to his cultivation, he also realized that it would be much harder to do so if he didn't thoroughly enamor himself with the process in the future. As he cultivated further, and his mind evolved, his processing power would increase tremendously. While previously all his focus was spent on his cultivation, eventually he would reach the stage where a large portion of his mind was free to have random thoughts, and also to be bored. It was something he would have to overcome. For now, he could only occupy his mind by focusing on the changes his technique underwent. Despite his secret hope, absorbing the plank protos did not make his cultivation explode, like it did back in the Foundation realm. In fact, his cultivation level did not move at all. Instead, it seemed like his technique was evolving with each cycle it went through. Lex's newly improved memory allowed him to easily identify even the subtlest of changes, and memorize exactly how it changed each step. Although for now he could not understand its relevance, maybe one day in the future he could look back and learn or discover something from it. Like this, an entire day slowly went by, and then the better part of the second day. It was only when dusk was beginning to fall that Lex's cultivation finally finished, and he regained control over his body. To his disappointment, his cultivation did not change at all. It seemed he would not be getting a shortcut to a higher cultivation level anytime soon. But he simultaneously could not say that there was no change at all. Like when he first entered his new realm, his cultivation technique barraged his mind with a stream of new information that allowed him to understand many things in greater detail than ever before. Moreover, he also faced the revelation that his cultivation technique had evolved and had surpassed the regal embrace, and thus was nameless for the time being. Whatever it was called would be his decision in the future. But that information was not nearly as important as what it signified. Regal embrace gave Lex the best defense in the universe, but it achieved as much by putting heavy restrictions on Lex, which would become even more obvious as his level grew. The most obvious restriction was his inability to learn attacks. This was because the kind of laws that the regal embrace relied on were so heavily focused on defense that even the idea of offense was repulsed by the technique. For now Lex found a way to circumvent this situation by relying on arrays, but in the future he would have discovered that things were not so easy. One could not achieve the most in any field without entering some kind of extreme. His new nameless cultivation technique removed that flaw. At the same time, the traits of his future cultivation were extremely malleable. But a lot of it would depend on his own actions as well. If he now began to develop his cultivation technique to become strong, while reducing his focus on defense, then in the future he would no longer be able to achieve the status of having the strongest defense. This was because even though the technique had surpassed the regal embrace, its ultimate result would be dependent on himself. It was like he gave up the option of a guaranteed good result, in exchange for the potential of a better one. But, alongside the potential of a good result was also the potential for a worse outcome. Lex snorted. He was not afraid of getting a worse result at all. He had proven his worth time and time again with all the trials he faced, and in fact preferred things to be this way. This was because he did not want to think that he had achieved everything just because he had a good cultivation technique. Now, with the ability to influence the technique himself, he wanted to achieve an even greater height. He remembered that regal embrace could survive the destruction of the universe, and had another technique beside it which could destroy the universe itself. If that was the case, he wouldn't aim too high. He just wanted to achieve such incredible strength that he could even break the regal embrace at its peak, and have such a sturdy body that he could face Mo's Blessing's strongest attack without flinching. Since he had this technique which could surpass the regal embrace, then he would make it so that neither the regal embrace or Mo's Blessing could ever match up to his level. Somewhere far off in the origin realm, a celestial who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, his cultivation technique felt like it had been challenged. Chapter 718. Making the most out of his cultivation technique involved more than just deciding to do better. The nameless technique he was now cultivating was similar to regal embrace in the regard that it could adapt tremendously and had no upper limit. Unlike the regal embrace, however, it would not run into a problem where growing further could lead to death. It was also extremely intuitive. For example, the moment Lex decided his goal of surpassing regal embrace and Mo's Blessing, the cultivation technique adapted automatically and informed him of what he needed to do to proceed. As it turned out, cultivating the most powerful cultivation technique in the universe was extremely resource-intensive. On his defensive front there was not much work needed, as regal embrace had built an adequate foundation for him to proceed from. The issue was his body's attack capabilities. He was severely lacking in them. Much of that would automatically be fixed while he cultivated, and his new nameless technique adapted his body. But unless he wanted to spend the next 100 years just fixing his cultivation technique before even moving on, he needed to supplement his technique with multiple resources. His body's base strength was incredibly high, which helped a lot. But great strength was only one aspect of offense, and he was wholly lacking in every other regard. Fortunately for him, most of the resources he needed to fix his existing cultivation could be easily found. Unfortunately, some of them were on the rare end of the spectrum. That was also only considering his existing cultivation. To continue to cultivate while maintaining the standard that he wanted, he would either need to procure increasingly rare resources or cultivate normally and spend a ridiculous amount of time to allow his cultivation technique to replace the effect of those resources normally. Lex compiled the list of the resources he needed right now and checked if any were available at the inn. Surprisingly, a fair number of them were being sold at his very own guild room by various merchants. Who knew his guild room had grown to such a level? Without wasting any time, he put up a request for the remaining material in the guild room, and bought what was available. He teleported all his newly acquired materials to his meditation room, unable to suppress his eagerness to grow stronger. Although his versatility with arrays was commendable, the sheer effectiveness of a proper attack was also not something to be overlooked. He couldn't wait to acquaint himself with some new techniques and see if he could learn them as quickly as he did with defensive ones. Unfortunately, he could not randomly absorb everything he had gotten, as there was a required process and sequence to things. This would be a time-consuming process, but compared to normal cultivation, he expected a quicker growth in his strength. Without further ado, he began cultivating once again. Some materials could directly be eaten for Lex to absorb their features, while others had to be drained of their energies. Others still were just catalysts to be used in conjunction with other materials. There was one material in particular that simply required Lex to dip his feet into while cultivating. Clearly this would not be a straightforward process. A few hours passed by, and Lex already began to subtly feel the difference. It was not his strength that had increased, or anything else for that matter. It was his natural aura that was slowly changing. While previously, Lex's aura could be called warm or pleasant, most of the time, it was now gaining a honed edge. He did not know how that affected anything, but it was a start. Slowly and steadily, once he was finished fixing his current foundation to accommodate his new cultivation, every inch of his body would become lethal, much in the way that every inch of his body had the same toughness. Feeling good about his progress, he teleported back to his office. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue cultivating, for the feeling of becoming noticeably stronger was quite addictive. He had not run out of materials yet either. Instead, there was an optimal amount of time he could cultivate each day. Any more after that would only give diminishing returns. Did I miss anything while I was cultivating? Lex asked Mary, more as a habit than from any expectation of anything happening. Yes, actually, you're just in time. In fact, Ragnar's challenge to the Devil Warhail was finally accepted. They're about to conduct their battle in the Colosseum in a few hours. If you had not gotten free on your own in a few hours, I would have called out to you to put up protective formations around the Colosseum. Lex raised an eyebrow. This really was an interesting event that he had also looked forward to. In fact, he already had plans set in place for when this happens. Have you done everything we decided regarding the match? Yes. The moment the challenge was accepted by both parties, I immediately put the marketing plan into effect. Although it's a little short notice, everyone and their mothers will know about the fight as long as they visit the inn. Lex nodded as he overlooked the Colosseum and began placing various formations. Ragnar had been the first one to require special attention while breaking through, and the amount of MP Lex investing in ensuring that no one suffers any harm due to him was a lot. As such, he felt no guilt about monetizing his fight for his own personal gain. It was just business. There was still some time to the fight, so while Lex prepared to get the most benefit, he also began to wonder about his next steps. He would first check if Alexander needed his help, or if there was an update on the situation. If not, it was high time he went after that treasure the mysterious man told him about. He recalled that the man had said he had approximately 6 months to find the treasure until someone else found it. He also said it could be sooner or later than that time, but not by much. In essence, Lex considered it as if he had no time at all. But the issue with finding the treasure was that besides knowing which galaxy it was in, he knew next to nothing. How was he supposed to locate a belt of rogue planets across the entire galaxy? The mystery man must have known something, or else he would provide more information. For example, what were the chances that the battlefield that his workers went to just happened to be in the same galaxy? Though the inn itself was not linked to that galaxy and the only connection present was through a teleportation formation that the system hijacked, that was just getting into the technicalities of things. The real issue was the teleportation point was the battlefield, so Lex could not use it to go to the rest of the galaxy. He had to find some other way. Since he didn't really have any other leads for the moment, Lex logged on to the Henley portal and searched for Belt of Rogue Planets and Swera. He was not expecting much, but even any random information could be useful. Apparently, a collection of rogue planets was not at all rare, especially on a galactic scale. This was even when only considering the ones which had been detected and reported to the portal. The only redeeming factor Lex found was that a collection of rogue planets was not necessarily a belt of rogue planets. On the list, there was only one listed group of rogue planets which could resemble a belt, meaning a relatively straight line. There were only 89 planets in the belt, but of those only one supported sentient life. Considering the fact that there was no star nearby to provide the planet with warmth and energy, even that was a lot. The only reason this was even listed was because apparently that one single planet had an extremely valuable export. That planet also happened to be the home of a mature dragon. Lex began to plan something in his mind as he continued to read about the conditions on the planet. The Henley portal was actually quite useful. If Lex could always access it before he chose which planet to form a connection to in the future, he would have a much easier time avoiding trouble. With a tentative plan made, Lex teleported over to X14 from where he visited the Emporium. He placed a special order which would take some time to fulfill, but fortunately should be ready in a couple of days at most. With this, he was ready to set off. Now all that was left was to wait. In the meantime, he would make some money off of Ragnar. If only he had stronger formations available, he would have the confidence to have VIP seats, and charge even more for them. As it was, he had to make do with what he had. Chapter 719. Billions. Since there were only a few hours to the fight, they passed by quickly. Given that there had only been a 24-hour notice, Lex did not expect too much of a crowd to gather. After all, there was not much time for the news to spread. Even then, by not too much of a crowd, Lex meant a few million guests. After all, Ragnar was quite a celebrated figure. In his own empire, or circles, no doubt Warhail was the same. It was while having this thought that Lex realized that while he knew a lot about the Jotun Empire, he knew next to nothing about the Devils. It was something he needed to remedy. Still, standing in the air above the Colosseum, he was beginning to realize, he had no idea what a heavenly immortal truly represented. With 1 hour still remaining to the fight, over 3 billion guests had already gathered at the inn. Since it had already become one, regardless of whether Lex was originally planning for it or not, Lex turned the fight into an event. At first, when he noticed the surge in guest arrivals, after establishing the event, Lex went through the usual motions. He allowed the match to be viewed from anywhere at the inn, created millions of temporary rooms and hired more security. When the guests reached the 1 billion mark, Lex was dumbfounded, and immediately felt the need to manage the crowds. As much as everyone wanted to be as close to the fight as possible, let alone the Colosseum, the entire village was too small to accommodate so many people. In fact, even if they spread across the entire inn, it would be too crowded. He had no choice but to implement certain rules. The Colosseum seats, despite their normally large numbers, were too few and so were reserved for guests with a minimum of prestige level 4. Up until prestige level 3, guests only needed to spend more MP to increase their prestige level. But 4 onwards there was a minimum cultivation requirement as well. As such, the lowest cultivation level allowed in the Colosseum automatically became the nascent level. Besides that, he changed the viewership rule for the match. The match could no longer be viewed from anywhere in the inn. Instead, it could only be viewed from inside the Colosseum or from within a rented room, whether it was a standard one or one of the temporary ones. For a while, that reduced traffic drastically as everyone either rented rooms individually or together. Lex was dealing with a mind-boggling number of guests, and as such his MP was fluctuating in a similar fashion. Before the event began, he had around 190 billion megapixels. Once 1 billion guests arrived, they rented an approximate 600 million regular room, which at 50 megapixels per day, gave Lex another 30 billion megapixels. He had to approximate because not everyone rented rooms, and not everyone rented simple rooms. Then the number of guests grew to 2 billion, and then 3. Even though a majority of the guests stayed in their rooms, just the few who roamed the inn equaled to several hundred million. The immortal bastion, which had once been empty and desolate, was now bursting at the seams as the many guests entertained themselves by venturing into the countless minor realms. Moreover, with such a vast number of guests, new minor realms which had been hidden across the inn were being discovered faster than ever before. It only made sense, since all the guests coming were absolute elites. There were already over 800 million Earth immortals at the inn, though most of them sat in their rooms patiently. Most of them were devils, with the remainder being soldiers from the Jotun army. There were few heavenly immortals too, or at least, those whose level Lex could not identify and he guessed were at that level. Emperor Jotun was there himself, alongside his queen, and a number of his children. None of his brothers had come though. As things got more and more chaotic, Lex took a deep breath and spent a massive 50 billion megapixels on more security. There were too many immortals at the inn, and even the slightest spark could create overwhelming chaos. especially since there was about to be a fight between two extremely decorated members of the human and devil race. For once, Lex made a decision that went against his capitalistic side. He did not open up any betting, because he did not feel like he could afford to mess with the money of hundreds of millions of immortals. Goddamn, why was the inn so hot today? Lex wondered as he wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead, ignoring all the snow around him. Only when the new security guards showed up, as well as the dragon, griffin and other prominent guards he had seen before. They did not hesitate in displaying their overwhelming aura, though they only did so for a moment. They were there to deter, not intimidate. As the final hour ended, up to 5 billion guests had come to the inn. Most of the present guests were all either soldiers or elites of the Jotun Empire, or devils. Despite this, Lex had to constantly focus on managing the situations and create temporary biomes with unusual environments, as too many of his guests were too uncomfortable without them. So caught up was he, that he almost missed the fact that Emperor Jotun excused himself for a brief moment, and in secret visited Warhale, almost. Lex was not one who enjoyed gossip, but at that moment all his attention was diverted to the meeting. Unfortunately, they spoke through their spirit sense, if they spoke at all, and separated immediately. A few minutes later, Ragnar entered the Colosseum. A hush spread across the inn as all eyes were fixed on him. For this occasion it seemed the man had made no special preparation. He wore his usual, extremely bulky armor, with the only new addition being he was wearing his helmet as well. For a weapon he held only a flange mace, seemingly made out of common iron. Although his entrance had been extremely simple, and he stood there calmly as if it were just another day, the crowd was filled with excitement. Lex, especially, became extremely sensitive to the wave of emotion sweeping the inn, for they somehow seemed to take on a life on their own, and began to exert their influence on everyone. This was the first time Lex felt emotions exerting an actual physical pressure akin to the aura of a high-level cultivator. Perhaps it needed a large enough collection of people, or perhaps the people involved needed to have a high enough cultivation. Whatever the case, since the inn wasn't stopping it, that meant that the force was not malicious or harmful. But it was most definitely infectious. Even those who had no affiliation with the human race, or the Jotun Empire, began to feel the feeling of expectation associated with Ragnar. He was a living legend in the Empire, and over the course of his service in the army, which itself had spanned more than 1,000 years, he had more than built up his reputation. He was called the Son of the Empire, for the services he had rendered to the Empire went far beyond what could be expected of a soldier. While he was handling all the various logistic problems, Lex paid close attention to not only the Colosseum, but to Emperor Jotun in particular. While everyone looked out at Ragnar with expectation, only he seemed to have pity in his eyes. Something was amiss, but there was no time to speculate, and even if he could, Lex could not interfere in this matter. All he could do was look. Just as calmly as Ragnar had, Warhale entered the Colosseum from the opposite side. He was wearing a fitted black suit with gold embroidery. The smile on his face seemed quite genuine, and he did not seem to feel like he was going to a fight at all. It seemed that all characters at such a level were extremely confident in themselves. No nervousness could be detected from either of the participants. "Human, I almost pity you. In your confidence, you do not even know the mistake you have made," he said while looking at Ragnar, as if he was genuinely concerned for him. "In my life I have made many mistakes. Confronting evil is not one of them," Ragnar replied calmly. Warhale shook his head one more time, as if he was disappointed in him. "Realize, child, that you have built up your legend only fighting the servants of devils, not as devils directly. It is time you learned the difference between a master and a slave." Without any forewarning or superfluous movements, Warhale lifted his finger and thrust it forward. The world itself seemed to end. Chapter 720. Quick Battle. One of the many excellent features of Regal Embrace was how quickly Lex could learn defensive techniques. But not only could he learn them quickly, he could analyze someone else using them as well. With this new technique Lex hoped to retain that feature, as well as gain a similar feature for offensive techniques as well, not to mention every other kind of technique that existed. One should expect this much from a superior technique, right? Unfortunately it was not meant to be, and not only because his new foundation was not yet built. Instead of making him have the ability to instantly pick up techniques, Lex's own learning ability and analytical skills were instead greatly boosted. Yet, as of right now, these skills had no effect on the fight Lex was watching. Not only could he not learn anything, he was absolutely lost in terms of what was happening. Warhail extended his finger, and everything seemed to end. Light faded, sounds faded, thoughts faded. There was only the finger, which moved swiftly and slammed into Ragnar's chest. The world returned to normal, and so did Lex's thoughts. Of course, he was never truly affected as the host attire would prevent it, but he was allowing himself to experience as much as possible. Ragnar was either caught unprepared, or couldn't be bothered to defend. Either way, his body was thrown back, but in slow motion, as if time itself was moving slowly around him. The thing that Lex felt was most incredible was how there was no aura of the attack at all, or any devastating repercussions. There were no sonic booms or fallout damage, and everything was contained between the two participants. Then the fight picked up its pace, and Lex lost sight of the two. He could always watch the entire fight slowly later, as he was recording it using the in, but for now he just allowed him to experience how vast the difference between himself and those two was. On the battlefield, the fight was a lot more one-sided than anyone had assumed. Ragnar was on the receiving end of Warhail's savagery, and it seemed like he could do nothing to fight back. Normally, a fight between higher-level cultivators took much longer than normal, and could go from months to even years. But that did not seem to be the case here, as Ragnar's armor had already been torn off of him in the most brutal way. Ragnar's body, despite its devastated state, was not bleeding, for every single drop that escaped his body would turn to ash and fly away. Although, to Ragnar's credit, despite being so beaten, he was still doing his best to fight back, and despite being so overwhelmed so completely, his eyes were only filled with determination, not desperation. In front of him, Warhail looked at him with derision in his eyes. The devil wanted nothing more than to end him, but he recalled the meeting he had with Jotun. To Lex, their meeting had been so brief he could not even study their expressions, but the two had had an entire conversation during that period. Well, what do we have here? To what do I owe this pleasure, Jotun? Don't tell me you're here to plead with me to let your general live, he had said when he saw the man. No, I'm here to make a deal. Devils love deals, don't they? Jotun replied placidly. He seemed to be doing a tedious chore. Oh ho, a deal with an emperor. I'm quite excited. What do you have to offer? And what could you possibly want? I know full well the power of devils, and I know an ordinary human can never overcome the difference between races. Ragnar is a very promising young lad, and I have plans for him, so I don't want to lose him yet. You let him live, and in exchange, I'll promise not to hunt you down and kill you afterwards. Ha, you're threatening a devil. You think that'll work? You just said you knew the difference between humans and devils. I said ordinarily, humans cannot overcome the difference. What about me seems ordinary to you? I might have been afraid if this were anywhere else, but inside the origin realm, even you devils have to behave in front of me. Now you take your time and think about my offer. It's not a threat, it's a deal, and a great one, in my opinion. The small exchange had been extremely infuriating, but at the end of the day, Jotun had the right to be arrogant. With the backing of the Henley, in the origin realm, he really could throw his weight around. Moreover, it wasn't as if Jotun had never killed a devil before. Not to mention, Jotun's realm. Anger filled Warhail's heart the moment he decided to let Ragnar live, so he decided to leave a curse on his body. That split second where Warhail seemed to be lost in thought, Ragnar saw an opening and attacked with deadly decisiveness. He swung his face with full force, holding it with both hands. The weapon did not even come close to making contact, yet Warhail's expression changed. Around them, the universe seemed to change. The Colosseum disappeared, and a desolate, barren land replaced it. Clouds filled the sky, but instead of rain, chains fell down, and instead of thunder they rumbled with the clinking of metal. The chains latched onto Warhail, locking him in place, while hands emerged from the ground and seemed to tear at the devil's soul. But before any real damage could be done, Warhail's eyes changed. From the ordinary brown-colored eyes, they changed to a fiery orange while the skin around his eyes faded just a bit, revealing reddish skin. The change was minimal, but that was all that was required for Warhail to break free forcefully from his bindings. There was no more hesitation in his actions. Warhail took a step forward, his first step during the fight, and instantly reached Rangar. With overwhelming speed and strength, he stabbed his nails into Ragnar's neck. The stab wound was not deep, but it did not need to be. Warhail cast his curse, invading Ragnar's body. For the first time, the general felt weakness invade him, and he lost control of his body, falling limp. The fight had not lasted long, barely a few minutes, yet a conclusion was reached. Warhael stood unharmed, with his clothes ruffled a little at most. In front of him, Ragnar lay on the ground, awake but unable to move. A deafening hush fell over the inn as the spectators were left shocked. Ragnar was no weakling, that much the man had proved. Yet only in a few minutes he had been reduced to this state. Warhael truly was a devil. In the future, do not feel arrogant just because you acquired a little power. In the universe, you are nothing but a little bug, Warhael said with a mad grin, as if he was enjoying Ragnar's condition. Although he had left the man alive, as per the deal with the Emperor, but he had also cursed him. If they did not find a way to cure him, soon Ragnar would turn into a zombie. Then, as a demon, he would be at Warhael's beck and call. As the creator of the zombie demons, Warhael had an extremely deep understanding of them, and could turn anyone into a zombie by cursing them. In fact, that was how he created the very first zombie. As far as demons went, zombies were not the best, but Warhael had received a lot of praise from his elders for such a creation. Now, he was looking forward to acquiring a heavenly immortal level zombie under him. After all, no one other than him knew how to cure the curse. With a mad grin, the devil turned and left the Colosseum. It was only when he turned that the crowd awakened from their stupor, and burst into cheers. Just because those from the Jotun Empire were devastated by the defeat did not mean that everyone felt the same. The devils obviously celebrated the victory, but there was no small number of beasts and even other humans who were cheering for the departing devil. Countless cheering guests exited their rooms and swarmed onto the busy streets, nearly causing a stampede. They were yelling and screaming, and in the mood to celebrate. Meanwhile, Lex was working at full power to teleport anyone who was about to be run over by the stampede, or hurt by the celebrations anywhere. Countless guests also disappeared, for it seemed like Warhael was hosting a party in his actual abode, to celebrate both his victory and recent breakthrough. Comparatively, the soldiers from the Empire were all filled with anger and bitter resignation. For countless years the humans had been waging war with demons, too afraid to directly confront the devils responsible. It seemed like such a trend was destined to continue. Chapter 721. Audits. In the few minutes after Warhael's victory, a little over 120,000 fights broke out between overly emotional guests. Of course, they did not break out all at once, and they were of varying levels of intensity. Predictably, most of them were started or at least instigated by those who were strongly affiliated with the Empire. A majority of the fights were stopped before the first blow even landed, and each individual was fined and threatened with expulsion if they continued such behavior. Some of the fights between the stronger guests were not so easy to stop and took a couple of moments, which was enough to cause some collateral damage. Fortunately, no one was really harmed, with most of the damage being dealt to the environment. These people were all fined, as well as expelled from the inn, with a temporary ban of 1 month. On that note, Lex was extremely grateful for the ability to ban guests from coming back into the inn. When he first started out, he had no influence on who could enter the inn. There was one particular fight, however, that did threaten to cause massive damage. It was one of the generals of the Empire, who was unable to listen to the demeaning dribble of a gloating devil. As a heaven immortal himself, it would have been tough to control him. Fortunately, Jotun himself put a stop to that fight before it really started. The countless guards that had been hired once again flashed their aura for a moment to serve as a deterrent, but during such an emotional time, its effect was going to be minimal. Many guests departed, following in the footsteps of Warhael himself, but many remained to celebrate or mourn at the inn. Others still decided to explore the inn a bit, as they were arriving for the first time. But the inn, which had the current capacity to provide services other than a simple room to a few million at most, was severely overcrowded. With no other choice, Lex had to spend billions of MP more to create more temporary cities and hire temporary workers to funnel all these guests into. It had to be said that his very few draconian apostle workers, the second race of workers he had, really outdid themselves in such an environment. The more pressure they were under, the better they performed. Moreover, regardless of how hazardous he made the environment in the temporary zones, they were able to cope. Lex had become too used to running the inn on autopilot, but during the next 2 days, he barely got a moment of rest. The inn was grossly underprepared to handle such a huge crowd, and not just because of the size of his management team. The low cultivation levels of his workers was a fundamental problem that needed to be overcome, but could not be solved in the short term. Almost all of his workers were at least in the Qi training realm by now, with those who had gone through at least 1-star rank change at the Foundation realm. But that was it, almost none had yet surpassed that realm. Unbelievably, Lex was actually looking forward to the time when the inn would stop accepting guests because he really needed some time for his staff to grow. With most of his guests at the Golden Core realm, and many more at realms even higher, he could only continue to rely on external security for now. During this time, Lex had spent a rounded figure of 90 billion megapixels in making temporary cities, hiring more security, and taking care of other miscellaneous issues. The inn had also once again run out of all the spiritual food they had grown, and so were once again serving only mortal food which the system provided, which was not appreciated by some. But despite the heavy expenditure, he had earned 200 billion during the same time. That meant, after deducting his expenses, Lex made 110 billion megapixels. That was not even counting the rent MP he made on the first day. It was finally on the third day that the number of guests finally dropped below 500 million, and Lex was able to relax. Instead of going to his office, or even meditation room, Lex found himself in his hot tub room to unwind. He really needed it. The first half hour, he barely even realized that he was in the hot tub. His mind was still too active, going over the various tasks he had handled the past 2 days. Unbelievably, besides the fight between the two heavenly immortals, the most popular thing at the inn had been the spaceship daycare service. He really ought to give the bunnies running that a raise or something. But, eventually, his mind slowly relaxed and he was able to free himself from the thoughts of work. Work at the inn never finished, and there would always be more things for him to take care of. But he had some of his own tasks to do. Well, technically, he only needed to go get that treasure that mystery man told him about, and maybe check up on Alexander. He was somewhat curious about the details of the poisonous substance he had discovered. If it had made him sick just by being exposed to the air around it, after it was already sealed, he could not even imagine how dangerous it really was. There was also that event hosted by Vera coming up, the one meant for prophets and oracles, but he did not expect that to be a problem, since he had handled bigger events before. If only he knew that even as he sat there, relaxing, countless oracles were traveling to the origin realm from other realms, just because that was where the golden keys to the inn were available. After Lex finally felt like he had recovered mentally somewhat, he left the hot tub and went to cultivate. He had already missed 2 days due to how busy things were. He could not miss another day just because he felt tired. He continued to absorb the various materials he had gathered, upgrading his foundation bit by bit. Even if he spent hours doing this, when he could actually feel himself growing stronger, Lex never tired of cultivation. Once he was done, Lex finally went to bed. Although at his level the need for sleep was greatly diminished, after such hectic days all without any rest, even he needed a nap. When he woke up, he checked the inn to make sure all was well. Things were not perfect, as he still had around 400 million guests, way too many for the inn's capacity, but the temporary cities were keeping things running for now. Since there was no emergency, he decided to head out. Before he returned to X-142, though, he decided to check up on Polbitvi once. It had been a while since Alexander communicated with him, so he wanted to check up on things. He teleported to the planet, reappearing in the wilderness where he previously left from. A scan of the area with his spirit sense revealed that he was alone, so he tried to contact Alexander through the local equivalent of a phone, something he had kept in his spatial bangle, but discovered that he could not connect. Lex frowned. This was not Earth, and the technology he was using was supposed to not experience any issues like connectivity problems. Something was amiss. Since his instincts weren't warning him of any danger nearby, Lex decided to first investigate the fort he was previously staying at. Maybe he could learn something over there. Not to mention, he still had not investigated if the local rebel leader was cooperating with the terrorists Alexander was after. He was not worried his previous identity would suffer any extra suspicion, for he really hadn't done anything or appeared anywhere else on the planet. Even if they tried to investigate him, the rebels would not get anywhere. Elsewhere on Polbitvi, 2 men casually walked around as if the planet was not at war. In that respect, they behaved much like Lex. Yet there was also a difference between them. When the two walked through crowded streets or passed by other people, no one seemed to notice them. One of the men was holding a clipboard and was taking note of various things. But what was strange was that he did not seem to be observing the people or the buildings. In fact, none of his observations seemed to have anything to do with the locals. Instead, he seemed to be observing the flow of energy and its density, among other things. Auditor Ripley, as you can see, the Henley have been very careful in maintaining an organic growth of this realm. There are strict laws to ensure the realm grows under the best of conditions. Be that as it may, a few anomalies have been detected as of late in this realm. Although I do not doubt you, Monsieur Hennessy, or the Henley, the Versailles Bank has protocols that need to be followed. But do not fret, the Henley have a stellar reputation. I have no doubt that there won't be anything amiss for me to report. Chapter 722, Parents trap John, an old member of the inn and the local assassin who had not gone assassinating for a very long time, finally reappeared at the Midnight Inn. After months, he had finally won his life or death duel, yet he did not look even remotely happy, but one would have to look past his bloody figure to notice his expression. His right arm, which he had used to deliver his final blow, had been completely eviscerated, and ended in a stump right above his elbow. While he was missing no other limbs, that did not mean he was unhurt. Typically, as an immortal, he would have a very strong healing ability, and would not have to go to a common place like the recovery room, but that is exactly what he did. Or at least tried to do, for his feeble body was completely lacking the once devastating strength it had. But all was not lost. A member of the security team suddenly appeared next to him, and teleported him right to the recovery room without asking any questions. As John's bleeding and battered body was carried in, there was only one injury John was worried about, and that was the injury to his system. He was not sure how it happened, or what his opponent had done, but his system had completely stopped working, and with it the cultivation it had granted John had vanished too. In John's eyes, there was only a hopeless desperation. As unusual as it was, as one, immortal, was being taken to the recovery room, another one was walking out. Ragnar bore no sign of the devastating loss he had suffered, and had healed completely as one would actually expect of an immortal. But just as he was not frustrated or disappointed by his loss, he was not excited about his recovery. With an even pace, he walked to the Chamber of Secrets, where Emperor Jotun was waiting for him. "How is everything?" the Emperor asked, his voice devoid of an urgency or concern as well. "As you speculated, Warhail cursed my body. If it is not removed, I will likely turn into a zombie," Ragnar said as calmly as if he was speaking of the weather. "I'm sorry you had to bear this loss," the Emperor said with some genuine emotion in his voice, finally. "But this is much too important. With a curse directly from the source, and one powerful enough to affect an immortal, we can finally find a way to reverse it. Just don't fail." Again, a third voice interrupted the two. They looked over to find a female zombie avidly reading a book. Gladius, the owner of the book club taking place at the inn, had finally given her the correct book to read. Reading a novel really was more interesting than plumbing manuals. She should have reached such a conclusion on her own, but such basic common sense sometimes eluded her now that she had become a zombie. "Ragnar, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Clarissa Jotun. Like you, she too suffered from a curse that eventually turned her into a zombie. Yet her curse was not from the source, Warhail. So while studying it and attempting to reverse it allowed Clarissa to retain her soul and consciousness, it did not stop the transformation. But we learned a lot during her transformation. I'm completely confident that now, with your help, and with the information we gathered from her, we will be able to finally find a cure. For the betterment of humanity, I do not mind bearing the humiliation of defeat and the threat of a curse. I look forward to ridding the universe of zombies once and for all." For a moment, Clarissa paused, and looked up at Ragnar. She could not help but admire how good he looked. Then she looked down again. Suppressing her urge to eat living cultivators was hard sometimes. While externally he did not show it, internally, Jotun was quite pleased. While his intention to find a cure for the zombie curse was real, his main motive was to get Ragnar and Clarissa to spend more time together. This is what he called a parent's trap. Alexander had a grim look on his face as he stared directly at a number of his superiors, as well as the head of his team, Valkyrie. He was under a lot of pressure, but at the same time, he was completely relaxed for he knew what lines he would not cross. In this interrogation, where he was the one being interrogated, he had been searched and deprived of all his golden keys as well as other treasures. It was so that he would not try and escape to the inn or cause any problems. Yet they overlooked the fact that he was above level 2 prestige membership at the Midnight Inn. That meant once every 10 years, he could directly teleport to the inn without the need for a key. To be clear, this was a separate privilege from the one he used to teleport to Vegas Minima, which was the perk he got for being at level 3. Like I said, I cannot, nor will I, reveal the identity of my agent. Yet I can guarantee that he was not the one who planted the hazardous material. According to the cover identity you created, your agent is only in the Golden Core realm. How can he possibly survive and even come back well enough to give a report when none of our agents have survived even coming close? It took immortal level involvement to deduce that there is some extremely hazardous material hidden at the designated site, and even then it was not a clear answer. How can a Golden Core cultivator survive where even an immortal did not succeed? Alexander sighed. He did not blame them for being suspicious, but by grilling him they were just wasting time. It would have been better spent trying to identify whatever that material really was. At the same time, a part of him really could not help but applaud Lex for surviving when literally everyone else who came close died. It was an incredible feat. Chapter 723. All is well, until it isn't. It did not take long for Lex to find his way to the fort, which was acting as a refugee camp. He was half expecting to find it destroyed, and the surrounding region embodied in war. After all, when did he ever encounter things that were simple? Moreover, with Alexander's long silence, and his communication device not working, a full planet-wide war was only the natural assumption one would make, right? As it were, no such event was taking place. The fort was operating as usual, and when he tried to enter he was given no extra attention. After all, his casual attitude and overall, clean appearance had attracted enough attention last time to make an impression. He was not even secretly followed as he entered the fort. Spreading his spirit sense carefully, he listened in on the conversations taking place around him to see what the current situation was. The situation was not exactly ideal as there was still a war going on, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Fernando, the rebel leader Alexander wanted investigated, had once again led a very successful strike against one of the local garrisons, strengthening their own position while weakening the official governments. While he was here, Lex considered trying the investigation again. Sure, his stealthy suit that he had manufactured after his defensive suit on its own probably wouldn't hide him from high-leveled cultivators, but he was willing to give it a try. Learning a proper stealth technique was still on his agenda. He decided to try and investigate the very same night. He was also curious to see if the rebels knew about the hidden dangers under their walls. Maybe it was a failsafe they planned in case the fort was ever taken over. He returned to the same tavern he was staying at earlier, and decided to get some food while he waited. Lex appeared, completely casual, as if he was still getting used to his new realm and had no intention of getting involved with the war. He saw a few familiar faces from when he had previously stayed there, and began catching up with them. Keeping up his cover's identity in relations is important, as he never knew when they could come in handy. A few hours later, as evening was coming to a close, Lex was sitting at a table with a group of locals, playing a card game. It was both entertaining and relaxing, and could be considered work at the same time. How ideal was that? All was normal, until Lex felt something strange. It was not just his instincts that picked up an anomaly, but the very energy within him. The new nameless cultivation technique had explained his existing affinity to him, so he now knew that besides an affinity for space, he could interact with laws in general as well. That did not mean he had an affinity for all laws, just that he gained the ability to somewhat interact with them. This in itself was a tremendous ability, as it was something he should not have attained until he became an actual immortal. At the same time, what he could do with it was also very limited and situational. But, as it happened, Lex encountered just such a situation where his affinity was triggered. Laws were not rare, and existed across every inch of the universe, as far as Lex understood it. He was not too clear about when or how he would be able to interact with laws, but it was definitely not with the laws embedded in the fibers of the universe he encountered every day. Yet at that moment, he encountered an anomaly in the laws surrounding where he was. It was that disturbance he felt, using his affinity, that was weakly triggering his instincts. He looked across the tavern towards one of the walls. Nothing special seemed to be happening there, but as it happened, behind the wall in that very direction a short distance away, two men appeared. One of them was holding a clipboard, and taking notes, while the other was smiling and pleasantly chatting with the man. They were not doing anything unusual, and Lex could not detect them entirely either. But his instincts were definitely picking up something, and the feeling was quite ominous. He frowned, and put down his cards. At the table, everyone turned to look at him, curious about what he was doing, but Lex could not be bothered. "Something is wrong," he warned softly, before quickly departing. The feedback from his instincts was unusual and he could not decide if it was danger or something else he was sensing. He decided to investigate carefully. In space, above the planet Polbitvi, Jeffrey was standing inside a small, invisible ship. He was smiling widely as he looked down on the planet, and whatever he saw made him feel even happier. He wanted to smile even wider, but he physically was limited from doing it. Suddenly his face distorted, and the grin became even wider as his lips fell off his face. But instantly he returned back to normal, and began patting his face, making sure it was okay. He couldn't give up his identity as a human just yet, and it took quite a bit of effort every time he disguised himself, so he had to restrain himself. "Ah, the hubris of the powerful. I love taking advantage of it," he spoke to no one in particular. Then, with a look of reluctance, he turned away. As much as he wanted to continue watching, things were about to get heated. He had to leave this galaxy before someone tracked him down. "The VIPs are in place. Deliver the welcome present," he continued to speak, though no one else was on the ship with him. A few minutes later, the ship teleported far away. At the same time, one of the barrels of void wood hidden under the fort wall cracked. Holy shit, Lex could not help but curse as his instincts screamed death. Teleporting back to the inn, ironically, was not quick enough since his return was always slower than that of guests. Using his complete strength, and then some, Lex bolted in the opposite direction of the wall. Chapter 724, Eco-Terrorists. There was no explosion. There was no eruption force that could tear open the earth under which the barrels were buried, and there was no clap of thunder to warn those in the vicinity of the impending danger. Yet the danger was still there, and arguably even more lethal than an explosion. Lex's abrupt escape immediately attracted attention, and all the guards and soldiers immediately focused on him, as if he were some criminal. As soon as he moved, some of the soldiers began moving to intercept him, but was Lex someone easily cornered? Earlier, he would have relied only on his instincts to guide him, but in this moment, where his body was strained to the maximum amount for survival, he began to notice all the new changes in him. Regal Embrace was about defense, and Mo's Blessing about offense. Lex decided that he wanted to surpass both, but his cultivation technique interpreted the intent behind his words, and not the words literally. After all, there was a lot more to cultivation than just those two facets, and his technique began enhancing all of them. It was just that, since the changes had only just begun, and there was no opportunity yet, he had not noticed them before. With his senses strained to their utmost, he noticed the movement patterns of the soldiers just as his instincts began warning him. He saw where and how the soldiers would block him, even as his instincts began guiding him in a certain direction. Instantly, and for the first time, he realized the flaw his instincts had. Their guidance, while correct, was generic. Comparatively, when he detected all the changes himself, realized the patterns of their movement and analyzed the countermeasures himself, he reached the conclusion that the guidance of his instincts, while correct, were not the most efficient path he could take. But at the moment, Lex did not have the time to dwell on these things. The sensation of danger he was feeling was getting even stronger, and in fact he could already detect a familiar itch filling his lungs. He kept running, but before the soldiers could intercept him, he completed the technique in law effect, and teleported as far away as possible. Even while teleporting, he did not lose his momentum, and immediately crashed into the side of a hill once he reappeared. Using only 1 second, Lex reoriented himself and understood his surroundings while he forced himself to cough until he spewed out some blood tinged with something green. But once the second was over, he continued to teleport. The feeling of danger was still strong. Back at the fort, the soldiers were alarmed by Lex's immediate disappearance. Within the fort, teleportation was supposed to be blocked, unless through the official teleportation formation. Something had definitely happened, but what they had not realized was that since the issue was not caused by Lex, but had occurred at the fort wall. When the barrel made from void wood cracked, a green sludge had leaked out. Immediately the earth itself around the barrel began turning to ash, and ultimately the wall as well. The formation lines, which were protected by the sturdy wall, naturally were also eroded, disrupting the formation. This disruption had only taken a moment, and as it happened Lex had teleported away the very moment it happened. Yet as quick as the erosion that was taking place was, its speed was only growing as more and more barrels cracked. The green sludge continued to spread, but the effects had already begun to influence far-off places. The refugees and citizens in the fort began to collapse where they stood, one after another. The soldiers realized something was amiss, and immediately deployed their defensive techniques. Poisons and bioweapons were nothing to, even to the cultivation world. But it was all for naught, for their demise was only delayed by a fraction of a second. The auditor and his escort were perhaps the only ones who detected the threat at the same time as Lex, and their reaction had been exactly the same. Horrified, they teleported far away before they turned to look in the direction of the fort. "What in heaven's name was that?" asked Hennessy, though he did not let his shock slow his actions. Even before he asked, he had already activated a distress signal, and not one meant to seek help from the Jotun Empire, no. As a follower of the Hennessy, his distress signal targeted them directly. Jotun himself might also detect the signal, if he were in the region, but no one else. "It's Jahal liquid from the Jahel Bog realm," the auditor said with a look of disgust and fear. "It's extremely corrosive to any and every realm besides its own. If it's not contained quickly, let alone this planet, this whole star region will be affected. If things develop towards the extreme, then the energy development of the entire galaxy will be compromised." Both Ripley and Hennessy wore looks of disgust, both for very different reasons. Ripley turned and began noting something down on the document attached to his clipboard. "I'm afraid you have an eco-terrorist problem. Something like this cannot be smuggled in lightly, or by the uninformed. This is no accident. I need to report this to my manager." Before Hennessy could respond, another figure appeared in front of both of them. The figure was shrouded, so his appearance was hidden, and had no aura at all. Yet neither of them doubted the ability of whoever responded to the distress signal. "What's the problem?" he asked, his voice echoing in their minds. "We need to isolate the hazardous material on that planet and prevent its spread. We also need a follow-up team to investigate the source of this. Whatever has happened here, and how we handle the situation will be reported by Auditor Ripley to the Versailles Bank." The figure was startled at the mention of the bank and turned to look at the auditor. Suddenly the figure launched his aura in full, and overwhelmed the duo with his presence as a Tao Lord. "You had some remaining contamination on you," the figure mentioned, before disappearing. The barrels of Jaha that had exploded under the fortress, as well as countless other locations on the planet, all suddenly vanished. Although the liquid barely had a few minutes to corrode the planet, its effects were irreversible. Millions were already dead, with hundreds of millions likely to soon follow, not to mention how the environment on the planet would soon deteriorate. "Contact the local authority," the figure said to Hennessy when it reappeared. "The natives of the planet will need to be evacuated. This planet will not recover." Both Ripley and Hennessy were surprised to hear the news. It had been a few minutes, at most. Wasn't that reaction too strong? As if anticipating their curiosity, the figure continued, "The space in the region has been severely compromised. While the corrosive damage from the liquid can be fixed, the damage it did to heat space around the planet can only heal naturally over time. This location has become vulnerable." As if to emphasize what the figure said, a small portal was ripped open on the planet. A horde of insect-like creatures began to pour out from the portal with no indication that they would stop any time soon. All three of them watched from a distance. Since with their cultivation realm it was quite easy to notice such a significant event even from a distance. Encountering a wild minor realm with hostile creatures so soon after such an incident. "I suspect your eco-terrorists had planned this in advance. If you'll excuse me, I have to make an emergency report as per bank protocol, but I'll stay here to watch as the situation develops. Please, do not let my presence distract you from your duties." Immediately after speaking, Ripley activated a treasure which enveloped him in an opaque shield. Hennessy grimaced upon hearing such news, and activated an emergency contact device of his own. The Hennessy will not be pleased. The situation in the Origin realm was about to undergo a massive shake-up. Back down on the planet, Lex finally stopped teleporting as soon as instincts had suddenly stopped screaming at him. He had not been able to sense the interference of the Tao Lord despite his affinity of laws, yet he could definitely detect that the immediate danger had vanished. Yet now, a new yet familiar danger had replaced it, though this one Lex completely disregarded. He wanted to teleport right back to the inn and avoid this mess, but at the same time he did not want to abandon Alexander. He made a fist and punched himself in the gut once, causing him to vomit out some putrid, green liquid that had gathered in his stomach. Instantly, he felt a lot better, yet weaker at the same time. If whatever the hell that green stuff had affected him so severely, he did not need to imagine what had happened to the others. Chances were, Alexander himself might not have survived if he was exposed to it as well. He decided to go back to the Jotun stronghold and check it out. If the situation got worse, he could always retreat back to the inn. Chapter 725. Familiar. Although the sense of danger had vanished, Lex avoided the fort and instead took a long way around towards the Jotun stronghold. The trip would have taken him many hours had he not decided to pull out the ship he had bought to traverse the Crystal Realm. But even then his return was nowhere near quick, and yet he found Polbitvi to be uncharacteristically silent. Even if he was out in the wilderness, far away from any habitation by rebel or local forces, one could usually at least hear the sounds of birds and insects, not to mention the various wild beasts. Yet now, the sound to keep Lex company was that of the wind, and literally only just the wind. Even the usual rustling of the leaves was absent, for all the leaves of any trees Lex crossed had vanished and turned to ash. The wood and bark of the trees, for some reason, remained unharmed, but it was all too easy to determine that there was no longer any life within them. The once colorful and pleasant scenery had suddenly become barren and desolate. Where once the craters caused by the war had been filled with bushes and wild grass, they were now once again empty of all but ash. It was as if the battle that had caused these craters had just ended moments ago. The eerie thing was, Lex did not even encounter any corpses. If all the wildlife had suddenly died, infected by whatever that green poison really was, there should at least be corpses lying around. Perhaps, in some way, that would have been less creepy than the sudden absence of all living creatures. Such a commute continued for a short while, but Lex, who was paying close attention for any kind of disturbance at all, suddenly detected tremors coming from his left. Due to how sensitive the situation was, Lex did not hesitate to activate his fancy contact lenses before turning his ship in the same direction. It was not easy to see far, due to the hilly terrain, but Lex soon heard the very familiar sounds of combat. From the distance he could hear the thundering of countless feet, as if from a marching army, accompanied by the frequent sound of thrashing and banging. Soon, he could hear the sound of a few explosions. He changed into his suit with ridiculously high defense and readied himself for anything as he approached the sounds of combat. His spirit senses saw the scene long before he peaked the summit of the nearest hill, revealing to him a small horde of strange gray insects. The insects were around 3 feet (0.9 meters) long and had 2 large claws extending forward, which they used for locomotion, as they seemed to lack any other limbs dedicated for movement. The claws were also incredibly sharp and hard, which allowed them to use it for combat as well. The few thousand insects that Lex saw had surrounded a small battered group of humans who were fighting for dear life. Just as Lex readied himself to help, he finally reached the peak which allowed him to see the battle happening below, and his face immediately distorted. Since he was not completely used to his spirit sense, he had failed to make one important distinction. The group of humans were, in fact, a group of kids, surrounded and protected by other civilians. Despite their somewhat decent cultivation realm, none beside them looked like they knew how to fight save one woman who was cutting through the insects like a storm. Lex had no hesitation as he immediately used Imperial Shield and surrounded the struggling group with a number of, shields. The insects were not too strong, with most at the Foundation realm and only a few in the Golden Core, so he was not worried at all about if they could break his barriers, and instead focused on eradicating them. Taking advantage of his height, Lex leapt forward while he used an array to summon fire around him, and fell into the horde like a meteor. The ground trembled as he fell, and the fire swept over the insects, burning them to a crisp. Yet compared to the massive horde, Lex had only removed but a single drop in the ocean. Undeterred, he cut through the horde, using his brute strength to absolutely crush anything that came in his way. The first punch he threw was slightly stiff, and had the form one could expect of someone who practiced in front of a mirror. Yet Lex seemed to gain a deeper understanding of his body, as well as the structure of the insect he punched, and immediately adapted. The second punch he threw, this time with his left hand as it was following up the one from his right, had the form and fluidity of a Mamador boxer. Moreover, although his strength did not require such precision, his punch landed at the insect's most vulnerable point, immediately crushing its spine. Lex suddenly seemed to learn something new once again, this time about how his weight distribution affected his form. Weighing at 712 pounds, 325 kgs, it was no wonder his weight affected him. He took a step forward, as he naturally had to progress, yet somehow his posture became perfect for his third punch. This time around, it looked like the blow had been delivered by a professional fighter, and killed the insect without crushing its body. No extra strength had been used at all. As he took another step forward, he did not punch, but swept his foot around and hit countless insects that had closed up on him. When he finally threw his fourth punch, he no longer looked like a professional, but like a champion who had dominated the ring his entire career. With each step he was taking, Lex was undergoing an evolution in his understanding of combat, and his aura was undergoing a subtle change. Yet all of this was happening subconsciously, as his actual entire focus was on reaching the kids as quickly as possible. Even though they were safe, there was no need for them to remain in such an anxiety-inducing environment. As soon as he reached the barrier, he threw in a bundle of golden keys, and merely screamed, "Crush them." Whether it was because of the impression he made with his arrival, descending from the heavens in a literal ball of fire, or his dominating aura, or the ruthless efficiency with which he was killing insects, no one asked any questions nor did they ponder over his motives. Without a single thought, they crushed the keys as if listening to Lex was a habit they had long since cultivated. Soon, the entire crowd disappeared, yet Lex did not fail to notice the corpses which were left behind on the ground, even within Lex's erected barriers. Many of the civilians who had been fighting the insects had bled out and died, even after Lex had separated them from the fight. Yet now was not the time to feel sentimental. He recalled there was still one real fighter, doing her best against thousands of insects, fighting for a hope of salvation that seemed too much of a fairy tale to actually believe in. He swept his spirit sense and found her shortly after. He moved towards her with urgency, not because the insects were a threat to him, no, even if he stood absolutely still it would be a wonder if they could harm him, no, he did not want another person to fall while he was still there to help, especially a woman so valiant. With ever-increasing ferocity, Lex fought against the invading Cretans and finally reached her, yet the moment he saw her a sense of familiarity hit him and he recognized who it was. Previously, when he had arrived at the fort, he had crossed paths with an unusual woman who seemed familiar to him, but he could not recognize. This solo warrior was the very same woman, but although he remembered where he saw her last, that is not why he felt like he recognized her. Instead, it was the way she fought that gave him a flashback, and momentarily halted his movements. He recalled a stage and people watching, mesmerized. He recalled gorgeous phoenix eyes, filled with energy and zeal. He recalled thin pink lips which curved into an excited and innocent smile. He recalled a sleek jaw and smooth cheeks that looked like they were carved out of the purest marble, rather than belonging to a real human. He recalled flowing brown hair, even though a ballerina should never have openly flowing hair. Her graceful yet unique movements gave her away. She was the soldier who had once performed a ballet during the Midnight Games cultural show. Yet the reason why she seemed familiar, but Lex could not recognize her, was simply because she must have used Clark Kent glasses to hide her identity inside the inn. Yet as the owner of the inn, he had still been exposed to her real aura, which is why she felt so familiar, yet he could not recognize her. More importantly, while her alternate appearance had looked so breathtakingly beautiful, her actual appearance was, as expected, not the same at all. Now that he had uncovered why he felt like the woman was so familiar, but could not recognize her, he felt a little annoyed that the reason behind the mystery was so simple yet so stupid. "I've already teleported the group away, there's no need to continue fighting," Lex told the woman through his spirit sense. "You should hurry up and retreat as well, there's no point in continuing to fight." He also handed her a golden key, in case she didn't have one. Although there was no white horse nearby, Lex did feel like a knight in shining armor. If Fenrir were nearby, he supposed a wolf could have replaced the role of the horse. "I can't," was all she responded. Chapter 726. Teamwork makes the dream work. Lex was not expecting such a response, especially in the midst of such a large crowd of monstrous insects. It was one thing for him to remain nonchalant surrounded by a few thousand blood-hungry vermin, but it was quite another case for other people. Even if he were not wearing his defensive suit, his body in itself was nothing shy of a tank, yet the ballerina before him, despite being well equipped, was not nearly in the same league. Though admittedly, her movements were phenomenal, and she had yet to suffer a single injury, it was not really enough of an excuse to ignore a safe retreat. In the midst of battle was not really an ideal time to converse, so Lex moved closer so that he could envelope both in his shields. Under normal circumstances, relocating when being assaulted from every angle was not an easy feat that one could just accomplish because he wanted to. Lex was effectively fighting against the force of a stampede when he moved through his foes, but he had enough physical strength to back him up, not to mention his ever-increasing deftness in battle. Although the situation did not really call for it, he could not help but enjoy the new sensation that he was feeling during combat. But at the same time, he could feel his improvements slowing down. There was only so much pressure this particular horde could give him, and if he wanted to continue to improve he would need to find a bigger or stronger horde. But unlike Lex, who had all these advantages stacked up for him, the ballerina seemed to use nothing but absolute skill to allow her movement through the insect army. The flow of her movements never stopped, and each lift of the leg or wave of the hand hid a lethal intention behind it. With efficiency far greater than Lex himself, she was leaving behind insect corpses, though admittedly Lex was not really trying. Lex could not help but compare her current appearance to the one he had seen at the inn. The hair was the most prominent. Back then, it had been a deep brown, evoking nostalgic feelings such as hot chocolate during winter, the smell of pine wood, a warm crackling fire over freshly chopped logs and more. Yet now, in comparison, her fiery red hair lit his mind ablaze as if it was tinder, awaiting a lit match. The way it flowed in the air, free and wild, filled him with a feeling of excitement and energy, like he had adrenaline coursing through his veins and he needed to seize the day. Her skin had been flawless and fair, like a marble statue of a goddess. Now, however, she had freckles on her cheekbones, though admittedly they had a charm of their own, albeit quite different from the regal and distant impression she had given previously. Her phoenix eyes had been tiny and cute, yet filled with boundless excitement. Now, she had lost that feature, and had large green eyes, though somehow larger eyes suited the boundless emotions they stored. Her lips. Lex snapped himself awake from his random thoughts. Was this really the time and place to be ogling a random woman? He felt slightly embarrassed. It was not as if he had never seen a beautiful woman before. Anita, the lich that worked for him at the inn, was nothing short of breathtaking herself, breaking all stereotypes for the undead. Moreover, Zuri Adisa, the four-leaf clover that had ultimately become a big shot in the Origin realm, also had a humanoid appearance that was nothing short of absolutely legendary. With a clear mind, he finally reached her and immediately put up several imperial shields around the two of them so that they could talk without interference. The abrupt emergence of a barrier disrupted the ballerina's flow for just a moment, but she recovered instantly and took a step back to analyze the situation. Upon realizing that the insects could not break the shields, she finally turned towards Lex. "Is there something else you need to do?" Lex asked, guessing the only possible reason he could think of for why someone would reject safety. "There are a couple of kids I was taking care of. I left them in the Jotun stronghold. I cannot leave without them, and if there's anywhere on this planet that's safe, it's there. Once I regroup with them, if the situation looks bad, I will consider retreating to the Midnight Inn." Although Lex did not mention the inn, upon looking at the key Lex gave her, she knew exactly where he had meant to send her. "Do you know what's happening? These insects don't look native to this planet. Don't tell me that they were unleashed to attack the rebels." Although Lex did not want to believe that any government would use such a genocidal tactic to eliminate resistance, he knew full well the lengths that people would go to get what they wanted. "What happened? We can probably only discover at the stronghold. All communication lines are down, even the emergency broadcast networks, so something pretty major happened. I don't see how the rebel or official forces could build up the courage to affect official Jotun networks. Something else must be happening." The woman paused her answer, and took a look at Lex top to bottom. A man fully suited looked incredibly out of place on the battlefield, especially when the suit remained creaseless even after a fight. He seemed strong, and though she had not paid attention to him too much, the barriers he put up were at least useful. "What about you? Are you on a rescue mission, or was this something you just encountered as you passed by?" There was an attack of some kind on the nearby rebel fort, and it was not something I would expect in a conflict of this scale. Something, or someone, has definitely interfered. I was also heading towards the Jotun stronghold to find out what was happening. The two did not explicitly state it, but seeing as how their objectives aligned, they seemed to reach an agreement to work together. Chapter 727, Consecutive Coincidences. My name is Lex, he introduced himself, since they were going to be working together. Giselle, she responded succinctly. Lex only nodded, and then turned to look at the endless little critters trying to get to them. Give me a moment, Lex said, before he began forming an array. Comfortably secure behind his shields, Lex took his time to build a strong array capable of dealing area damage. The lack of pressure allowed him to comfortably pursue his repertoire of pre-made arrays, and choose the most suitable one. When he finally unleashed it, an orangish-red flame rained down from the sky, burning all the insects it touched. Among the arrays Lex had prepared, this was not the strongest, but it was one of the ones with the largest reach. He was not really interested in killing all the insects originally, and planned on leaving. But Giselle's fiery red hair reminded him of it, not to mention that these insects could go and attack other helpless humans or any survivors of the strange green poison. It was best to get rid of as many of them as possible, so long as they did not delay him too long. Most of the Foundation Realm insects burned to a crisp, though the Golden Core ones were only wounded. But, unfortunately for them, using an array took no energy from Lex, so as long as he was uninterrupted, he could use it as many times as he wanted. 1 wave, 2 waves, a dozen waves of flames fell from the skies until all the insects were burnt into fiery crisp, or into glowing charcoal. It only took a few minutes of his time. The reason Lex had not done this from the get-go was that he did not want to take risks with the survivors. Let's go, he said calmly, as he proceeded towards his ship. Giselle remained silent as well, giving no indication of whether she found the feat impressive or not. They set off as soon as they got in the ship. Silence fell between them. Just because Lex had focused a little more than usual on Giselle's appearance did not mean he had a crush on her, or wanted to get closer to her in any way. His focus remained on any other signs of life as they traversed the hilly terrain, yet all of it remained so barren. When all this was happening, Lex had been too busy trying to get as far away from the poison until he found a location safe enough to teleport away from. As such, although he caught glimpses of the eroding environment, he had not paid it too much mind. Giselle, on the other hand, not only had no idea of what had happened, she was completely bewildered as the environment around her started to decay. As if that was not enough, she was soon after attacked by a horde of never-before-seen insects. The day was quite eventful, to say the least. This was not even mentioning how she was suddenly feeling ill, though fortunately whatever was making her sick disappeared just as abruptly as it had arrived. A short while later, they finally crossed the border between the rebel-held area. Taking a detour around the fort took some time, but Lex was not willing to risk getting close to it. He did not believe that there were no traces of that poison left in that area. We're almost there, Lex declared, surprised that their trip had been uninterrupted by any other significant event. It seemed like they truly were traveling on a barren planet. Although there weren't so many people around when I crossed last time, it really wasn't this empty. I suppose everyone retreated to the stronghold, said Lex absently, not really expecting a response. A lot of people died very suddenly. And whoever died turned to ash, leaving no trace of their bodies. The same happened to all the beasts. What? Lex asked, startled. Before Giselle could clarify what she meant, a few things distracted him. First, Mary reached out to him. Lex, I thought you should know, a group of kids and civilians arrived at the inn a short while ago. They were all wounded and so were being treated, but we've just discovered an extremely potent poison in their bodies. Even the recovery pod cannot heal them, and will at most slow things down. If nothing is done, they're going to die. The news was quite alarming, as it meant even people who had survived the initial spread of the poison may end up dying. But before Lex could process the news, or even check up on his new companion, he felt a strange fluctuation in space. Overhead, a tear opened up in space itself, and insects began raining down from the sky. Only, these ones weren't as weak as the ones Lex encountered before. The weakest ones were at the Golden Core realm, while a majority were at the Nascent realm. Based on this trend, there was even a chance for there to be some immortals. If there are immortals, we won't be able to cross so easily. Be ready to retreat to the inn, Lex said seriously, his gaze fixed on the insect rain. No, I can't afford to leave the kids behind. If the situation gets bad, you can leave without me. I'll find my way across. Lex snapped his neck back to look at her and see whether she was serious or not. He did not know if she was being stubborn, or really had something to rely on. Either way, for now at least, it seemed like he had to force his way through. And we were so close. He couldn't help but mumble. One could even say that he had raised this flag himself by acknowledging how easy his journey had been, but Lex thoroughly refused to believe in flags. He would continue this behavior and prove that the continuous bouts of bad luck he encountered were all just consecutive coincidences. Chapter 728, No Fear as Inconvenient as. It was having to go through a rain of killer insects. Lex was not only going because of Giselle. He needed a cure for the poison if he was going to treat his guests, and the Jotun Empire was the most likely to have one. Or at least know of one. This was completely not an excuse for him to show off in front of a pretty girl. You keep mentioning wanting to retreat. If you wish to head back, you can go. I can manage on my own, said Giselle. She had been using the ride to recuperate and had recovered much of her spiritual energy. This was a completely foreign concept to Lex, as he always had such massive spiritual energy reserves that he barely ever came close to depletion. If he ever did, it was mostly because of how ridiculously extreme his situation was. It's not me I'm worried about. I am well aware of what I can handle, but typically, going straight through thousands of enemies is reason enough to give others pause. He looked at her to see if she reacted, but her gaze was completely fixed on her objective. Lex's mention of the number of enemies did not faze her at all. I can take care of myself. I am no stranger to a tough fight. She paused for a moment, then turned to look at Lex. As you said, facing so many enemies is no cakewalk. Is there a particular reason why you're heading to the stronghold? If it's just curiosity about what happened, you can always find out after the fight is over. A strange poison was spread across Polbitvi. It even affected those that I rescued. I'm hoping the Jotun have the cure for it. After all, someone definitely acted out to stop the spread, or the damage caused would have been much worse. As soon as he finished speaking, Lex's expression changed as he realized something. Wait a minute, are you also poisoned? He asked, although he believed he already had an answer. Both times when it came to the matter of the poison, even he was affected, so how could others avoid it? All the more reason to reach the stronghold, Giselle said calmly, as if her words were explanation enough. Lex shook his head disapprovingly. Exertion would most likely only make her situation worse, but if she wasn't willing to listen to reason, who was he to force her otherwise? He, instead, turned his attention forward. The stronghold, by which he meant the small area protected by the Jotun Empire, was not yet in view, but it was close. We cannot let them slow us down, declared Lex as his ship continued to move towards the raining insects. For a moment, he could not help thinking that he was glad that he didn't have entomophobia. I'm strongest at close-range combat, though I can still do some damage at a distance. My shields don't really work well with a moving object, so they're out of the picture. As it happens, what I'm best at is also close-range combat, but well, I'm sure I can manage something. Giselle nodded and summoned a vial from a spatial equipment she had, before drinking it. Clearly she was making preparations for the fight. Lex, too, decided to prepare for the fight, so he entered his state of flow. When he told her that what he was best at was close-range combat, it wasn't wrong since he only recently improved dramatically in the field. But even so, that didn't mean he was lacking in other areas. He did not know why, but his instincts warned that it was best he keep his identity hidden while fighting, so he used notorious anonymity, the technique that covered his face with a particularly devilish mask. Giselle suddenly got goosebumps and looked towards Lex. For some reason, the aura he was giving out changed, and quite dramatically. Two arrays appeared around him, one in front of each hand, and his eyes hidden behind the mask became dark. Without regal embrace holding him back, it was time to let loose and see what he could really do. While Lex only had to face a newly forming horde, and even then he only had to cross them rather than defeat them all, the situation in the Jotun stronghold was much, much worse. 5 separate tiers in space surrounded the stronghold, unleashing 5 massive armies of the very same insects. A massive formation protected the stronghold from the immediate threat of the horde, but it was unknown how long the formation would hold out, for 5 immortal insects were constantly bashing it. The stronghold did not have many soldiers, but the few that were stationed there were all geared up and standing ready for their orders. Even facing such a tremendous force, there was not a hint of fear that tainted their resolve. If anything, a sense of excitement and anticipation filled every street and corner. To become a Jotun soldier was not something that could be achieved by the faint of heart. Or rather, the Jotun took those weak of heart and turned them into spectacular soldiers. The number of insects had grown so immense that no one could guess how many there truly were. They could not climb the formation, but so many of them piled up against it that they at first began to cover the sides. But slowly and steadily, as their numbers increased, they began to truly cover the entire formation, slowly and steadily blocking all the light that was entering within. It was this scene and this environment into which Alexander stepped when he was finally released from his interrogations. Behind him 6 blades floated, now with the very edge of their blade glowing red. After fighting Lex last time, he had thought of ways to increase his attacking power, and this new technique was what he came up with. Within the center building of the stronghold, Belle, who was going by the code name Valkyrie, received an emergency call. It was her ancestor, and the founder of the Williams family. Chapter 729, Bloody Art, Ancestor what? Don't speak and just listen to me, William interrupted Belle, his mood extremely solemn. The situation at Polbitvi is extremely dire. Not just the entire planet, but the entire star system, as well as all star systems nearby are being evacuated. In fact, the Empire may even give up on the entire Pendle Galaxy depending on what happens next. What I'm about to tell you is beyond confidential, to the utmost degree, and is perhaps the most important news you will hear in your entire life. William paused, though only for the briefest of moments, giving Belle enough time to process everything he had just said. The news I'm giving you is the same news I would give to any of my descendants if they were in your situation, understand? What you're about to hear is not a reward for your talent or your newfound strength, it's an opportunity independent of everything else. Whether you take it or not is up to you, and whether you survive or not is also completely up to chance. Williams's exasperation and frustration as he said those words was quite evident, but she could not understand why. What she did understand was that she was in a situation much more serious than she had ever faced before, and perhaps it was not the time to be willful. Of course, that would never prevent her from being willful if she truly wanted to. She could not control the universe, that was something she learned at a very early age. She could only control her own actions. Jeffrey, the terrorist you were hunting, seems to have a much bigger background than anyone expected or anticipated. What he just pulled off at Polbitvi has interrupted plans that are billions of years in the making, and he has angered some tremendously powerful people. As we speak, almost every single powerful entity in the entire Origin realm is surely making their way to the Pendle Galaxy to hunt for his traces. What you have is an advantage everyone else lacks, which is that you're the closest to him. If you can hunt him down, whether you catch him alive or kill him, the rewards you will get surpass anything you can imagine. I'm forwarding you a live link to the same information the Emperor himself is receiving at this very moment. What you do next is completely up to you. The call ended, and the world around Belle seemed to slow down. Although a lot of extremely critical information was shared, due to their cultivation their speed of communicating was extremely fast. Not even a complete second had passed since she picked up the call, and it had already ended. Countless thoughts swam through her head. Her personal goals, her family's struggles, the grudges against her parents she had nursed in her heart for so many years, the fates of the soldiers under her command, the fate of her 2 sisters, Liz who had run away and had yet to be found and Moon who had spent most of her life imprisoned, her brother Lex who vanished off Earth with no trace, and countless others. With this opportunity in front of her, she felt like her character was truly being tested. After all, right at her doorstep 5 immortals were banging, waiting to come in and kill them all. Moreover, there was only one immortal stationed in the Jotun stronghold. Without Belle's help he probably would not survive long against 5 foes. That meant everyone at the stronghold would similarly die. She closed her eyes and sighed. Since when had she cared about others? She would do whatever she wanted, as she had always done. A bright light burst out of her skin, passing through all walls and obstructions, and her aura began to rise. Giselle slowly lowered the sword in her hand. It seemed that she would not need it, at least for now. Her eyes were fixed on Lex who stood at the bow of the ship, his feet planted firmly and his posture perfect. He did not seem to be fighting a dire fight, but instead orchestrating a grand work of art. A very bloody and brutal piece of art. The arrays he used summoned countless small spikes of ice, barely as large as her finger, and that's it. The arrays did not even launch the spikes, no Lex did that personally using his spirit sense. At first a couple, then a few, then a dozen, and then a few dozen, until it reached the point where she could no longer count, insects swarmed them to attack. Yet each insect that came close was pierced with a single ice spike, and fell to the ground. Not all insects died, some were only crippled, while others were merely paralyzed, while others still, those who were stronger, were merely wounded seriously. He was extremely accurate in his aim, and precise in targeting only those that targeted them first. She did not know how long he could keep this up, but in her mind that was much too powerful. No one at the Golden Core realm should be this good at killing, yet when she thought about it, all he really did was use some arrays in his spirit sense. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't even be very spirit energy intensive. Was this a display of not being good at long-range fighting? Once, a nascent level insect seemed to have blocked the spikes and came close to attacking them. Giselle prepared to counter so that Lex could continue fighting the rest, but then Lex merely looked towards the insects, and it began screaming as if its very soul had been ripped to shreds. In a few minutes, they passed through the insect rain and came out the other side. The experience was completely surreal, and Giselle kept looking back as if to ensure they really had managed to cross so easily. But just as she was beginning to feel the relief of a close escape, Lex. Cursed. Crap. Chapter 730. A devil and an angel crossing the new space breach was relatively simple, as the insects had not had time to accumulate. At most, it was like crossing a thick, heavy curtain, if that curtain were made of living, smelly, disgusting insects that smelled. Lex wiped off some bloody goo from under his nose. No wonder the smell kept haunting him. It was still dangerous and tricky, but manageable more or less due to how fast his ship was. Yet when he looked at the stronghold after crossing the curtain, Lex could not help but curse. There were too many insects to count, and they were beginning to cover the dome-like protective formation around it, slowly covering the entire stronghold. As if that was not enough, he could feel the familiar yet intimidating aura of immortals from the insects. That's not good, even Giselle admitted with a frown as she noticed the siege. Despite the situation, Lex could not help but be a bit amused. Really, the army blocking our way is bad news. But he had the sense to not voice out his thoughts. Giselle, do you know anything about arrays? Lex asked, as he thought up a plan of what to do next. The most important thing was to avoid the immortals. Everything else could be managed. Just the basics. I can't use arrays if that's what you mean. No, not that, Lex said. Arrays, no matter how big or small, how strong or weak, are all powered by the universe. They get their energy from their environment. But the issue I'm facing is that the energy here is really weak and unstable. My arrays are coming out a lot weaker than they're supposed to be. Giselle raised an eyebrow. That was weak. The reason I'm telling you this is because what I'm about to do next is really risky. Even if you really don't want to, I suggest you mentally prepare yourself to retreat to the inn. What are you planning? Lex only smiled weakly, but did not answer. Some things were best not said aloud, lest he be accused of being crazy. In that moment, the aura of another immortal appeared, and this time behind them. It seemed like an immortal insect really had emerged from that hole in space. Guess there was no more time to look back. The stronghold was becoming ever darker as the soldiers waited for their orders. For now, all the combat was being done via the formation, so they need not do anything. But the moment the formation failed, or was deactivated, it would be their turn to fight. Alexander could not help but crane his neck upward, as he looked at the remaining bit of the formation still uncovered, and at the last few rays of light still coming in. He had already sent a message to the inn to inform Lex not to come back to Polbitvi, at least for now. The result of the upcoming battle would determine whether Alexander would even continue hunting for the terrorists or not. Yet just as the dome was about to completely darken, a pure, bright light emerged from the center of the stronghold, illuminating every corner. Alexander could not help but turn back to see where the light was coming from. At first, he could not see much as the source of the light was too bright, causing him to close his eyes. But a few moments later, though the light did not dim, a figure suddenly became visible right in the center. All anyone could see was a vague outline of a woman, and 6 incredible, massive wings coming out from behind her. She was rising up in the air slowly, and her aura grew more powerful as she rose higher. One could tell that she was building up her strength to release it all at once. But before she had a chance to reach her peak strength, the sound of thunder pierced the dome, the very ground trembling from its reverberating might. The soldiers once again snapped their neck, this time towards the source of the sound. At the base of the dome, they could see that the insects had been burned to a crisp, and a clearing, ever so small, appeared. But the clearing was too small, and the horde was quickly coming to close it. But before they could, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, once again devastating any insects near that clearing, and releasing another thunderous roar. For some reason, all the soldiers had the same thought: tribulation lightning. But why was it striking the ground here? Was the planet itself undergoing a tribulation? But before their minds could wander much farther, and their imagination ran wild, a figure became visible from the clearing. On a strange ship in the shape of a canoe, a man and a woman were quickly approaching. Even from such a distance, the devilish mask covering the man's face was visible, though the soldiers did not have time to appraise it for long. A mind-rattling shriek pierced the air, and an insect struck out at them from a distance. The insect looked identical to any other, but the aura of an immortal was all too prominent to make anyone mistake it for an ordinary one. They could only watch helplessly as the daring raid from the two stragglers was about to fail, but then something unexpected happened. The devil lifted its hand and, with perfect timing, seemed to divert the attack just as it was about to hit them, and launched it towards the clearing. There was another thunderous roar, and this time all the insects in the path of the canoe were shredded, forming a gruesome red carpet of blood for the passage of the ship. In that very instant, the figure in the center of light reached her peak strength, and unleashed a devastating attack that seemed to target each and every insect around the dome. For better or worse, the battle had begun. On one side was a man akin to a devil, on another side a woman who radiated the aura of an angel, and in the middle a horde of wailing insects. Chapter 731. Stop showing off. Back when the AI had invaded the inn, Lex had taken an attack from an immortal head-on, and survived. It was an experience he was not eager to repeat, for every bone in his body had been crushed almost into fine powder. Moreover, the only reason he survived was because the robot had lacked something fundamental that other immortals had, which made it weaker. So, although Lex of course needed recognition for the event, one could also say a lot of luck was at play. If the robot had not been fundamentally weaker, if the force of the attack had not been channeled into the ground through his feet, and if Impervious Hand had somehow not taken control of the robot's soul, there was a good chance Lex would have died, or at least been seriously injured beyond what he had been already. That was why Lex did not dare utter out his plan to once again face an immortal, lest his resolution waver. But, unlike last time, Lex did not intend to take the attack head-on. No, this time, Lex only wanted to divert the attack into the otherwise massive army of insects to clear a path for his escape into the formation. That should be easy, right? He only needed to accomplish two impossible feats back to back. Lex entered the flow state, getting rid of any distracting thoughts and allowing himself to focus on the task at hand. He honed in on any guidance his instincts provided, while at the same time started using all the new advantages he had gained with his new cultivation technique. He used a familiar array, and summoned the lightning from immortal tribulations to herald his arrival, and attract the attention of an immortal. If he was going to do this, he absolutely could not allow himself to cower or do things half-heartedly. Even a hint of weakness, even if it was in his thoughts, or the aura he had accumulated, could result in his failure. Therefore, he had to act as if he already knew he was bound to succeed. No, he could not act. His success was a foregone conclusion, he just had to act it out now. There were no clouds in the sky until Lex used his array, or rather, until he repeatedly used the same array. Although his arrays were not delivering the same level of attacks he was used to, he would just go for quantity if he failed in quality. Like divine judgment, lightning slammed down on the ground, destroying everything in its path. The insects were decimated, and those that were lucky enough to survive the first lightning strike were done in by the second, or the third, or even the fourth. Behind Lex, Giselle stood with a sword in her hand, a stoic expression on her face. There weren't any good solutions, so they had to go for a bad solution. Since Lex seemed decently confident, she allowed him to lead. Secretly though, she retrieved a small blue orb and clenched it in the fist of her free hand. As lightning fell, as the earth shook, as the insects wailed, and even as an immortal insect attacked, she did not flinch. If Lex could not handle the situation, she would. But the orb in her fist remained unused. As the attack descended on them, Lex, with such perfect timing it seemed like he had practiced it 100 times, reached out with his right hand and, ever so carefully, diverted it to the insects in their path. He had done it so smoothly it seemed like he barely used any effort, and with the devilish mask hiding his expressions, one could not tell if he was even in any pain, for the mask seemed to be laughing. Lex kept standing, but the ship they were on seemed to have suffered greatly from just being in the proximity of the attack. It began to slow, and eventually began to fall. Follow me, Lex said in a seemingly calm voice. He stepped onto the bow of the ship and then took another step forward, landing perfectly on the ground as the ship itself crashed into the ground. Giselle, too, had exited the ship calmly, and continued to walk behind Lex. Though, at the speed they were moving at, walking only referred to how casually they moved their legs, not the distance they were covering. In a few seconds they crossed the macabre red carpet that marked their path and reached the formation. Just as there was hope that they could enter the formation without the need for any fighting, a devastating attack was launched from within the stronghold. Instantly the nature of the formation changed, and instead of blocking the insects it allowed them to enter, so that the soldiers could fight in a terrain that suited them rather than the enemy. Amidst the roar of the soldiers, battle cry, and the wailing of a sea of insects, Giselle could have sworn she heard Lex sigh. Gently, Lex tucked his right hand into his trouser pocket and lifted his left hand. "Shall we see whose close combat is better?" he asked casually, as if standing in his own backyard. Giselle rolled her eyes and lifted her sword. "If you're injured, just follow my lead. No need to try and show off," she said, before beginning her ballet performance. A few thousand tons of insects were falling on top of them now that the formation had changed, and there was no more time for talking. Yet even then, for some reason, she could clearly hear the sound of Lex chuckling. Injured. Lex was most definitely injured as his right hand, arm, shoulder blade and rib cage were crushed. The muscles in that half of his body were also shredded. If someone poked Lex on his right side at that moment, they would discover that his body was more like jelly than its usual self. It was in anticipation of such a level of injury that Lex had blocked from his right instead of his left, lest his heart be crushed as well. It was not the injury itself that was the problem for Lex at that moment, as he could control his body using just his spirit energy. No, it was the soul-ripping pain that he was in that was overwhelming his senses. The reason he had so calmly descended from the ship, the reason he so casually walked to the dome formation, and the reason he was doing everything with such serenity was not because he wanted to look cool, but because sudden jerks shot pain all through his body. Chapter 732. Fresh from the fight, the first thing Lex did was to erect an imperial shield above himself and Giselle. No matter how strong they were, being crushed by the enormous weight of a mountain of insects was going to kill them. The next thing he did was analyze the situation. He had not expected the formation to change so suddenly. He was betting on getting inside the formation since he was sure that it would only block out the insects, not the humans. Or else, he would remain at the mercy of the immortal level insect. Though he had diverted one of its attacks, he could not do so again. As it was, the immortal level insect no longer focused on him, for a devastating attack from within the formation had targeted all the immortal level insects. What followed was a fight among immortals, held up in the air above the stronghold. Lex did not doubt that the Empire would come out the winner in the competition, as the strength of the Empire was not for show. For all the bravado he had shown earlier, Lex now only had one objective: to reach the center of the stronghold. He would get away from the fighting, and see if there was a cure to the poison to be found. If not, he would get out of there as quickly as possible and go get some sleep. The serious injury he had suffered was no doubt going to end with him sleeping for at least another month or two, which would seriously hamper his plans. But his plans couldn't keep up reality. He could now only hope that whatever treasure the mystery man wanted him to find had not yet been discovered. Unfortunately for Lex, even in his current situation, his plans couldn't keep up with reality. Just as he started heading deeper into the stronghold to get away from the battle, Bell informed the Jotun immortal stationed there to hold nothing back and attack with all his strength and resources. Just above her head was an opportunity so precious. Beings from all over the realm were rushing towards here. Every second she wasted was a second's worth of advantage she gave up. Orders passed down in a flash, and the Jotun forces finally charged. Though it was a uniform charge, with all forces working in tandem, their speed was not slow at all. Instantly the two forces clashed, and all hell was let loose. Lex and Giselle were completely surrounded by insects, and as if the pressure they were facing was not enough, the charge by the Jotun forces pushed the insects back, effectively squeezing the two who were caught in the middle. Lex, who had used Harden to ensure the right side of his body didn't slump, was not really in the state to respond quickly to the oncoming force. Since his arrays, albeit not useless, were not delivering the potency he had come to expect, he had to get creative. His right hand still in his pocket, Lex lifted his left hand and held out his palm, as if asking the insects to stop. But naturally, Lex was not being so courteous. Instead, he was making use of his extremely alien space affinity. He had not yet learned to harness its power in any tangible way, unlike his employee Z, but during his brief and rare instances of practice, the one thing he had learned was what kind of use would bring about undesirable results. Right now, that's exactly what he wanted. The air in front of his palm started to wrinkle, just a bit, and all the insects who came in the vicinity of the wrinkles slowed down, as if the flow of time itself had altered around them. But that was not the case. Instead, the already fragile space in Polbitvi had become warped. In some places it had become denser and others it had stretched beyond what was reasonable. The insects who entered this region experienced the unpleasantness which was having the very space their bodies occupied become fragile. The instability of space did not hurt their physical bodies nearly as much as it tortured their souls, which required absolute stability to exist. Although Lex had, in one single move, stopped the retreat of the entire army, he instantly paled as he felt his energy reserve deplete drastically. No matter his affinity, playing with space, especially on such a large scale, was not easily sustained. Lex withdrew his left arm as he mentally prepared himself for a real fight close up. Though he still planned on continuing to use arrays, their current unreliability meant that at any time he might need to defend himself. Even though it was bound to hurt, if it came down to it, he'd fight tooth and nail. But, just as he mentally prepared himself to face some pain, he felt a connection that had eluded him for a long time, and he could not help but relax. With his space interference stopped, the few hundred insects which had been affected fell to the ground, but the countless vermin behind them did not pause and rushed towards him like a tidal wave. Giselle, who had been fighting off the attack from the opposite side, sensed the arrival and prepared herself to rescue Lex, but then suddenly he seemed to vanish in her senses. Alarmed, she turned to look back, but was not prepared for what she saw. Although he could not be detected, Lex had not vanished. Instead, he was now astride a massive, white wolf, which similarly could not be detected by her senses. "Get on," she heard him speak through his spirit sense, and she did not hesitate to comply. Fenrir, who had just ended an extremely long and difficult trial, was ready to meet its friends it had not seen in so long. Yet what awaited it was not the familiar cozy and comfy midnight inn, but a brutal battlefield. Strong, fast, and fresh from a fight for the fate of the forest, Fenrir had arrived just in time to save Lex from an uncomfortable amount of pain. "I'm a little hurt," confided Lex to his trusted companion. "I'll let you deal with this rabble." Chapter 733. Odd encounter atop his loyal steed. Atop his loyal wolf, Lex was suddenly reminded of the fact that even in his most desperate situation, he really wasn't alone. The nefarious system added all kinds of restrictions to prevent his escape to the inn during a fight, but there was no such restriction on bringing in members of the inn. The moment he felt his connection to Fenrir restored, he did not hesitate to summon him over. Lex could instantly tell that Fenrir had grown much stronger, and from him Lex could feel an aura that was oddly similar to divine energy, though not quite. The pup was momentarily startled by its sudden arrival in a battlefield, but it did not affect its performance. It had been fighting non-stop until its trial ended, and so it had really honed its instincts. Although a battlefield was a very different environment to fight in from a forest, the pup adapted quickly enough. With the ferocity that befitted one who had been originally summoned as a protector for the inn, the pup tore through the horde as if it was paper. Whether it was one insect in front of it or 100, its claws felt no difference. Giselle was genuinely surprised now, and finally a tinge of curiosity awoke within her. Deflecting the blow of an immortal did not make as much of an impression on her as Fenrir did, as she was deeply knowledgeable about beasts, and could tell that Fenrir's origins weren't simple. Lex, who did not doubt Fenrir's capability at all, was not paying attention to it at all. Instead, all his spirit sense had converged within his body, more specifically his back, as he tried to communicate with the lotus on his back. It had been oddly silent for a while now, which suited Lex fine most of the time. But now, he needed its help. Originally Lex never dared to ask the lotus for things like this, because he was always too worried about maintaining the prestige of the Innkeeper. But now that he was slowly and steadily becoming more powerful, he was a lot less concerned about that, at least as far as the lotus was concerned. With time, as he grew stronger, he would have to pretend less and less, as he would eventually completely come into the role of the Innkeeper, and perhaps even surpass it one day. With such a mentality, he did not shy from making use of the lotus when he could. "Hey, wake up," he transmitted his voice into the tattoo on his back. The lotus did not immediately respond, so Lex gathered up his energy and focused, doing his best to summon the authority and aura of the Innkeeper he had nurtured on his own, not the one given to him by the host attire. Fenrir, Giselle, and all the immortals in the vicinity noticed the unusual aura gathering down below, but none other than the first two could tell where it was coming from. "Wake up," his voice echoed, and this time, the lotus roused from its deep slumber. "My body is injured," Lex said, his tone unchanging. "Do you think you can speed up its recovery?" "Yes, of course," the baby lotus responded timidly, and immediately began channeling its aura and circulating around Lex's body, drastically speeding up his recovery. "Is this kind of thing a burden for you?" Lex asked again, just to be sure. "No, not really, but I can't spend much time awake. I have already used up a lot of my energy without getting enough rest. If I keep this up, it'll be really bad for my growth." "I understand," Lex said as he felt his body recover. He decided not to bother the lotus unless it was a real emergency in the future. But with so many allies around him, Lex's confidence grew once again. Despite how casually Lex was taking it, the battle was actually extremely intense. Too much time had passed already, and Belle decided to end things once and for all, even if she had to pay a price. The 6 illusory wings behind her spread, glowing with light so bright it blinded the eyes and spirit sense of all in the area. When the light receded, it took the shape of an armor and sword made entirely of light. Her helmet of light did not even leave any gaps for her eyes, though at her level such things hardly mattered. When the remaining insects caught sight of her again, she had already critically wounded one immortal, and swiftly moved to injure another. Alarmed, the insects began working together, not harming her but keeping themselves from harm as well. Feeling frustrated, she held back no more and activated her tenets, which began affecting the environment around them, and made the situation even more dangerous. The entire continent under her suffered an earthquake and the fighting on the ground stopped momentarily, and the scenery in the sky changed. As if alarmed by the sudden change, all the immortal insects suddenly focused all their attacks on the shining angel in the sky, Belle. Though she could have avoided it, she allowed herself to be hit as she gathered her strength. Their attacks could not penetrate her armor anyway. Like a comet, she crashed into the ground, killing countless insects. Yet that brief departure from battle also gave her the time she needed to prepare her final attack. She looked up, ready to hone in on her targets, but saw a white wolf standing above her, looking down at her oddly. Atop the wolf sat a man wearing a devilish mask and a woman, also looking down at her. While her aura should have prevented anyone not immortal from even approaching her, these few all seemed unaffected. The wolf, as if deciding it was uninterested, turned away and continued to fight the insect horde. Belle, due to her excellent senses, heard the devilish man mumble, "I should really get a pair of sunglasses," while squinting away from the light her body was emitting. The odd encounter did not even give her a moment's pause. She had no time to wait, and finally, her full strength was unveiled. Her Valkyrie soul was awakened, and she, as a human, channeled the racial powers of the angels. She unleashed an attack so bright, for a moment the light from the local star even seemed to dim in comparison, before flying off into the sky. She never meant to kill the insects anyway. Injuring them was more than enough to hold them off until reinforcements arrived. Chapter 734, Lex. It took Lex a few moments to realize what happened. The Earth Immortal with angel wings had launched a devastating attack that heavily influenced the battle in the humans' favor, before disappearing into space. Although her target had been other immortal insects, the collateral damage from her attacks drastically dropped the number of enemies the humans had to fight. It made life easier for Lex too. With fewer obstructions, Fenrir quickly navigated his way from the very thick of battle towards the center of the stronghold. With the army's well-trained coordination, it was only a matter of time before they won the war outright. With the pressure off him, Lex easily soon exited the battle, though no one seemed to notice the giant wolf as it openly marched through the vacant streets. "You're leaving the battle?" Giselle questioned, a hint of disapproval in her voice. "Certain matters require urgent attention," Lex replied, paying her no mind. He had officially brought her to the stronghold, and even helped her escape the fight. If she wished to go back, he would not stop her nor interfere in her matters. His focus was entirely on the cure. Giselle hesitated, but decided to stick with him. Lex was right, her priority in the current situation was to check on the kids who had been with her, not the fight. Lex was beginning to feel that the worst was behind him, when suddenly Giselle coughed. It was not a bad cough, and it did not happen again, but at their level, even a cough was a significant matter. He was suddenly reminded that she was poisoned, as possibly everyone else in the area as well. Lex and Giselle looked at each, both aware of what the cough meant. "Let me see if I can slow down the poison," Lex said as he lifted his hand, but waited for her to agree. Considering that Lex's performance was quite remarkable so far, and that he himself had yet to show any signs of suffering from the poison, she nodded. Lex placed his fingers right below her wrist, as if checking her pulse. But he was not investigating her situation. Instead, he asked the lotus, "Can you check the body of the woman I'm touching? Can you find a cure for the poison in her system?" "Let me check," the lotus said, and allowed its energy to travel through Lex's fingers into Giselle's wrist. Giselle, who was being investigated, suddenly stiffened. The spiritual energy which had entered her wrist was beyond overbearing. If she tried to resist in any way, there was a very good chance her meridians themselves might tear. After a few moments of investigation, the lotus replied, "Yes, I can remove the poison, but this poison is incredibly powerful. I'm afraid, the moment I finish removing it, I'll fall into a deep sleep." Lex frowned, and then removed his hand. This was the first time he had encountered something that gave the lotus some kind of trouble. Whatever the poison's origins were, they absolutely weren't ordinary. For now, it wasn't worth putting the lotus to sleep to save one person. Although he said nothing, the frown on his face informed Giselle of whatever she needed to know. She wasn't particularly disappointed, for she didn't expect much. If the poison were so easy to remove, she would have already done it. Little did she know, Lex really had removed the poison from his own body. Although technically, that was a result of his body's own reaction, and was achieved by removing the infected area, such as a piece of his lung or his blood. "Let's hurry," was all Lex could offer as he spurred Fenrir to pick up the pace. It had to be mentioned that the poison remained unidentified even by the fancy contact lenses, and the same could be said for the strange insects. Lex could accept the absence of information of the poison due to how unusual it was, but considering the lenses came from the Emporium, he expected them to have a detailed database of all common and uncommon creatures in the Origin realm at least. This point was highly suspicious, but Lex could do nothing about it, so he put the matter at the back of his mind. "I'll get off here, the apartment I left the kids in is in a different direction," said Giselle as she hopped off Fenrir. "Good luck," offered Lex, before he continued on his way. He was not roaming the stronghold randomly, and was heading towards the main command center in which they even had their teleportation formations. If he wanted to ask about the poison, he would either need to find a doctor, or someone higher up along the chain of command. The building, surprisingly, was not unprotected as Lex had expected. There was a heavily armed guard stationed at every corner. At a glance Lex could easily determine that these were not the usual guards, but instead were probably some of the reinforcements that had teleported over. He didn't know what they were waiting for, but he knew that if he revealed himself they'd probably ask him to reveal his identity. Fortunately, Lex had an official identity with the Jotun forces. He asked Fenrir to shrink down as they hid beside a nearby building, and Lex dismissed notorious anonymity. He even changed out of his suit so that no one would associate him with the crazy devil guy who had diverted an immortal's attack. Giselle was the only one who knew his identity, but he did not really expect her to tattle. Even if she did, he was not too concerned, for the nagging feeling his instincts gave him to hide his identity had vanished. So much movement caused his pain to once again spike, but there was nothing he could do about that. At least the lotus was healing him, which helped reduce the pain somewhat. As soon as he neared the main building, the stationed guards noticed him and aimed their weapons at him. "Identify yourself," one of the soldiers yelled in an extremely aggressive and hostile voice. "Auxiliary combat aid Aka Lex," he yelled back, as he walked back slightly hunched. "I'm severely injured, I need medical aid." The guards finally lowered their weapons and approached Lex, but even then, no one seemed to notice the little white pup following behind Lex. Fenrir's abilities had really grown during his time away. Chapter 735, Mysterious Healer. Two soldiers slowly approached Lex to ensure he had nothing suspicious planned. Although they knew the ongoing battle was against some foreign race, they were under the highest level lockdown, so they had to take every precaution. "What's the matter with you? You don't look injured," said one of the soldiers. "It's the bones in my right arm. They're completely crushed. I need to see a doctor," confessed Lex, telling the truth. This was a much quicker way of getting close to the medical professionals than showing up and directly asking for the cure. Besides, he was not sure if more immortals would be showing up. If that were the case, using any kind of coercive means would end badly for him. Not to mention, if he got to experience the medical system of the Empire firsthand and liked it, there was a lot he could learn. The soldier scanned Lex with his spirit sense, and was alarmed to see the state Lex was in when he checked his body. Naturally, Lex allowed the scan, otherwise his state would remain undetectable from the outside. "My God, how are you standing?" the soldier asked in shock, and immediately cleared the way for Lex. It was not long before a floating gurney was brought for Lex to lay down on, and he was quickly brought inside, little Fenrir following them the entire way. Lex had not yet had time to question the pup about its new abilities, but he was thoroughly impressed by the little he had seen. He remembered that while the pup had always had an advantage in stealth, previously it would still have to stay out of sight to keep that stealth active. Now, the pup was prancing about in plain sight, and all were ignoring him. During the fight earlier, he had used this to his advantage to wreak havoc among the insects, all without getting targeted even once, as none of the insects could detect him at all. Pretty soon, Lex was brought into an overcrowded room that looked like it had previously been an office, and was now being used as an emergency room. Makeshift beds produced by joining two small tables together, multiple IV drips and overwhelmed medical personnel could be seen everywhere. Lex was brought to a doctor as well, but after scanning Lex once, he was designated as a non-emergency case and was only given a single painkiller and moved to the side of the room. The outfit was clearly understaffed as soldiers were running about, using their emergency first aid training to follow the instruction of a few doctors. The room was not filled with wounded soldiers, but countless civilians who all seemed to be suffering the effects of the poisoning. In such a chaotic situation, no one noticed Lex's spirit sense, which subtly moved about the room and closely listened in on the conversation of various doctors. He was trying to figure out if they had any cure from their conversations, but that was easier said than done as they only seemed to be giving out orders for how to handle their patients. His instincts weren't particularly helpful at the moment either, so all he could do was wait. Fenrir too was exploring the place in secret, though Lex did not know what to expect from the pup. With the battle outside all but taken care of, Lex had enough time to spare until he found out about the state of things. Moreover, now that he was within the main office, he was aware that a stream of reinforcements were constantly teleporting over. It could not be said that everything was going great, but it was going well enough. Until it suddenly wasn't. Lex frowned when his instincts began warning him of impending danger, and sure enough, soon Lex saw a panicked soldier run through the halls. He found a superior and whispered something in his ears, but Lex heard what was said. The soldiers who had been affected by the poison were able to hold it off using some of the best medicine the Empire could supply, but the strain of combat increased their metabolism, which aggravated the poison's effects. Soldiers had started to faint in the midst of combat. This was suddenly going from a sure victory to an impending disaster. It was also at that point that Lex found out the state of the poison's cure. There was none. The Empire had no idea what the poison actually was, although apparently someone who could, through some unusual means, delay the effects of the poison had been discovered. Despite the critical situation, due to the Empire's phenomenal training, the soldiers did not fall into too much confusion. With a clear chain of command, someone took over and began giving out orders. Lex, who was being completely ignored, decided to stop delaying matters. He called back Fenrir, and used the pup's abilities to suddenly vanish from sight as he moved towards the mysterious healer that had been discovered. Anytime something inexplicable happened, Lex thought of systems, so he had to investigate this healer no matter what. Shortly after, Lex followed the soldier outside the building into a nearby park where hundreds of civilians were lying on beds of leaves. A bunch of kids were running around obeying orders, and in the middle of the park standing atop a monument was a young, fair man wearing a doctor's white coat. The doctor was extremely skinny and seemed like he would be blown over by a single breeze, yet at the same time he exuded an aura of confidence and stability. Lex could not help it, and tried to use his targeted scan. Name: Charles. Best age: sex, male. Cultivation details: species, human. Remarks: an old soul in a young body, or just a young man pretending to be a stoic. Lex frowned. The fact that even some information was available meant that the man did not have a system, which was unexpected. Lex stepped away from Fenrir and revealed himself, curious to see what kind of treatment he could get from this mysterious healer. Chapter 736. Quack Doctor. As Lex limped closer to the healer, he could hear in on the conversation the soldiers were having with him. Not a barbarian, I am a doctor. If you must stretch things, then at most I am somewhat of a shaman. I absolutely cannot enter the battlefield. If any soldiers require medical attention, you can bring them here. The situation does not allow for that. Screw the situation, I'll be no good to you dead, and that's exactly what I'll be if I enter the battlefield. If you're unable to hold the line, then just say that, and instead of finding me, begin evacuations. Now if you'll excuse me, I have patients to attend to. Lex frowned. The warning from his instincts was getting dire, and it seemed like the Empire was not able to get a handle on the situation. It was strange, though. According to Lex's understanding of the Empire, they should be fully capable of reacting to even an emergency such as this. His mind wandered towards the terrorists, who had been secretly as well as openly orchestrating the situation from behind the scenes. Maybe there was something else at play. Once Lex reached such a conclusion, he decided to wrap things up here. Although he wanted to help out as much as possible, especially since Alexander had originally asked for his help, one must also know when to retreat. But, despite the ever-increasing danger, Lex was sure he had enough time to test out this doctor first. Doctor, please, I need your help, Lex said, attracting the skinny young man's attention. The bones on my right side are crushed, the pain is overwhelming, he said, though honestly he had to admit, the painkiller given to ripping, to simply making him want to die immediately so that the pain would end. Of course, with his willpower as strong as it was, he was not about to do that. The doctor, ignoring the soldier attempting to be domineering, came towards Lex and without hesitation put his fingers on Lex's neck. An unusual yet warm energy flowed into his body, and for some odd reason, Lex felt like he wouldn't be able to block it even if he had tried. The doctor did not have any change of expression, but clearly he was alarmed by Lex's state as he abruptly started shouting at his assistants, the small children in the park. A whirlwind of activity surrounded Lex, and in a few moments, he found himself shirtless and laying on a bed of leaves, freshly laid out just for him. Inject 30 cc of gurling worm venom in the right arm, lather turbid root sap on his chest, and bring me a fresh bushel of baling berries, the doctor commanded as he began injecting his strange energy at various points across Lex's body. Does this count as acupuncture? He wondered as the energy effortlessly pierced his skin, and activated strange reactions across his body. Although Lex was not cultivating, his body started to absorb the ambient spirit energy, and it seemed to be disappearing somewhere unknown within his body. The kids proved to be competent nurses, as they quickly followed through the doctor's orders, though there was one tiny hiccup. When the kid tried to inject the venom into his arm, the needle broke but Lex's skin remained smooth and flawless. Lex and the kid shared eye contact but said nothing, as the embarrassed kid quickly changed needles. He tried again, only to fail once again, though admittedly this time the needle only bent and did not break. Doctor, sir, we have a problem, the kid said, scratching his head. The doctor noticed the issue with the needle, and took over. He did not replace the needle, but only coated it with his energy. This time, even Lex was unaware of what the result would be. A moment later, the energy effortlessly entered his arm, yet the needle was still unable to pierce his skin. This time, Lex and the doctor shared eye contact, and Lex saw a genuine surprise. How the hell did you even get hurt? The doctor asked, but then decided that he didn't care. Here, take this and inject it into your right arm. Do it yourself. I'm just a doctor, not some bodybuilder. Don't make me do such things. Lex smiled awkwardly, and used his nail to forcefully create a small cut on his right arm before quickly shoving the needle in, and injecting the venom. The doctor continued to use strange and rare local herbs to treat Lex's body, and the rate at which his body was absorbing spirit energy kept increasing. As strange and unbelievable as it was, Lex felt that the doctor's efforts were contributing nearly as much as the lotus in healing his body. After a short while, the doctor told Lex to continue lying down for a short while as he moved to treat his other patients, as his recovery would take a while. Lex complied, not because he expected to completely heal, but because he wanted to see what the doctor did to treat the poison. Although, regardless of whether he was able to get any results or not, Lex had already decided to hire this Dr. Charles Best to work at the inn. For a very long time, he had been looking for a doctor, as he did not want to limit his treatments to just the pods. Although he did not know the extent of Dr. Best's abilities, just that fact that he could speed up Lex's recovery was enough of a reason for him to be hired. Dr. Best moved towards a new soldier who had been brought in, and though he was bleeding heavily, it was the poison that was truly killing him. The good doctor had the soldier's shirt removed before. Lex did not know how to respond. The doctor stuck leeches on his chest, and put a small broken piece of chocolate in the soldier's mouth. The good impression of the doctor which Lex had built up took a nosedive, and Lex began to wonder if he was looking at the fabled quack doctor, who would write any prescription a patient wanted, and did things seemingly randomly. Chapter 737. Retreat. Despite Lex's hesitation towards the doctor's treatment, he continued to observe him for he was still working. The treatment method continued to remain highly unorthodox, for he had a seeming aversion to any processed medication, and instead preferred to use ingredients in their most natural form. Unexpectedly, the treatment did not take long, nor was it too overly complex. In a few minutes, the leeches fell off the man's chest and took on a green tinge, while the soldier's condition improved almost immediately. Given his current situation, Lex of course could not make an accurate judgment as to the extent of the treatment, but he was satisfied enough with what he had seen. Lex summoned Fenrir, and quickly disappeared from where he lay. As much as he hated to interfere with his healing process, but he had work to do. He changed into his suit, which automatically cleaned the lather which Lex had on his chest. Find Alexander, he told Fenrir, and described him to the pup. Lex obviously had nothing on him which had Alexander's scent, so he would have to rely on scouring the battlefield instead. The duo quickly returned to the battlefield, and Lex immediately understood why the situation was getting worse rather than better. Although the original insect army had been diminished drastically by the angel-like immortal, more and more tiers were opening up and flooring the ground with even more insects. It was only a matter of time before more immortals also showed up. Although he expected that the Jotun army should have had the resources to combat this situation, perhaps he was not aware of the whole picture. It did not take long for them to find Alexander, partly because it was quite easy to spot his 6 flying blades, and partly because of how openly they were scouring the battlefield with their spirit sense. Moreover, they found him just in the nick of time, as he too seemed to be suffering greatly from the poison's effects. He was bleeding from his eyes and nose, and was kneeling on a single knee while his swords killed any insect that neared him. He was breathing heavily, and considering if he would be accused of desertion if he escaped to the inn right at that moment. Need a hand? Asked an oddly familiar voice, though in his current state he could not exactly recall who it belonged to. He felt a force yanking him up, and before he knew it, he was atop Fenrir, and all the insects began ignoring him. He saw the face, and instantly a part of his drowsy mind clicked. I left a message for you to avoid Polbitvi, he said hoarsely. I'm glad you ignored it. I never got your message. I was here to begin with. I need your help. The situation here is bad, and it's getting worse by the second. There's little hope for evacuation under such a heavy assault, and I don't see reinforcements coming fast enough to change the situation. Everyone needs to escape to the inn. That's the only hope you have for avoiding a complete wipeout. Alexander's thoughts were slow, though it was unknown if it was due to the poison or if he had suffered a concussion during the battle. But even so, eventually he caught on to what Lex was saying. That decision can only be made by the current commander, he said. If it was my own squad head, I could have convinced her. But, as you probably saw, Valkyrie left after delivering a devastating attack. She probably has some other mission. Do you know who the current commander is? Yes, it's the immortal fighting off the other immortal insects with the formation. They both paused the conversation and looked up in the sky, where the fight between the remaining immortals was still ongoing, albeit not as intensely as before. How about anyone we can actually talk to? Alexander tried to think of a solution, but he was not in the best state of mind. I can only think of someone else in my squad. Maybe they'll know. Lead on, we don't have time to waste. Due to the fact that they were once again on a manhunt, Alexander described the appearance of his superiors so that they could look. It did not take long before they found the first member of Alexander's squad, but he was already dead. Finding a second took some time, but fortunately, this one was alive, and even in better condition than Alexander. Though with his cultivation at the nascent realm, it only made sense that he had fared better. Captain Radame, Alexander yelled, as he tried to get the man's attention. Lex did not want everyone to know about Fenrir's ability, so they got off, and the 2 wounded men fought their way to the captain. We can't go on like this, the situation is not improving. We have to retreat to the Midnight Inn. Music to my ears, boy, the captain yelled back, but the Valkyrie will have our hides if we retreat from battle. Better her than these insects. We have to convince command to retreat, there's no other choice. Even if we get them to agree, how can we actually get away? The burly man asked, dissecting another insect as he did. Before Alexander could answer, Lex summoned forth a bag full of hundreds of keys. You can use this, Lex said, handing the bag to Alexander. Will you be alright with him, or do you want to come with me? I have another task to take care of. I'll be fine with the captain. Don't worry, desertion or not, I have no intentions of dying here today. I'll go to the inn if the situation gets worse. Lex nodded, and separated from the two. He could only hope that whoever was in charge would agree, as the premonition of danger was growing genuinely worrisome now. Without wasting a second, he quickly got on Fenrir and hurried towards the good doctor, or rather, Dr. Best. Chapter 738. Grandpa Charles Best was having a spectacularly bad day, which fit perfectly with the horrendous week that he just went through. For reasons he could not completely comprehend, he had reincarnated. His original identity was that of Shaman King from the Dark Elf race, but that was merely the most mundane identity he carried in his previous life. He was a third-generation elf, meaning he was only 2 generations down from the birth of the very first Dark Elf in this realm ever. As such, when he was born, the origin realm had only been stable for a little over 10,000 years, with its actual age being near 100 million years, as compared to now when it was already nearing 14 billion years. As a result, he was privy to certain secrets that remained unknown to most, and had experienced perhaps the most spectacular time for this realm. Any and every realm, upon its inception, was filled with the most potent form of spiritual energy, meaning chaos energy, and was too dangerous for normal species to be born. But that did not mean that no species were born at all. No, in fact the younger the age of a realm, the more likely it was to give birth to what were categorized as mythical beings. They usually gave birth to extraordinarily powerful races, though their offspring scarcely ever reached the level of their primogenitors. Such was the case with elves, and it was similarly the case with dragons, phoenixes and many prominent races. As the grandchild of a primo, so to speak, Charles had been exposed to knowledge and secrets that the races of today could not even begin to comprehend. So, it was quite ironic that Charles himself could not comprehend the reason for his reincarnation, though he strongly suspected it was related to the cause of his death. But the greater secrets of the universe be damned, for he was in no position to even consider them at the moment. Reincarnated as a human, a race he had never even heard of before, Charles was put in an extremely weak and frail body. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the realm was no longer able to support the kinds of cultivation techniques he already knew, meaning he would have to rely on the more modern, subpar techniques. Before he could get his affairs in order, and begin his cultivation, Armageddon seemed to have descended on this place. If he did not use certain techniques that relied on external items as fuel to save himself, he would have died immediately when the poison spread. Had he mentioned that, on this entire forsaken planet, the body he had inhabited was even more pathetic than the rest of his race. For reasons unknown, the prior occupant of this body had not been able to cultivate at all during his life. At least Charles had a clean slate to begin his cultivation with when he finally picked what he wanted. But the issue now was, the artificial energy he had stored in the containers he had attached to his body was running out. When that happened, he would have no way to protect himself. He could only hope that by showing off his extensive knowledge of nature, he could be considered valuable enough by the human empire, and be rescued before anything too drastic happened. He had too much to live for. After all, he knew all the great secrets of the origin realm. He only needed a little bit of strength, and he could begin harvesting treasures that had spent billions of years in the making. His rise would be unstoppable. Just as Charles was worrying about his survival, daydreaming about his rise, and reminiscing about his past, he became aware of a massive white wolf standing right in front of him, and a human wearing some kind of devilish mask riding atop it. Grandpa Fenrir, he could not help but suddenly exclaim as he fell to his knees, the shock of what he saw completely wiping his mind clear of all thoughts. But then a few seconds passed in awkward silence as neither side spoke, and everyone was wondering what was going on. Charles woke up, and realized the mistake he had made of letting his instinctual reaction get the better of him. But he also could not be blamed, for who could expect to see a wolf with such a pure bloodline 14 billion years after the origin realm had already been formed? His grandpa Fenrir was probably already dead, or had long since left the realm. Charles stood up and coughed to clear his throat, pretending as if his previous actions had never happened. "How can I help you? Do you also need treatment?" he asked, his expression and tone extremely professional. But, unfortunately, the devilish man did not play along. "You recognized Fenrir pretty quickly. Have you seen another wolf with the same bloodline before? But I was under the impression that this bloodline was pretty rare." It definitely had to be rare, for even though the system had many drawbacks, it never lied when it was concerned with its quest rewards. You named him Fenrir?" Charles asked, raising a trembling hand and pointing at the devilish man. "Do you know what you're doing?" Charles suddenly became weak in his legs. He had just been reborn, so why the hell was he encountering so many dangerous situations? The ignorant were truly bold, and dared to do anything. "Why, is there a problem with giving it such a name?" the devilish man asked. His question made sense. Ordinarily, it was not a big deal regardless of what one was named. But that was only if one did not know about the mythical beings, and their corresponding powers over their bloodlines. If the wolf had been named Fenrir, and nothing amiss had happened to it, there were only a few possibilities Charles could think of. The first, and safest option was that Grandpa Fenrir truly was dead. The second, and quite a real possibility, was that Grandpa Fenrir had used certain laws to set up conditions for his own reincarnation. The third, Charles suddenly stopped trembling and looked at the devilish man as if trying to guess his identity. The third possibility was that behind this devilish man was someone even Grandpa Fenrir did not dare to mess with. Chapter 739, A Tear in Space. Lex had approached Drive. Charles with the intention of creating a strong impression on him, and getting him to take refuge with the Midnight Inn. But, from the very first instant, things had not gone the way he expected. It seemed like even without putting in any effort, the man had been thoroughly dominated. After all, he dropped to his knees and called Fenrir Grandpa. That was a feat Lex had not been able to accomplish even as the Innkeeper, let alone as Lex. But all jokes aside, although Charles did not end up having a system, the man clearly had some secrets and unusual experiences. After all, he had directly called Fenrir by his name, and even addressed him by it. It was not so surprising that someone could guess Fenrir's name, for Lex had directly named him after his bloodline, but so far Charles was the only one who had had a significant reaction to his pup. Even if Lex was not interested in him for his medical knowledge, his familiarity with his pup's bloodline, and possibly even origin, made it so that he had successfully aroused all of Lex's attention. "There is no problem with such a name," Charles responded, having once again regained his composure. "It's just not every day that one takes on the name of a bloodline. It's very unoriginal." "So are you saying your grandpa did not do the same?" Lex asked, seeming as if he was completely calm and not in any rush at all. In truth, Lex knew that the sooner they left this planet, the better. The warning level from his instincts were getting very close to the level where Lex would leave without any hesitation. "I misspoke," Charles responded, refusing to comment on the matter. Some matters were best left unsaid, because he could not come up with a reasonable explanation for his answer. Was he supposed to confess that he knew and had met the real and original Fenrir? Lex pondered for a minute, but then decided there would be plenty of time to question the good doctor at a later time, as long as he joined the inn. "This planet is about to face a great danger, much greater than the one it is currently already facing," said Lex, based completely on his guess. "You can try to evacuate through the Empire, but I have a quicker solution for you." Lex threw a platinum key at the doctor, who caught it immediately. He sensed a familiar aura from the key, but he could not place where exactly he had felt it before. Regardless, the aura it gave off was worth speculating over. "I work for a place called the Midnight Inn. We cater and host guests from all across the universe. I've seen your medical skill, and I think you're good enough to recruit. If you crush the key, you can take a test to see if you too can become a member of the inn." At this point, Lex threw a golden key towards him too. "But, of course, joining is not mandatory. If you do not wish to join, you can simply leave this place by crushing the golden key. You'll be teleported over to the Midnight Inn, where you'll be able to escape whatever disaster is about to fall here. Of course, if you visit normally, you'll just be an ordinary guest, and you'll have to pay for your stay." With that, Lex decided to leave. One way or another, Charles was coming to the inn. Based on his behavior, Lex could see that he lacked the courage to endanger his life for very long. Moreover, although it seemed like Lex gave him the choice of whether to work at the inn or not, the reality was that that was not the case. If he visited as a guest, he would only be able to stay for a limited time, as he would eventually run out of MP. Then he would have to return to this planet, and based on how Lex saw things proceeding, it was unlikely the good doctor would want such a result. So, in the end, whether he used the platinum key now, or later, Lex was sure that ultimately he would end up using it. When he returned to the inn, Lex finally breathed a sigh of relief as the sensation of impending danger finally disappeared. "Mary, I have a potential new hire coming in by the name of Charles. If he joins, have him treat all the poison patients. I have no other solution for the poison for now. If there's an emergency that requires my attention, wake me up. Otherwise, just manage things till I wake up." He passed on a few more instructions before he teleported away to his private recovery pod, got in, and went to sleep. Although it seemed like he was fine, the amount of pain he had tolerated was truly driving him to the verge of insanity. There was almost nothing that could prevent him from going to sleep, and finally escaping his pain. An hour or so after Lex appeared, many soldiers also teleported over to the inn, all in a bad condition. The situation on the planet had truly deteriorated, and it was far worse than anything any of them could have expected. Simply speaking, a massive tear in space had opened up, and had engulfed the entire planet, teleporting it away. Such a scene was unprecedented and completely unheard of, and only the few who had evacuated to the inn, or used the teleportation formations in advance to escape had survived. A day later, news finally spread as experts from across the realm approached the area and conducted an investigation. The insects that they had been fighting seemed to have been specifically bred for a single purpose, and surprisingly that purpose was not to fight. Their blood contained an unusual material that rapidly deteriorated the stability of space, considering that space in that area was already vulnerable in the first place. It seemed like, to erase his traces, the mastermind behind the eco-terrorism act had decided to remove the entire planet. Of course, he had further compromised the environment in the process as well, as the massive tear in space was now leaking chaos energy directly into the realm. As for what would happen next, no one knew. But the situation was far from over, as no one seemed to be able to trace the terrorist, Jeffrey, including the Dollards dispatched by the Henley. Chapter 740. Catch up. 13 days after the incident, Lex suddenly woke up in his recovery pod. Unlike his usual retreats, Lex did not wake up refreshed and well-rested, but rather he felt like he was on the verge of dying from starvation. Although, he had indeed also healed. The Lotus seemed to have gone back to sleep as well, for the warm sensation of the Lotus healing him had already vanished. Unable to bear the hunger, Lex teleported over some food and immediately began eating while a part of his brain tried to understand what was happening to him. The changes to his body due to the new cultivation technique were many, and he was still only just understanding them. Originally, his hunger could usually be sated just using spiritual energy, but now it seemed like he also needed to replenish his reserves with food, and not just any ordinary food. The stash he was eating from now was a reserve he had created for himself, and contained extremely energy-abundant foods, all procured from the Emporium. Even then, this was only barely helping him slowly sat his hunger. "Mary, what happened while I was asleep? Did Charles join the inn?" "Lex. A lot has happened while you slept. Yes, Charles did eventually join the inn, but only after Polbitvi was completely teleported away, and all his accumulated wealth disappeared, leaving him broke." Mary began to inform Lex of all that had happened recently. The state of things had escalated so much that it had transcended just the Pendle Galaxy, and, oddly enough, the number of guests had ironically dropped. No one was in the mood for a vacation in such a tense time. Everyone was returning to take care of important things that could not be put off. As it turned out, what had happened at Polbitvi was only just the start. Similar terrorist acts were carried out across the entire realm. Countless planets were then similarly teleported away using the same method. At first, everyone assumed that causing massive tears in space was a way for the terrorist to hide his trail, but once the method was replicated multiple times, many began to suspect that there was still more to the matter than there appeared, and indeed a week later the suspicions were proven true. Before the tears could completely heal, even under the efforts of Dao Lords, they became points at which the Fuegan infiltrated into the realm. If the Dao Lords wanted, They could have forcefully destroyed all the infiltrating Fuegan, but that would have further compromised the integrity of space in that region. The entire realm had entered a state of emergency, and the Henley were finally beginning to take action personally. Only they knew the heavy investments they had put into ensuring the maximum organic growth of this realm, and if external interference ruined that, then their losses would be immense. These two were only the things Mary knew of because she had heard multiple devils discussing the matters openly. Speaking of whom, the devils had become the race to most frequent the inn these days. If one did not know better, it would seem like the inn was a devil's retreat. As if all that was not enough. Charles has been bothering me every day. He really wants to meet the innkeeper. According to him, the medical treatments that the inn offers are too subpar, and he wants to change the whole system. Moreover, his ideas extend far beyond just the field of medicine. Moreover, he's been pestering Fenrir non-stop as well. He has not even spared the galactic sovereign turtle, and keeps insisting that the turtle needs to obey him if it wants to maximize its growth. As if that was not enough, he thoroughly scolded Lady Anita, and gave her proper instructions on how to raise a baby Cthulhu, saying that the baby was extremely malnourished. In the past few days, he has also prescribed an extensive meal plan personalized to over 700 of the inn's employees, stating that their body's development is stunted. Once he actually fought with one of the guests, saying that they were doing their bloodline a disservice by becoming obese, and became a personal trainer for that particular devil. Although there were no complaints registered against him for that incident, I have thoroughly reprimanded him for it. Moreover, the inn's mechanic, Xion, heard that Charles was boasting extensive knowledge about bloodlines and medicine, so he approached him and asked if Charles could help him evolve into a true dragon. Charles agreed, and since then has been running various tests on Xion. Since it's with Xion's own consent, I cannot really stop him, but I can't help but think he's trying to swindle the poor fellow. Those are just some of the prominent things Charles has done that I thought deserved mentioning. He has been extremely active, so he's done a lot more. He's been spending a lot of time observing the sleeping mountain man, though fortunately he hasn't done anything to him yet, but the way he keeps looking at him, it just makes me nervous for some reason. The tiny floating Mary, who was dressed up in a toga, shivered for a moment but then regained her composure. Other than Charles, there are many matters that need your attention. For one, there is a massive number of devils who wish to meet you and have been asking for appointments. Rocketfellow Rothsfather is also one of them, and he's ready to begin the 5 trillion megapixels event he mentioned previously, but just wants to speak with you first about a few things. John is also back from the murder grounds, but he's suffered incredibly. His entire cultivation seems to have disappeared and he seems very destitute. He wants to talk to you. Last, but not least, Alexander has left a letter for Lex, as well as a spatial ring. I'm not sure what that's about, but you can ask him whenever you want. Since he teleported over from Polbitvi, and the entire planet disappeared, he kind of got stuck at the inn, like many other soldiers. Temporarily, they have been shifted to the minor realm that the Empire is in charge of protecting, but finding a way to send those people back somehow is also something you should think about. Chapter 741. Timeline. For quite a while, Lex ate while he listened to Mary brief him on all that had happened during his slumber. The deteriorating situation in the Origin realm was obviously not a good thing. Moreover, the fact that the Fuegan were becoming more active as a result of the terrorists' activities was not a good sign. He had been under the impression that the Henley were on the winning side of the war with the Fuegan, but if these new terrorist acts were any indication, then the war was about to heat up considerably. That was bad news for his 1,000 employees participating in the war. Fortunately, so far, they had not suffered a single casualty. Once he was done eating, he organized his schedule to take care of his most immediate matters first. Ordinarily that would mean meeting with Charles, but Lex was looking forward to meeting the devil who wanted to host a 5 trillion megapixels event at his inn. The timing for such an event was not necessarily the best, considering the realm-wide situation. Moreover, in 6 months, or 5.5 months now, the inn would stop accepting new guests. If the event was going to take a long time, which he suspected it would have to be delayed a few years. Lex did not mind, as he had more than enough MP to meet his needs for the moment. He dressed up in his host attire and teleported over to his office, and had Mary invite Rocketfellow in. The devil arrived quite quickly, as if he had been awaiting a summoning to meet the innkeeper. Innkeeper, It has been a while, the stylishly dressed devil said as he tipped his hat. I hope your time passed pleasantly, the innkeeper replied calmly, a warm gentle smile on his face. Ah, I'm afraid not, the devil replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Some of my most recent ventures have all ended in failure. But, those are all small projects, and don't compare for what we have in store ahead. You see, while other matters also occupied me, I have also spent this time preparing to make our own version of Lady Cosmos the best possible. I think you will be quite interested in some of my propositions. I'm sure you have prepared an excellent plan, the innkeeper said, but before we delve too deeply into these matters, I have to inform you of something, in case it might interfere with your timeline. The Midnight Inn is getting ready to undergo some renovations, so to speak. As a result, in a little over 5 months, the inn will stop accepting new guests for the foreseeable future. So, if the event is to occur over a long period of time, you may want to wait till afterwards. The devil was surprised, and that could clearly be seen as he paused for a moment to reevaluate his thoughts. His excitement tempered just a bit and he leaned back into his chair as he went through some considerations. Actually, you know what? This is probably a good thing. This will allow us more time to refine the idea before we make our investment. Let's go over some of my plans and you can tell me what's appropriate. The meeting went on a lot longer than Lex anticipated, even though Lex's refusal to have contestants capture slaves and have them fight to the death put a real wrench in the devil's plans. Still, other than his casual cruelty, the devil had many good ideas, and Lex strongly believed that the event would be very successful. The target audience for the event was nascent-level cultivators, and maybe even some Earth immortals, both of whom had very long lives. As such, the event itself would also go on for 10 years, at the very least, which would also justify the absurd amount of MP being invested in it. The timeline for the event was pushed forward, which apparently suited the devil perfectly. He left the meeting with a smile, though the moment he teleported out of the inn, his smile vanished. Karen, tell the others. The timeline has been pushed forward. We need to take action within 2 years. Prepare everything. Not an issue. The targets have already been found in the Swera galaxy, and we are in close contact with the Fuegan trying to work out a deal. Back at the inn, Lex could not help but groan. Although he was looking forward to the MP, he was not a fan of extremely long business meetings. He didn't know how businessmen back on Earth did it. Mary, send in Charles, Lex said after a few moments of allowing himself to be lazy. He had too much to catch up on. Soon, a young, skinny man dressed in a doctor's coat stepped in. Although Lex did not show it on his face, he was impressed by the doctor's demeanor as he exhibited a calm and collected appearance, even in front of the innkeeper. It had to be known that for anyone to meet him, they would have to cross his lobby, which was filled with an extremely strong pressure. Since the pressure would automatically adjust to whoever was crossing, no one could ever have an easy time coming in. Yet this new doctor seemed perfectly fine coming into his office. In fact, it almost seemed like the doctor had already expected such an obstacle in his path. Not to mention how difficult it was for one to remain calm in the presence of the innkeeper, with no cultivation at all. Now that he was inside the inn, Lex naturally scanned Charles, but still did not discover anything suspicious. His age was 17 years old, and he had no cultivation at all. His demeanor and knowledge did not match his credentials, but Lex was not on to judge. Doctor, I've heard you're quite dissatisfied with how we run things here, said Lex, maintaining the calm and warm vibe of the innkeeper. I would not say dissatisfied, sir. But I have many ideas I think you will like. Why don't you hear me out? Chapter 742. Talking, have a seat, the innkeeper said calmly, pointing at the chair in front of him. This Charles definitely had many secrets, and he was now in a much better position to get those secrets out from him. Previously he himself was in too much of a hurry to exit that planet. Now, though, he had plenty of time as well as a superior identity as compared to last time. I must say, Charles, you're quite talented. It is not often that I see someone as young as you with such detailed knowledge about medicine, and such a mature bearing to go along with it. Although Lex was paying a compliment, he was also stating his suspicions. It was unnatural to gain such a thorough understanding in any field without years of study and practice, and Charles was much too young for that. Of course there was always the possibility that he had information transferred to his mind, the way those in the crystal race transmit information from one generation to another. But even so, Comprehending and mastering that knowledge was vastly different from simply attaining it. Charles gave an oddly endearing smile, as if a child was looking up at his elder. He could not really be blamed. Unlike others, who were greatly intimidated by beings more powerful, Charles felt safe. After all, he grew up in the presence of nearly all the mythical beings of the Origin realm. Isel and Firing, for example, were two of the mythical beings of the Crystal realm. That meant that those mythical beings were always at the peak-most level that the realm they were in allowed. Of course, they could also choose to unleash their full strength, which would then have them transcend their realm, a path that most of them eventually took. After hearing about the Innkeeper's great reputation, and finally meeting him and feeling his warm and comforting aura, Charles felt as if he had returned to his childhood. Forgive me for being unable to say much, Senior. My history is closely tied to the fate of my ancestor, I cannot risk it. But I can swear that I bear the inn no ill will, and all that I do is only to benefit it as much as possible. The Midnight Inn does not discriminate against others, as long as they follow the rules of the inn. So long as you do not harm your peers or the guests out of maliciousness, you can call the inn your new home. Although Lex said as much, he was a little peeved at Charles's forthcoming behavior. With him being so open about having secrets, it was nigh impossible to pressure him into revealing things. All he could do now was to have him slowly reveal his secrets of his own volition. But, because of that Innkeeper, I can also guarantee that my knowledge is not false. Although what I know might be slightly outdated, some of the things I know are still relevant now. For example, I've taken a look at the recovery room and recovery pods. In theory they're excellent, but in actuality they're far from efficient, and are not necessarily the best tool for the job. In simple words, it's like using brute force to heal the body by throwing endless energy at it. If, instead, we take a more nature-oriented approach, then there are many better ways to heal. Besides, those rooms and pods are not suitable for all races either. I've also studied some of the workers at the inn. Most of them are suffering from odd forms of malnutrition. At first, I was confused, but upon further analysis I discovered that it seemed like many of them had latent skills and talents awaiting to be woken as soon as the right conditions were met. Such a widespread phenomenon among so many different people was strange at first for me, until I realized that they also all bore the signs of cloning and artificial genetic engineering. I must say, I have never seen such high-quality clones, with perfectly functional organic bodies and independent and complete souls. Not only is the technique used in their manufacture beyond excellent, but the original samples must be from the absolute best of the best. However, pre-existing physical dispositions are causing a conflict with their new, emerging personalities, which is resulting in their malnutrition. Many of them need a lifestyle adjustment to properly awaken their talents. If they are left ignored until they are eventually crippled, then their own individual cultivation will suffer as well. I've also noticed that the inn seems to have adopted many younglings such as the Sovereign Turtle, who is still not but a babe, the Cthulhu, the Fenrir, and many others. It's miraculous how so many varying races are getting together without any issues, but they all also need different environmental factors to ensure they maintain healthy growth in the future. For now, the inn seems to lack it. Also, I've noticed a few sentient plants have been born at the inn. If you can have the galactic turtle nurture a world tree at the inn, even in its early stages, it will be extremely beneficial to the growth of the plant life here. Also, Innkeeper, one of your guests, the mountain man, is suffering from severe soul exhaustion. It's almost as if its soul is not strong enough for its body. Whatever the case, he needs to undergo treatment immediately, lest his soul becomes crippled. Oh yes, you also have a drake. Interesting species, I have seen it before. They usually have the potential to undergo evolution into a weak dragon under the right circumstances, so I was. Once Charles started to talk, he just kept on going. Most of what he said even made sense, so Lex had no option but to listen to him and wonder if he really was more suited as a doctor rather than as a senior member in the planning division. 3 hours later, Lex had to eventually stop him. Let's take a break here for today, the innkeeper said, standing up. Since you're a doctor, I want you to follow me as I visit one of our old employees. He's recently been seriously wounded, and lost all his cultivation as a result. Chapter 743. Unusual damage. Many of Charles's ideas were not bad, but they weren't practical either. He could propose stuff like treatment through natural means because he had the knowledge, but with hundreds of thousands of guests visiting the recovery room every day, it was impossible for him to take care of all the guests. He could begin teaching others his own knowledge, but the two would take years before it yielded any real results. As such, there was no real way to implement all his changes right now. Some of them, however, were not so bad and could be implemented immediately. For example, the lifestyle adjustment for the inn workers. He always knew that they weren't born naturally, since the inn created them as and when he wanted, and he could even pick stuff like their bloodlines. Such topics demanded some philosophical questions such as the ethics of cloning, and if what Lex was doing was right or wrong. The way he saw it, he was doing his best to give them full and extensive lives and treating them as best as he could. He also created a healthy and nurturing environment for them to grow in. For example, while originally all his workers had their own individual rooms they could teleport to, and still do, most of them preferred to go to the minor realm dedicated only for inn workers and live in their homes there. They were building their own community, as well as culture and traditions. Given all of that, it was really hard for Lex to see what he was doing as immoral. But if they were suffering due to improper care as a result of their cloning, then that was something he would take care of immediately. It made sense, kind of, that many of them had a predisposition to awaken certain talents and skills. After all, some of his most powerful workers had awoken skills completely unrelated to their cultivation techniques. If, by designing a better environment suited to nurture their skills, he could help them, then he would definitely do it. How would you treat the mountain man? Lex asked once he teleported himself and Charles over to the recovery room. The problem is the strength of his soul, so that is what I would treat. It would be best if I could get my hands on various soul-nurturing herbs, or anything which could influence souls really. Designing a treatment plan for him is not so simple, so I'll need some time to see what resources are available and what I can do. Go find Harry, the local barber. He specializes in souls. He may be able to help you with that, the innkeeper said, before entering John's private room. The man lay in his recovery pod, looking pale and extremely weak. Instead of getting better, his situation had deteriorated a lot, though he was finally stable now. Weakly, he opened his eyes and looked up at the innkeeper and the stranger, and a light of hope flashed through his eyes. If anyone could help him, it was the innkeeper. But he didn't say anything yet, as he was unfamiliar with the second man. Observe him and see if you can work out a treatment plan for him, Lex said casually, while he used his own spirit sense to scan him. Using the system to get a reading on him revealed errors, as always, so he could only rely on himself to figure out the situation. Physically speaking, John was fine. Even his core, or what used to be his core, was technically fine. It had now only become empty, as if it could not store any energy inside it at all. The situation was unusual. Next, Lex used his soul sense to check up on him, and that is when the issue was revealed. John's soul was damaged in a very strange and somehow precise way. His otherwise healthy soul had thin yet jagged cracks spread all across it, as if it was on the verge of breaking. Yet the strange thing was, besides the areas that actually had the cracks on them, the rest of his soul looked extremely healthy, as if nothing was wrong. I've seen something like this before, Charles said, as he studied John's body by touching and tapping it in various places. Lex found it really interesting how, despite having no cultivation himself, Charles could harness spiritual energy and use it for his various purposes. This type of control went against conventional cultivation rules. This is a result of a fracture of a soul treasure. Normally, even the destruction of such a treasure would not affect the cultivator. But in this case, rather than just storing the treasure in your soul, you must have completely absorbed and merged it with your soul, am I right? Although Charles asked the question, he did not pause to hear the answer. I'm not sure how something like this happened, but someone has targeted your soul treasure very specifically. They have severely damaged the treasure without affecting your actual soul at all. That is the only reason you are still alive, for your soul is keeping the treasure together from crumbling entirely. But such a state cannot last long. Either a way to remove the treasure needs to be figured out, or the treasure needs to be healed. The only thing that I cannot figure out is why something like this has caused your cultivation to disappear. Especially since you are in the immortal realm, and have established your tenets. It somehow seems like your connection to your own tenets has been severed somehow. Thank you, Charles, I'll take it from here. You can go meet Harry and figure out a treatment for the mountain man. Only when you have a complete treatment will we approach the guest, for it is rude to interrupt guests unnecessarily. Charles nodded and left, taking one last look at John. He was really confused about his situation and really wanted to ask what the treasure fused with his soul was, but knew better than to do so. Soon, only the innkeeper and John were left in the room. Chapter 744. Virus, congratulations on emerging from the murder grounds, said the innkeeper as he looked down at John, though his warm voice had a hint of admonishment in it. John smiled weakly, despite his dire situation. I know I should not have accepted the challenge. If I had let the inn handle it, things would have turned out much better. But, at that time, I just didn't like the fact that any random creature off the streets could just challenge me. I guess it's also because I'd spent too much time in such a peaceful environment, and I was itching to let loose. And how is that itch now? He asked, the warmth of his voice sounding ironically quite biting at that moment. Quite sore, John admitted. Lex shook his head and opened the recovery pod. He used impervious hands and channeled his soul sense into it, allowing his hands to gain the ability to touch souls. Gently, and ever so slowly, Lex touched John's soul to get a sense of the situation himself. As Charles had said, the soul treasure had been attacked, but his understanding of the situation was limited. Systems were far from simple, and Lex found it hard to believe that someone could target a system so directly. Although if anyone were to do it, it made sense that this group who was specifically targeting systems would be able to. He still did not know as much about them as he would like. As Lex traced his hands over the cracks, and could sense a very familiar aura from within. The system truly seemed broken, but as far as he knew, systems were capable of healing themselves. Absorbing other systems would speed up the process for sure, but they could rely on just spiritual energy to do the same. He targeted your system, the innkeeper said plainly, though somehow the news did not cause any waves in John's heart. He had already guessed as much by now. Moreover, the innkeeper was the strongest being he had ever met, so he long stopped trying to keep secrets from him. Has your interface completely vanished, or is it still there at least? It gave me a quest before completely disappearing, and draining my cultivation along with it. How am I supposed to complete a quest like this? What was the quest? To heal the system, John said, though he found the quest to be redundant. He would have done it anyway, or at least tried, had his cultivation not completely disappeared. I have said this many times, but one should not put too much trust in a system. There is too much about them that is secret. Systems are able to heal themselves using spirit energy, or you can heal them by absorbing and merging other systems. You can even make your system stronger if you do so, but that may not necessarily be a good thing. After all, systems can completely control your entire life if you do not keep up your guard. For example, your system likely absorbed your cultivation to fuel its own repairing process. To it, it hardly matters whether you are its host or someone else. It just wants to regain its previous state as quickly as possible. My cultivation was given to me by the system to begin with. I cannot really complain now that it has taken it away, John replied, depression leaking into his voice. You can decide what you want to do on your own, the innkeeper said. If you wish to repair the system, you can see if you can figure out a way. However, if you wish to be free of it, I can remove it from your body. You will likely have to cultivate again from the beginning, but I don't think you should find that too challenging. John was silent for a time, before he weakly asked, can I take my time with the decision? It's up to you, but based on your situation, I don't think you should wait too long. How did he hurt your system like this to begin with? He had many strange devices that seemed to target systems specifically. It kept interfering with all my system's functions. In the end I eventually killed him, and until then I was fine. But as it turned out, he had hidden a device inside his body as well. When his heart stopped beating, his body self-destructed. But, the strange thing was, the explosion did not harm me at all, yet was extremely damaging to my system. But even then I was fine since I reacted fast enough. But something unusual happened. It was as if a virus had been introduced in my system, and it began acting really strange and somehow started to harm itself. In the end, the system managed to fix itself, but by then the damage the virus had done was too severe. It gave me the quest and shut down. Lex only nodded, and then left, giving John time to think about what he wanted to do. Lex, on the other hand, began considering precautions to take if any such people came after him. But, for some reason, he also had a feeling that dealing with his system was not nearly as easy as it was on the weaker systems he had encountered. As he pondered on this topic, he teleported back to his office and had Mary bring the things Alexander left for him. A letter was very strange, as Alexander could have simply left a video or voice message. But his suspicions seemed to bear no fruit, as he could not discover anything special about the letter. The only thing left to do was read it, and investigate the spatial ring he had left. After that, he would look into relocating the refugees from Polbitvi, after which he would head out to do his own things. As for the many devils who wanted to meet him, Lex would just use his projection to meet with them. He did not have the time to spare to sit through so many endless meetings. Chapter 745, Letter. The envelope only read, Lex, and had a smooth texture to it. After concluding that there was nothing amiss with the letter, Lex tore open the pale white packaging and revealed within it an off-white textured paper filled with a very pleasant handwriting. Lex once again found it odd that it was handwritten when it could have easily been printed, but ultimately chalked it all up to a quirk of Alexander's noble upbringing. Lex, were it that I would be writing to you in better circumstances, I would have thanked you profusely for your help. You not only saved my life, surely, but that of countless others as well, and that deserves no shortage of gratitude, especially since it was not your duty to begin with. Unfortunately, circumstances are not pleasant, so I must end the flattery here. I do not know if you were present during the final moments of Polbitvi, but the situation went drastically out of hand. It quickly became clear to us that there was something amiss with the insects, for towards the end their blood directly started warping and tearing space. The more insects we killed, the more fragile space became. When the order to retreat came, it was already too late. Only those I had distributed the keys to managed to escape when the night sky itself was torn asunder. What I am about to reveal to you now is confidential, and I have been informed that I will soon have a soul lock placed on me so that if I ever try to reveal it, I will be killed. Fortunately, they have not placed the lock yet, and there is a convenient loophole for me to use. The soul technique works on my memory, so I am writing this letter to you in the Chamber of Secrets, and once I finish, I will erase the memory of ever revealing it from my memory. That way, you will gain the relevant knowledge, and I will be safe from the consequences of the lock. The final tear that opened large enough to swallow Polbitvi did not open on its own, but a massive creature the likes of which I have never even imagined was on the other side of the rip, pulling space apart. It then pushed forth more arms from the tear, and seemed to grab the planet itself, before pulling it within. I, of course, did not stay long enough to see the event happen for myself, but one can imagine. I do not know what is actually happening, but I know enough to conclude that whatever is happening is far outside the capacity of even the Empire to handle. In this universe, one cannot rely on others for security, or at least not rely on others completely. That is the conclusion I have come to. My new goal will no longer be to hunt down the terrorists, especially since the Empire no longer seems interested, and they claim that others are on the hunt now. Instead, my new focus will be on growing my strength. I have a confession to make. My family is not originally from Earth, and instead we arrived there hundreds of years ago, escaping from an already long-forgotten conflict. We brought along various secret heritages, one of which I managed to awake at a very young age, which is the real reason my family so carefully nurtured my growth. That is also why I was able to control 6 flying swords even before I unlocked my spirit sense. I am revealing this to you to let you know that while I am pursuing my own path to strength, I have every confidence that you, too, will do the same. However, should you ever find your path blocked, and need a heritage or technique to guide you along higher cultivation realms, my family's library is always open to you. By the time you read this letter, I will already be inside the mysterious tower that the Empire is guarding. That tower has many secrets as well, and can serve as a shortcut for my growth. If you have time, you should try to practice there more as well. Who knows, we might just partner up again someday. Regards, Alexander Morrison. Lex read the letter several times to ensure there was no secret message or code written within that he was missing, but there seemed to be none. Despite that, the information shared in the letter was very significant, and seen through a certain lens, Alexander even risked his life to share it with Lex. Although it did not directly influence Lex to know that there was a creepy space monster able to tear space and then pull planets in, planets that it grabbed with its hands, it was still good to know. After all, what if one day he had such a guest? What if his guest ate planets for food? What was he supposed to do? Lex did not have any spare planets on hand to feed hungry guests. On a serious note though, it reinforced Lex's motivation to get the hell out of the Origin realm and get far away from this ridiculous war. As for whether someone was able to find his new realm, and then start a war with him over it, were topics Lex was doing his best not to worry about. After all, there was little he could do in such a situation but fight back. Taking in a deep breath, Lex calmed himself down and then looked at the spatial ring. Alexander had not mentioned it at all. He channeled his spirit energy into the ring and discovered only a couple of things. One was a token that had a massive M on it, likely representing the Morrison family. The other was a commendation letter for Lex for discovering the poison early, and warning the Empire about it. The letter stated that Lex had proven he had the ability to perform certain tasks where the Empire failed, and that his stellar performance would be marked and speak in his favor with the Empire in all his future endeavors. Chapter 746, Refugees. Lex observed the two items. The commendation letter and the approval of the Empire could possibly be useful in the future. After all, the Empire spanned many galaxies, so who knew when and where he might encounter their influence. But, at the moment, it served no real purpose. Similarly, the token served no purpose for him right now, but the gesture it represented was very valuable. Besides possibly giving him access to the Morrison family's library of spiritual techniques, it also served as a token of Alexander's gratitude, that, to him, was worth more than the actual techniques he would likely encounter. After all, his own technique was nothing short of the best in the entire universe. He smiled, and teleported them away to his study in his own apartment. If he ever needed to use either of the items he would have them, but otherwise they would enter his private collection. Now it was time to turn his attention to other matters, specifically, the refugees. A quick scan revealed that roughly 4,000 people who counted as such refugees could be found at the inn, including Giselle and two very familiar kids. There were supposed to be more, but they had already moved into the minor realm that the Empire was in charge of protecting. The ones who were still here were the ones still recovering from the effects of the poison that had infected their bodies. Charles had been very effective in treating the incredibly dangerous poison for some reason, and his treatment didn't even include chocolate this time, or leeches. In his own words, while he was not too familiar with the human body, he was well versed in the habits and behavior shown by nature, plants, small animals and insects. He could use just that understanding to manipulate nature in certain ways, and even the most toxic poison was still a part of nature. He sounded a lot like an elf or a druid to Lex, but as long his methods worked, who was he to question him? As much as Charles wanted to continue to enforce his methods on the remainder of their treatment, he couldn't manage that, alongside all the other numerous tasks he had to perform in the little time he had. Lex slightly suspected the man had ADHD, for he was delving into too many unrelated matters. Still, his incredibly high competence in each field made it so that Lex did not mind too much. Lex explored various options that the system gave him, and even consulted Mary on what he could do. He even considered the possibility of hosting a very specific event, but it was all for naught. The only way for the refugees to escape to another planet was if their prestige level rose, and then they chose to teleport to another planet linked to the inn. Speaking of which, it also needed to be mentioned that the connection to Polbitby still existed. That meant that the planet had survived being ripped out of its star system, and whatever else it had been exposed to during its time in its first ever field trip. He sighed and scanned the inn to search for whichever Jodan officer was in charge of the refugees, and was surprised to find that it was the very senior Alexander had taken him to. The man seemed to have lost a lot of weight in the past 2 weeks, and looked pale and sick, yet he was still attending to some paperwork. Lex recalled that the man was called Radame. Instead of summoning him, Lex teleported over himself, and knocked on the man's door. Come in, he said in a somewhat hoarse voice. It was clear that he had suffered some kind of injury to his throat since he last saw Lex, and his voice had been affected. Excuse me for interrupting you, dear guest. I am the innkeeper, owner of this humble establishment, he introduced himself as he entered his room. There were piles of paper everywhere, and temporarily set up computer screens all over, making the small bedroom appear quite messy. Radame was startled, and immediately stood up, revealing various bandages all over his body. Innkeeper, it is an honor to meet you. Your inn has saved a lot of lives. A lot of lives, I tell you. Yes, I heard of your plight. It is fortunate that you were able to get your hands on the keys to the inn. If only Command had listened. Radame's voice faded out as his thoughts seemed to drift off. Clearly, the man had not yet completely recovered from the trauma he suffered. Lex could not even blame him. Watching a massive monster grab a hold of your planet and then suck it into a tear must have shaken up a lot of people's minds. Unfortunately, there is a small issue, the innkeeper said softly, waking the man up from his thoughts. Everyone who escaped is stuck here unless they attain a prestige level and teleport to another planet. Though I wish to help, I cannot break the rules of the inn, or else how can I expect others to follow? Having a way out is already good enough, not to mention the Empire is preparing camps within another minor realm to relocate everyone. With time, everyone will get a chance to leave eventually. I'm glad you have a positive outlook on this matter. The survivors are lucky to have someone like you keeping an eye out for them. Radame only shook his head, as if he disagreed, but did not say anything. Clearly the man needed some rest as well, though it did not seem like he would be getting any in the near future. Lex left the room, and was finally free to do his own tasks, when an idea suddenly came to him. He changed out of his host attire and put on his Clark Kent glasses before approaching Charles's Leo. He thought of a good way to test the extent of Charles's unique insight. Chapter 747. Energy Crystal. Charles was taking down notes in a notebook he was holding, while looking up at the sleeping mountain man. From time to time he would mumble to himself, as if he was speculating about the effectiveness of certain treatments. It was only when Leo approached him and coughed, as if clearing his throat, that Charles realized that someone had arrived. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, but I thought I'd introduce myself. My name is Leo, I'm the owner of the Gamer's Den store. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard excellent things about your expertise in medicine. I still have much to learn," Charles said humbly, though it seemed like he really meant it. The conundrum of how to treat the mountain man really had him stumped, as its size was a major factor in every treatment method he could come up with. Ultimately, without any cultivation, his methods were extremely limited. "Well, now that you're one of us, you can just list down whatever you need to help you grow and the innkeeper will take care of it. It wouldn't be such a bad idea to start cultivating now, either. After all, the stronger you get, the more your capabilities will grow. If the innkeeper can help, that would be great, but I'm afraid it's not so easy for me to cultivate due to my unique physique. I can't absorb normal spirit energy. I need highly concentrated spirit energy found only in extremely pure crystals. That's not the same as spirit stones as." Before Charles could continue to describe what he needed, Lex was reminded of something and summoned out an energy crystal from his spatial bangle. In the crystal realm, this was a very valuable energy resource used for cultivation by Earth immortals and the crystal race. The energy stored within was even more dense, as well as more pure than even the highest grade spirit stone that Lex had ever seen, not that he really used those for cultivation anymore. After all, the environment at the inn was more than enough to meet his needs. Charles, though, was stumped when he saw the crystal in Leo's hand. This was not something he expected to find any time soon, as these energy crystals were only formed in the early years of a realm's life. They were available in limited amounts in any realm, and could not typically be replenished even across the remainder of a realm's lifespan. "Is this what you need?" Leo asked quite casually, waking Charles from his stupor. How did you get that? They're unbelievably rare. In fact, they should have all been used up billions of years ago. I wouldn't say they're common, but in one of the realms that the Midnight Inn is connected to, they can be easily accessed by a person with a certain level of connections. At least, that's the case in the one other realm I've been to. It's possible that it's even more common in other realms. Charles was dumbfounded. When he heard that the inn catered to guests from across the universe, he took that as more of a spiritual saying or mantra than something literal. How could he imagine that the inn is actually linked to other realms? But he quickly suppressed his shock and focused on the matter at hand. If he could get his hands on these crystals, it would be possible for him to quickly raise his cultivation. He was confident of becoming an immortal within a decade, if not sooner. But the problem right now was that he had no collateral with which he could bargain, and no resources with which he could purchase these crystals. How can I get my hands on some of these crystals? With them, I can begin cultivating immediately. Well, the inn will pay you a salary in MP, and you can use that at the guild room to request these energy crystals. But that may take you some time, or you can get them from me. I don't really need MP as repayment, though. Do you have anything else you can pay me with? Charles clenched his fists as he racked his brain, trying to come up with a solution. The only thing of value he had was his knowledge. Was that something Leo would be interested in? "The only thing I can pay you with is certain knowledge," Or maybe I can treat you if you're ill. Lex paused. Both options weren't bad. He wanted to know about Charles's secrets, but at the same time, treatment was also something he was looking forward to. We can come up with an arrangement. I do seek treatment, but I'm not entirely sure you're able to address what ails me. If that's the case, you can trade an interesting secret. If I think it's worth it, I'll give you the crystal. Don't worry, I won't be unfair on purpose. Charles agreed all too quickly. At first, when he had no hope of cultivating anytime soon, he had all the patience in the world. But now that the prize was dangling in front of his eyes, he could scarcely control himself. What Lex wanted treated were the inscriptions hidden within his body, but he had doubts that Charles could even detect them at his current stage. That's why he was so interested in having Charles cultivate and improve his capabilities. Feeling fairly confident, Charles inspected Leo's boy and discovered nothing. He did not recognize Leo as Lex despite having treated him before, because the effects of the Clark Kent glasses were quite thorough. Charles frowned, and investigated for a while longer, before eventually giving up. I can't discover anything wrong with you, he admitted, feeling slightly tense. In that case, an interesting secret it is. Though I advise you to choose carefully. Revealing a mundane secret, like your current crush, will not really be worth an energy crystal. Charles felt like Leo was teasing him on purpose. How could he possibly have a crush on anyone? He'd hardly met any elves so far. Chapter 748. Cosmic Dark Age. Charles eyed the energy crystal greedily and his mind raced as he considered various things. He did not know Leo's character, and although he was inclined to believe in a colleague, it was best to be sure. What are some topics that interest you? If you provide me with some guidance, I can better choose what to reveal. What interested him? There were truly too many things, but none of them were topics ordinary folk could come into contact with. But then again, since he was testing Charles to begin with, there was no point in mentioning something simple. He thought for a moment about what topics he had been considering lately. I have many random interests, so I'll just list them out. These days I've been wondering a lot about how a realm is formed, and what happens after it is created. I've also been wondering, what is space, really? If space itself is torn, how can there be something behind it? I've also been thinking about deities, and how they come to be. Why do they need worshippers? Can anyone become a deity if they're worshipped enough? Oh yes, I was also wondering where lightning tribulations come from, and why they're the same across multiple realms. Is it a coincidence? I've also... Alright, that's enough, Charles said, before Lex really began listing out all the random thoughts he'd had recently. To Charles, these really could only be random thoughts, for how could they be relevant to someone at Lex's cultivation level? These were extremely high-level concepts that not even immortals had the right to ponder. Fortunately, Charles was in the unique position to answer not just some of them, but all of them. Of course, he would not so easily reveal these answers, for that would present problems of their own. After all, how could a mortal know the secrets of the heavens? I cannot say how a realm is formed, but as luck would have it, I coincidentally learned some information about the early years of a realm's existence, Charles said, as he cleared his throat. He also looked around to ensure they were alone, and once he was satisfied, continued. Each realm is different, but what they have in common is that they are born with a massive burst of energy. This initial energy is the purest form of energy in the universe, chaos energy. But because of its potency, it is also too dangerous and is akin to poison to most beings. Only the strongest of immortals, as well as some unique beings, can tolerate this form of energy. The first phase of a realm's life is converting that extremely pure and powerful energy into various more tolerable and gentle forms of energy. This period is known as the Cosmic Dark Age, as hardly any life can exist during this time. But any being and anything that is born or formed during this time are exceptionally powerful or valuable. That is because they undergo the tempering of the foremost energy in the universe, so it is only natural. Charles knew much more, but he stopped speaking at that point. He had already revealed a lot, and surely it was already worth more than just a single energy crystal. Lex had been listening closely. Although he could not confirm if what Charles said was true, the information he had revealed was very important. If the energy when the new realm was formed was poisonous, how could he host guests? Although he was fairly certain that the system itself would manage to keep guests from being passively harmed by the environment, as it did with cultivators, natural auras, he also had to take precautions. After all, he clearly remembered being told to be prepared when he was told that the new realm would be born in 2 years' time. He nodded to Charles, as if saying he accepted this little tidbit of information, and calmly handed in 10 energy crystals. Although he did not have many on hand, he had more than enough to cater to Charles's needs for the moment. After all, Pivarti wasn't the only one who had received a lot of gifts during the wedding. If you need more in the future, you can reach out to me. We'll have the same deal, said Lex, before he teleported away. Now that he was done with this, he was heading towards the Emporium to pick up a package he had been anticipating for a while. Cosmic Cloud. A furious battle was taking place in what was once a natural paradise. The burnt and crisp remains of some kind of orchard could still be seen here and there, though mostly all one would see were corpses. This was a battlefield where the Henley forces had been losing badly, and for once, even the arrival of the Midnight Battalion did not change that. But how could it? The battalion consisted only of foundation-level cultivators, but the enemies were the absolute elites of the Golden Core realm. On one side was a massive army that the battalion was reinforcing, and on the other side only a few dozen bipedal beasts, yet the favor of the battle seemed to be on the beast side. More reinforcements were due, but they would have to survive long enough for that to happen. Fortunately, despite the dire situation, none from the battalion had died, though this time the credit remained solely with their formidable attire. In the midst of battle, Z made use of his space affinity to disrupt an attacking beast, but for some strange reason, instead of forming a barrier in space, space itself was torn. Though that was not his intention, it seemed to serve the purpose as the beast quickly retreated to avoid the tear. His allies breathed a sigh of relief and continued the fight, but only Z frowned as he kept looking at the tear that was already healing. That was not supposed to happen, he kept telling himself, as he wondered what had happened. Chapter 749, Silent Wanderer. Mr. Lex, you have made me wait, Powell complained, though the massive smile on his face did not belie any dissatisfaction. I've been too busy lately, Lex said with an exasperated sigh as he approached the familiar counter and leaned on it. Even as he was there now, his projection was at the inn, having meetings with countless devils who wished to meet him. Many of the meetings were actually fruitful, as they were about small or targeted events the devils wished to host. Some of them were just about the devils wishing to make themselves known to the Innkeeper and try and expand their connections. One of them was a wedding proposal by a very beautiful devil, yet Lex had to calmly reject her, stating that he did not wish to distract himself from his work. There were many more useless or actually even infuriating meetings where they tried to scam him or make use of the inn for malicious purposes, but they were still in the minority. Your package arrived long ago. Here you are, a single freshly mined Dural ore straight from Frigra. I can guarantee that it has spent no more than a few days away from that planet, and those days are entirely attributed to your own tardiness. Yes, no need for the sales pitch, this suits my needs just fine, said Lex as he took the briefcase Powell handed him and opened it to look at the bright pink ore, only partially revealing itself from the piece of stone it was within. This ore was extremely valuable across the entire realm, mostly because there were very few mines for them at all. But that's not the reason why Lex had ordered this particular ore. No, he just needed something from the planet Frigra that still contained an aura of the planet. With that, Lex could use the item as a guide to purchase a ticket from the system that targeted that planet specifically. Like this, he would be able to teleport there with the intention of linking it to the inn. But Lex did not truly care much for linking the planet as much as he cared about treasure hunting. After all, that planet was a part of the 89 rogue planets that formed the only known belt of rogue planets within the Swera galaxy. It was only once he had already reached there that he would consider how exactly he was going to determine if his location was correct. If it wasn't, he really had no idea how he was going to look for the relevant place. He was already late, as it was. Powell, what about my second request? Lex asked, once he closed the briefcase. As a rich and powerful innkeeper, it was about time he got himself a respectable interstellar spaceship. Haha, of course it is ready. After all, you gave us so much time to prepare. If we weren't able to provide you with a satisfying result, the Emporium would lose face. With that said, Powell ducked behind the counter, and brought up another briefcase. Within it was a single spatial item fashioned into a necklace. Unlike other spatial equipment, this was a very special one since it was prepared specifically for just one item, the Silent Wanderer. The Silent Wanderer was a ship produced by Havilire Industries, the same company that made the Silent Knight, which had triggered Lex's deep desire for a personal spaceship. The Silent Knight was a collector's class ship, and never produced again, but the Silent Wanderer was not bad either. Although it did not boast the same capabilities as its Knight variant, it nevertheless qualified as one of the foremost coveted ships in the entire Origin realm. Lex had to place an order long in advance with the Emporium, who went through an unknown number of hurdles to have it produced. "Follow me," Powell said as he led Lex to a hangar, where he activated the spatial necklace and brought out the ship. The Silent Wanderer was metallic silver in color, yet when flying through space it appeared invisible as it would perfectly blend in with darkness and light alike. It had an incredibly sleek body, and could only support a crew of 30 humans at most. Yet where it suffered in lack of space, it more than made up for in its speed, armor, firepower and state-of-the-art navigation systems. Although it lacked the complete self-navigation system, which would require the addition of an AI, it was the best one could get besides that. Inside the ship were 4 small yet cozy bedrooms, each with its own tiny bath, a kitchen, a large storage room, a main hall and a cockpit. It was fueled by an extremely powerful battery that generated energy by consuming a highly radioactive ore. The battery was so dangerous that there were over 100 fail-safes built into it, not to mention an emergency ejection system for the battery in case those fail. The ship could also be piloted using alternative fuels such as spirit stones, but that would limit the ship to less than 1% of its original capabilities. "If only you accepted MP for payment," Lex softly mumbled as he rubbed his hands against the Silent Wanderer's body. This ship was an absolute beauty, but it also came with a hefty price tag. To pay for it, Lex had to liquidate nearly 39 billion megapixels via the guild by purchasing the highest quality of spirit stones that the Empire would sell to him. Naturally, due to the rush he was in, he suffered a great loss in the conversion rate from MP to actual physical goods, but it was what it was. One could not fret too much about the details when one was purchasing a spaceship that could travel the distance between Earth and Mars in a few hours. "This is excellent, Powell. Pack it up, and don't forget to throw in the manual. I can't wait to drive this thing." Chapter 750. Fridra Powell looked a little reluctant to part with such a magnificent spaceship. The Silent Wanderer was a Corvette-class ship, meaning it was light and fast, but had enough of an armor and attack capability to survive if it got in a scuffle. If they ran into pirates or faced aggression from a random group, unless they had armored ships, the Wanderer would come out on top due to how high class it was. Of course, a lot also depended on the pilot. Even the best ship would not bring any decent results if piloted by an amateur. Powell, as a ship enthusiast, was also a pilot and longed to get his hands on something like the Silent Wanderer, but it was not meant to be. Perhaps in the future such a day would come, but it had not come yet. Suppressing his sigh, he put the ship back in its spatial equipment. This necklace was especially made on order at Lex's request. After all, he was going to be teleporting to places often, so if he could not carry the ship with him when he did so, it would be pointless. But the ship required a space large and stable enough so that it wouldn't get damaged, as some of its more sensitive equipment could not handle the duress of typical spatial equipment. The battery was especially a point of concern in this regard. Therefore, the specially designed spatial equipment was an absolute must. If he lost it one day, he would not be able to put the ship in any other random spatial equipment even if it had the capacity for the ship. Once withdrawn, Lex put the necklace on. He was not one for jewelry, so it was fortunate that the necklace only consisted of a thin silver chain with a flat, rod centerpiece at one end with an engraving of the Silent Wanderer on it. The whole thing was simple enough that Lex could wear it without feeling embarrassed. He bid Powell farewell and quickly returned to the inn. He first looked at the manual for the Silent Wanderer. It was equivalent to a 36,000-page PDF. Lex blinked to make sure he saw correctly, and when he received the confirmation, he made a copy and forwarded it to Cirque, the captain of the giant spaceship inside the inn. Lex would learn to pilot his own ship, of course, but it wasn't like he could pick it up in a day. It was moments like this that having the endless resources of the inn on hand came in handy. Although it would still take Cirque some time to learn, he expected it would be a lot faster than Lex. He then took out the Dural ore, and after a very long time, bought a ticket. Only this time he wasn't buying one of the random planet search tickets, but rather a focused ticket using the ore to lock onto the planet's aura. Fortunately, despite Lex's delay in collecting the ore, due to the fact that it was sealed in a perfect container, it retained the aura of the planet. When the silver-colored ticket appeared in Lex's hand, he mentally reviewed everything he knew about the planet. The planet was the only one in the belt that had life on it, though the local dominant species were not humans. In fact, there were no humans on the entire planet. Actual on-ground information on the planet was limited because it was the territory of a dragon, but the one thing that was certain was that it exported dural ore in limited quantities. The planet had no tourism, and only very limited trade ties. Once Lex approached there, he would stand out significantly, so he would have to be discreet and stealthy. He also needed a way to confirm that he was in the correct location, but that would come later. He tore the ticket and a very familiar interface appeared in front of him. Planets available. Planet, Fridra planet rating, 3-star planet distance, 384 sectors planet environment, frigid cold, perpetual darkness, multiple underground steam vents, how delightful, Lex thought to himself before confirming the only planet in the selection, and disappearing. A moment later, he found himself standing in what looked like a vacant street. For once, it seemed like he had teleported not in the wilderness, but near or in an inhabited area. There was complete darkness all around him, with the distant stars in the sky as the only source of light. He had to rely on his spirit sense mostly to get an idea of where he was, though admittedly his eyes were well adapted to the darkness as well, not to mention the fancy contact lenses. He was studying his surroundings, and trying to understand where exactly he had teleported to, when he picked up on something. To be specific, it was not his eyes, contact lenses or even spirit sense that detected the change, but his soul sense. There was originally no one around him, but then he detected a soul pass by. It seemed like the soul detected him at the same time as he felt the presence of the soul, and changed its direction to approach him. Lex did not reveal that he had already detected the incoming being, and observed to see how the situation progressed. It was approaching him from behind, and even as it came within a few dozen feet of him, Lex could not actually see or hear the approaching entity. Was this what others experienced when Fenrir used its stealth? Lex wondered as the being came even closer, practically only a couple of feet away from him. Were it not for his soul sense, he would have had no way of knowing there was someone standing right behind him. But then, the being attacked viciously, and when it finally made contact, the being was revealed to Lex's senses. It seemed Lex needed to be touching it to perceive it,